shaming, name-calling, and bullying. A character has anxiety issues. A character has money insecurity issues. Reference to an emotionally abusive parent. Kidnapping and or murder of non-dialogue characters. On-page injuries due to hand-to-hand combat. Combat with bladed weapons, gunshot, teeth, and claws. A side character, not a ghost, communicates primarily through use of a Ouija board. The word moist is mentioned 7 times, including this one. On the Texas DM Discord server, Sunday, March 19th. Caroline DM Panhandle, Texas just slid into the server. March 19th at 6:36 p.m. Wave to say hi. Greg DM Central Texas, March 19th at 6:38 p.m. Well, well, well. Look who the cat dragged in. Not sure I'm going to remember to use your full name all the time for a while, but I'll try my best. It's not the same without you around here, but I'm so fucking proud of you. You'll be the best DM Texas has ever had. Rick, DM West Texas, March 19th at 6:39 p.m. There's our Cali girl, or Caroline now. Sorry, going with the full name for the big responsibilities? Caroline, DM Panhandle, Texas, March 19th at 6:39 p.m. Hi, y'all, and yes, it just felt right for some reason. And at Greg, DM Central Texas, you taught me everything I know. I'm ready for this. Rick, DM West Texas, March 19th at 6:40 p.m. Ha! Feeling things for some reason is our stock in trade. BTW Gloria says hi and congrats. Shane, DM Southeast Texas, March 19th at 6:44 p.m. Welcome, Caroline, and congrats. How did the residents feel when you got to Amarillo? Caroline, DM, Panhandle, Texas, March 19th at 6:45 p.m. OMG, it was like coming home and everything in my life just aligned. And when Patrick transferred the connections, it's so freaky and amazing. Uncle Greg told me, but damn, I didn't get it till I felt it. Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, March 19th at 6:48 p.m. Congratulations, Caroline. Glad to have you among us. We're here if you have any questions. Have you met any of the local wonders yet? Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 19th at 6:50 p.m. Maybe if you're Caroline, you should drop the uncle. We're colleagues now, after all. Caroline, DM, Panhandle, Texas, March 19th at 6:50 p.m. Replying to Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas. I have. Mostly the younger ones. The older ones are still upset about Patrick retiring, but they have my phone number. I'll wear him down. Replying to Greg, DM, Central Texas. Good point. It might take me a bit, but I'll try my best, LOL. Hey, Grandma's not on this server, right? Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 19th at 6:51 p.m. Nope, she's only on the Texas Adventurers server. She keeps asking to join this one, but we need a Delphia free space. This is only for Texas DMs. And Reno, LOL. Caroline, DM, Panhandle, Texas, March 19th at 6:51 p.m. Good, because she's already advice bombing me. Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 19th at 6:52 p.m. She means well, but listen to your gut first. Reno, not the DM, South Texas, March 19th at 6:54 p.m. Welcome, Callie. Congrats, and I second what Greg said. You're a natural, though I'm trying really hard not to be salty you weren't called to the South District, LOL. Caroline, DM, Panhandle, Texas, March 19th at 6:55 p.m. Thanks, Reno. And someone will show up to take over there eventually, I'm sure of it. Reno, not the DM, South Texas, March 19th at 6:55 p.m. It can't be soon enough. Chapter 1. Greg. Thank you for coming to speak to me about the job opening, I said to Killian. I shook his hand and gestured for him to precede me out of the office and into the lobby. He'd impressed me with his customer service skills and quick thinking when I'd given him some upset client scenarios to see how he might handle them. And when I'd walked him around the pet resort, he hadn't flinched at the larger dogs or the cats. He'd even dressed up for the interview wearing khakis and a button-down instead of the more typical jeans and a t-shirt. Killian would be our new front desk employee, I could feel it. We've got a few more candidates to interview, but I'll be in touch by the end of the week. Killian grinned and slowly turned, taking in the lobby. I'm not worried. I'm from the future, so I know I'll get the job. I pulled up short. Sorry, what? I have a time machine, he told me earnestly. He wasn't smiling. Giving him my best grin, I said, "Ha ha, that's a good one." Come on, laugh, damn it. He shook his head. I'm not joking. I've traveled to all different time periods, but this is my favorite. Fuck. I'd been so excited we'd finally fill the opening. How nice. Desperately, I glanced around. At least there weren't any clients in the lobby. Only Marie, who was staring open-mouthed, frozen in her task of counting the cash drawer. I cleared my throat. Like I said, I'll let you know by the end of the week. Thanks, Greg. He waved at Marie, who gave a half-hearted wave back. When the glass door swung shut behind him, she rounded on me, her eyes wide. Was he serious? I think so. I shook my head, turning to go back to the office. He interviewed so well. The front doors opened again, this time admitting Craig, my business partner and best friend. He was on the phone and he pointed me toward the office. Sylvia, hang on. I just got back to the pet resort and Greg is right here. Give us a second to get out of the lobby. I raised my eyebrows as I followed him. Sylvia was the 60-something ball of energy who lived across the street from Craig and his husband Foster. I'd gotten to know her fairly well over the past several years since I'd started attending game nights at Craig and Foster's house. She made the most amazing food for us to snack on while we played. Once we were inside the office with the door shut, Craig set his phone on my desk and said, Okay, Sylvia, you're on speaker and Greg's here. Why don't you tell him what happened? He smirked at me. At least it didn't seem to be anything bad. I greeted Sylvia and she said, Greg says your family can help me. I paused on my way to sit in my desk chair, raising my eyebrows at Craig. He just grinned and pointed at the phone. Okay. With what? I was driving home from Austin after I visited Corey and the baby. I saw this poor dog walking along the side of the road. He was obviously someone's pet, so I couldn't leave him, pobrecito. Of course not. I squinted at Craig, who was laughing silently now. My family, officially, ran a wildlife rescue, not a dog rescue. He got right in the car and sat in the front passenger seat. He even let me put the seatbelt on him. He's so cute. He keeps licking my face and hands. Okay. I'm not sure I understand where my family comes in. They don't take in dogs. But we can recommend some excellent dog rescue groups. No, that's the thing. I took him to a nice vet clinic right there on the edge of town. They scanned him for a chip, but he doesn't have one. The vet said he's a wolf hybrid. Oh, okay. Yeah, Sylvia, you won't find a regular rescue that would take one of those. She sighed. See, the vet told me the shelters would put him down right away because of his breed. I frowned at Craig, who was still grinning like a fool. I'm happy to take him to my family sanctuary. We can post his photo online in case someone's looking for him. But in the meantime, Twist will know how to handle him. They already have a couple of wolf hybrids. Well, it wasn't exactly a lie. Okay, can I bring him by the pet resort right now? If I keep him much longer, I don't know if I can give him up. Sure, come on over. You're doing the right thing. You don't know how a wolf hybrid will react around your great-granddaughter. We heard whining in the background. Oh, te amo también, perro bonito. Due to the risk of illness, I couldn't put a stray in the boarding area with the client pets, but if he was well-behaved, I could take him home with me for the night. Craig whispered, Ask her why she picked him up. Good point. Hey, Sylvia? Yes? He must be a pretty big dog. What made you think he was safe for you to let in your car? She laughed. He's wearing a beautiful blue sweater. Like a man's sweater, not a dog sweater. It feels like cashmere. Fuck my life. Craig almost fell out of his chair, he was laughing so hard. I threw my pen at him. A little after the lobby closed for the day, Sylvia pulled up out front in her small SUV. The dog was sitting next to her, seatbelt strapped across his cashmere-clad chest, his enormous head on her shoulder. She giggled as he licked her neck and cheek. "Oh boy," Craig muttered as we walked outside. I lifted the slip lead in my left hand and opened the passenger door with my right. "Hi, Sylvia. Let me get this lead around his neck." He gave me a dirty look, but he allowed me to put the loop over his head. "Excellent. I'll run him to the sanctuary tonight. Hopefully he'll be neutered and ready to mingle with the other wolf hybrids by the end of the week." He curled his lip at me, and I grinned. Sylvia hugged him around the neck. "You'll be a good boy for Greg. You'll have a happy life." She kissed him on the head, then, face crumpling, she turned away as I dragged him from the car. Craig walked around to the driver's side to talk to her, and I hauled the pain in my ass through the empty lobby. I shoved him through the office door, then I slammed it behind me. "What the fuck are you doing, Lloyd?" He shimmered, shifting. Then the older man stood upright, lifting his arms over his head to stretch. I cringed and opened my lower desk drawer for my emergency pair of sweatpants. Lloyd put his hands on his hips. At least he didn't try to hug me. "You have to introduce me to her. Like this, though," he gestured at himself. "The resonance between us was incredible." I slapped him in the stomach with the sweatpants. "I'm not introducing you to anyone without pants on. What the hell were you doing by the side of the road? And why here? I thought you were at Twist." The door opened and Craig came inside. He instantly clapped his hand over his eyes. "Hey, Lloyd, good to see you," he grimaced. "Maybe not all of you." Lloyd huffed. Fine. He put the sweatpants on. He was a good-looking guy in a sort of middle-aged Morgan Freeman way. Craig gingerly peeked through his fingers until he saw it was safe to lower his hand. "So what brings you here?" Lloyd dropped into one of the guest chairs. "Destiny," he said dreamily, looking at the ceiling. I groaned and sat heavily in my desk chair. Start at the beginning. "Your Uncle Edgar had a vision. He told me I had to walk along that particular road at that particular time. He even dropped me off." Oh, fuck. My mom was going to be pissed. "Where's Edgar now?" "He went to Dallas. He was supposed to be there last night, but he said this was more important." Lloyd rubbed his hands up and down his thighs. He gave me a pleading look, then turned it on Craig. "Y'all have to introduce me to Sylvia. We're meant to be." Craig turned to me, his eyebrows high enough to almost touch his blonde curls. I sighed and said, "It's up to you." Craig told him, "You're welcome to come to game night at my house tomorrow night. But no one there, not even my husband Foster, knows about this." He waved a finger between me and Lloyd. "And," I said sternly, "you can't pressure her. If Sylvia's not interested, you walk away." Lloyd put a hand over his heart. "Upon my honor." Turned out, Sylvia was interested. Everyone had taken Lloyd's presence in stride, accepting that he was a friend of my family in town on business. He'd kissed Sylvia's hand as he greeted her, which I thought was over the top, but he'd followed it up by asking about the delicious food he could smell. She'd smiled and even giggled a couple of times as Lloyd had gushed over the food she'd made, rhapsodizing in Spanish how she must have trained under professional chefs to be so talented. He'd managed to wrangle the seat between me and Sylvia, and then he'd spent the evening complimenting her on her skill playing Hues and Clues, which, mind you, is suitable for children as young as 8 years old, and hopping up to refill Sylvia's plate or get her another beverage. Right now, he was raptly listening to Sylvia's description of her newly remodeled kitchen, praising her for her choices. For her part, Sylvia seemed just as smitten with Lloyd, and the resonance between them was as strong as Lloyd had said it was. I suppressed a yawn. It was 9:30 p.m., and we'd finished 2 rounds of the game. Half the usual crew had already called it a night and gone home. The rest of us had stayed to drink and chat, hanging out around Craig and Foster's giant dining room table. Craig was sitting to my right, and Lloyd and Sylvia were on my left. Foster sat across from Craig, and to his right, directly across from me, was Malcolm, a good friend of Foster's and mine. His fiancé Felix was next to him. Felix asked Sylvia what kind of oven she'd chosen, and I tuned out the conversation. Picking Lloyd up at his hotel had been a mistake. If I'd let him drive himself, I wouldn't have to find out whether or not he was planning to stay overnight at Sylvia's house. I rubbed my forehead and grimaced. "You okay?" I glanced over at Craig. "Sorry, my neighbors were playing video games all night again. I've complained enough that they turn the sound down on the game itself, but they still yell and trash-talk each other." I sighed. "I'm 40 years old, and everyone in the building is younger than me. Not to mention the management company isn't keeping up with repairs. I think it's time to bite the bullet and look for a house to buy." Instead of agreeing or commiserating, Craig gasped. His eyes went wide and sparkled with excitement. "What?" He slapped his hand over his phone, which was lying on the table in front of him. "Your mom will be so excited." He picked up the phone and opened his messaging app. "Oh, hell no." I grabbed his wrist. "No way, that's not what's happening." "What's going on?" Lloyd asked. I was impressed he'd taken his eyes off Sylvia to notice us. Craig looked at Lloyd and his face lit up. He opened his mouth, but I said, "No." He smirked. "You said it out loud, so it counts." The entire table went silent, everyone waiting to find out what Craig was talking about. Shit. I let go of Craig's wrist and got up to get another beer. Maybe I should get two. I need them for this conversation. As a bonus, then I'd have to ask Malcolm to drive me home, and I could leave my car for Lloyd, but never have to know where he spent the night. Craig gleefully said, "Greg wants to buy a house." Lloyd sucked in a breath and said, "No, really?" "Really." "Fuck off, Craig," I called from the kitchen where I was dumping my empty bottle in the recycle bin. "I have noisy neighbors, that's all." Foster said, Why is this a big deal?" "It's not," I said emphatically, thunking my fresh beer on the table as I returned to my seat. I'd only gotten one, but I reserved the right to go back for another. "It is," said Lloyd. Craig nodded in agreement. "Greg's mom is psychic. About 10 years ago, she told me she'd had a vision that Greg will find the love of his life as soon as he moves out of his apartment." Lloyd chuckled, glancing around the table so everyone could share in his amusement. "He's stayed there this long just to irritate her." "There's nothing wrong with living in an apartment," I protested. "I've saved a ton of money." Though pissing off my know-it-all mother was an excellent side benefit. "Anyway," Craig said, "I had to promise Greg's mom I'd tell her as soon as he showed signs of moving out." I pointed a finger at him. "Do it and you're dead to me." Craig shrugged. "Sure. Then I guess I don't have to meet Mrs. Carver at 6 a.m. Saturday morning so she can drop her dogs off before her flight." "Fuck." "Fine. You're my best friend forever no matter what you tell my mother." He grinned. "Plus your mom reminds me every so often. Last time she said I'd get a year's supply of chocolate chip cookies as a reward when I told her." Foster perked up. "Delphia's cookies? Shit, send the text now." He pointed at Craig's phone. Foster might not know all of my mom's secrets, but he'd met her several times since he and Craig had gotten together. She tended to make sure my friends remembered her fondly so they'd tell her any gossip about me. Case in point, Craig's stupid grin as he texted her. I turned off my phone before slamming back half my beer. My mom would be insufferable, which was nothing new. Felix leaned forward. "She's really psychic?" I heaved a sigh. "Yes, she has visions, usually while she sleeps, but sometimes when she's awake. She's always fucking right." I elbowed Craig. "My freshman year of college, she drove me to Austin to help me move into my dorm. On the way there, she told me I was about to meet my best friend." "Aw, I love that story." Craig sent his text and leaned over to put his head on my shoulder. Sylvia pursed her lips. "There are more things in this world than we can ever understand. If she was given this gift, God must trust her to use it wisely." Lloyd picked up Sylvia's hand. Well said. He kissed her knuckles. Foster tilted his beer at me. I guess this means it's your turn to get hit with the love stick. I glared at him. That's not happening. Plus, I haven't even searched for a house yet, much less moved. Craig tapped his chin with one finger. You know, Greg, the big house at the end of our street is for sale. Everyone made ooh noises. Everyone except Malcolm and Felix. Those two were whispering furiously at each other. Usually I'd be able to hear what they were saying, but there was enough ambient noise in the room to muffle their words. With his eyes locked on Felix's, Malcolm gestured in my direction. Felix had his arms crossed and he was shaking his head. Hey, what's up, y'all? They didn't look my way, so I said, Malcolm? Felix? The others turned to stare at them. It was nice not being the center of attention anymore. Malcolm finally turned back to the rest of us. Sorry, he glanced at Felix. We know someone who has the same sort of psychic talent. I inhaled sharply. Lloyd was more subtle, but I could tell he'd gone tense. You mean visions while they sleep? Visions that come true? Malcolm nodded. Yeah, exactly. He made a face. Trust me, I was skeptical as hell first time Felix told me about it. But they're the real deal. Holy fuck. Seeing visions was a rare gift. Carefully, I said, My mom would be happy to speak to them, to tell them how it works for her. I practically held my breath waiting for a response. Malcolm and Felix exchanged glances again. Felix leaned back in his chair. This person is very private, and I won't share their name or contact info without their permission. This psychic could be anyone Felix was acquainted with. But he had two best friends, Steve and Cal. I'd met Steve and Malcolm at Felix's house once, and he didn't carry any magic at all. My money was on Cal. I nodded. Of course. Can I give you my mom's info to pass on to them? She'll be excited to hear from them, I promise. Lloyd nodded. That's an understatement. If anything, this seemed to make Felix even more uncomfortable. He made a face. I don't know. They're not good with excitable people. Oh, right. Felix had met my mother. Shit. Okay, I'll tell her to tone it down. Your friend can always text or email her. I gave what I hoped was a casual shrug. If they don't know any other psychics, connecting with someone who has the same talent could help make them feel not so alone. Felix nodded slowly. Okay, it won't hurt to ask them. I'd be Googling the hell out of Cal when I got home. On the Texas Adventurers Discord server, Wednesday, March 22nd. Delphia, leader, twist, March 22nd at 11:07 p.m. At everyone, I have some exciting news. First, our very own Greg DM Central Texas is nesting. And even more exciting, we have a lead on a possible Cassandra in the Central District. We believe the Cassandra is male-presenting. So if anyone who is attracted to men is also getting that nesting feeling, PM me ASAP. As soon as I verify the Cassandra's abilities and find out their orientation, I'll message you back with the info so you can go meet them. Greg DM Central Texas, March 22nd at 11:12 p.m. Mom, I am not nesting. I'm considering moving out of my noisy apartment building. Also, this potential Cassandra sounds like the type of person who needs a softer approach. You're going to scare them off. Caroline DM Panhandle, Texas, March 22nd at 11:14 p.m. Replying to Greg DM Central Texas, having lived in that apartment for 4 years, I can only say it's about damn time. Harriet West, Texas, March 22nd at 11:18 p.m. Delphia Leader Twist, I'm not nesting, but I'm curious. What do we know about the possible Cassandra's talents? Delphia Leader Twist, March 22nd at 11:19 p.m. Sounds like he's a seer. Harriet West, Texas, March 22nd at 11:20 p.m. OMG shocked cat face gif. Chapter 2. Cal. A man, or a male-presenting person at least, with a backpack and a duffel bag walked along a two-lane road in the moonlight. I struggled to see him in the darkness, but he walked confidently as if it were broad daylight. There was a set of double yellow lines down the middle of the road, with a break where a smaller road led off to the right. A set of 5 mailboxes on a kinda U-shaped bracket stood just before the turnoff. I looked around, but any other landmarks were hidden by the night. I could barely make out grass and trees on either side of the road. Even if I'd been able to see more clearly, I knew I wouldn't recognize the man. He had a blankness where his face should be that meant I'd never met him or seen his picture. He wore a trucker hat, a plaid shirt open over a white t-shirt, jeans, and some kind of heavy-soled boots. After a minute or so, the man glanced over his shoulder, then stopped and turned around. He cocked his head and stared. Dropping the duffel bag, he ran for the trees. I heard his panting breaths and my heart sped up. He was almost there. He sort of tripped before hunching over, and I could swear it appeared as if he started running on all fours. What the hell? My vision was suddenly obscured, like a dark fog blotted out what little moonlight there was, but only between me and the man. I couldn't see him anymore, or the trees he'd been running toward. But to either side I could still make out the road. I heard a yelp of pain, but the sound abruptly cut off. I sat up in bed, my breath harsh in the silent room. The clock read 4:17 a.m. I would not be going back to sleep. I hadn't had a vision where someone was in danger in a couple of years, maybe more. I didn't see how reporting this one to the authorities could possibly lead to anything, but I wanted to do something. I forced myself to go down to the apartment gym and work out for 30 minutes while I pondered my course of action, but in truth I already knew what I had to do. After a quick shower and a mediocre cup of coffee, I was shit at making it myself, but desperate times and all, I opened my laptop and started an email to Penelope Ramirez. Hopefully she was still with the Texas Rangers, but it had been over 5 years since I'd last communicated with her. Still, she was my first choice to contact. She'd never treated me like I was insane or wasting her time, like the Austin Police Department did. If Ranger Ramirez's email bounced, I'd try the FBI. I described the scene from my vision with as much detail as I could remember about the road and the landscape, but it wasn't a lot. Maybe she could at least tell the highway patrol to look out for an abandoned duffel bag on the side of the road. Hopefully the killer hadn't taken it. I grimaced as I hit send, but the email didn't bounce, so that was something. I closed my laptop and got to my feet. It was way early to get to the office, but I was still creeped out by the vision, and sitting alone in my apartment didn't appeal. Quickly I got dressed in my usual uniform of ancient jeans. The new ones weren't comfortable, sue me. Even more ancient Converse, ditto, and a graphic t-shirt. Today's selection said, "Before you speak, remember I have admin rights." The cool weather meant I needed another layer. I had a few plaid flannel shirts, but after this morning's vision, I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to wear them again. Leaving that decision for another day, I threw on a semi-wrinkled white button-down over the t-shirt, but left it open. I still had plenty of time to get a better cup of coffee, and I'd need the caffeine. Status update meetings should not be held first thing in the morning. I'd stopped going to the coffee shop near my apartment a couple of months ago. The drag queens weren't too unsettling, but after I ran into the puppy and kitty play group, I hadn't been back. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't some sort of jerk trying to yuck someone else's yum. I'd happily drink my coffee next to drag queens and BDSM practitioners any day of the week. But they never consented to me knowing about their alter egos, which was a new twist my psychic ability had added recently. I'd had the visions at night since I was 13 years old. At first, they only came once a month or so. The frequency increased until now it was rare for me to go a week without one or two. But earlier this year, I'd walked into the coffee shop and 3 guys were standing in line to order. I could see their drag personas kind of like a hologram overlaid on top of their real bodies. Initially, I was too freaked out by my new ability to think about how they might not appreciate me being able to see something so personal at a glance. But after I calmed down and considered the implications, I rationalized that they did drag in public, so it wasn't too intrusive if I could see that aspect of their lives. But the puppy and kitty play people were another story. They'd been sitting at a group of tables one Saturday afternoon, just drinking their coffee and chatting in their street clothes like everyone else in the shop. Yeah, I did not want to know that about them, and I was positive they'd all prefer I didn't know it either. So I started to avoid going out in public. Work was pretty safe. One person in customer support was not only in the process of transitioning, but they also did cosplay as Raiden from Metal Gear. But I'd already seen them, so all I could do was make sure I treated them like everyone else on the team. They were fun to talk to about gaming when we were in the break room at the same time. But in every other aspect of my life, I'd become very cautious. Takeout food, grocery delivery, and Amazon were my friends. If I didn't go to restaurants or stores, I wouldn't run into anyone and accidentally learn their secret identity. However, this morning, my need for decent coffee was worth the risk. I decided to try Pour Some Sugar on Me, a bakery close to Ben Oak's residential area. Hopefully at this hour it wouldn't be too crowded and I'd be less likely to learn something I didn't need or want to know. In my truck on the way to the bakery, I let Barry Manilow's smooth voice and overproduced backing instrumentals soothe away my unease from the vision. I Can't Smile Without You might not have had me grinning by the time I walked in, but I was at least more relaxed. There were only 2 other customers in the bakery, and neither of them had an alter ego. The scent of pastries filled the air, and the bear claws looked especially delicious. I was feeling virtuous after my workout, though, so I stuck to coffee. Okay, I got a mocha latte, but whatever. I should have picked up coffee or pastries for everyone in the status meeting, but I wasn't feeling that friendly today. I'd finish my cup before I got to the office, and they'd never know. By the time I arrived at work, I'd shaken off the unnerved feelings left over from this morning's vision, and I was as ready as I could be to pay attention to everyone's mind-numbing but necessary updates. Up until a couple of years ago, I used to look forward to work. My business partner Steve and I had built Rogues Gallery, a dating app for people marginalized by more mainstream apps, from scratch. We'd had an initial angel investor who paid our salaries while we developed the app, plus another round of investment funding to get us through the product launch. But we'd underestimated the demand, and my first few years as chief technology officer had been a whirlwind of trying to strengthen the system's back-end storage and processing while also adding bells and whistles suggested by our users. Those things still needed to be done on an ongoing basis, but I was bored. I needed a challenge, and keeping Rogues Gallery running wasn't interesting anymore. I just hadn't had the guts to tell Steve yet. I'd met Steve Derryberry in elementary school. I'm still not sure why, but he was one of the few kids who didn't look at my large body and decide I was unintelligent and uninteresting. Before Steve, I'd mostly kept to myself. Outside of school, I'd hidden from my shitty home life by reading, playing Pokemon solo, and working on the computer I was building from spare parts. Then Steve invited me to his house where his mom fed me, peppered me with questions about my day, and dropped the occasional kiss on the top of my head. When she died a couple of years later, Steve and his siblings weren't the only ones devastated by the loss. He and I had leaned on each other throughout middle school and high school. He hadn't batted an eye when I'd told him I was gay, and I'd helped him make sure he wasn't leading on the battalion of girls he slept with but never wanted to date long term. We'd still hung out together regularly after he went to college, since he lived with his grandfather while attending the University of Texas at Austin. I couldn't afford to go to college. Hadn't cared enough about high school to have the grades to get a scholarship. But I'd taught myself coding, and I'd been able to turn that skill into a job as a freelance programmer. Steve majored in business, with the goal of us designing our own app one day. After college, he moved back to Ben Oak and took a job at a tech support call center. We brainstormed for years, but we couldn't come up with the right app idea. It wasn't until 5 years ago that a casual comment by Cole Washburn, yes, the former actor Cole Washburn, kicked off the idea for Rogues Gallery. But now I was tired of the day-to-day grind of running a successful company. I wanted the thrill of designing something from the ground up again, the risk of not knowing whether our idea would be successful. Kurt, my vice president of technology, was more than ready to take over the CTO role, and as much as my childhood made me nervous about the financial implications of going off on my own, I had very few expenses. Thanks to Rogues Gallery, I'd saved up more than I could spend in several years. I only hoped Steve wouldn't hate me when I left. The status meeting went well. No surprises, which was reassuring. Customer satisfaction had risen over the last quarter since we'd implemented some new features and response time improvements. The number of users who'd formed long-term relationships through the app, something we advertised, had also increased. No matter whether I liked my job or not, knowing I'd had a hand in helping people find their romantic partners would never get old. Aurelia, our chief financial officer, droned on about labor costs and expenses, and I tuned her out. I found myself dwelling on the guy from my vision. All of my other visions, at least the ones I'd been able to verify, had come true at some point, which meant the guy I'd seen was dead, or he'd be dead soon. It could happen to any of us, really. Okay, maybe not caused by whatever or whoever had killed the guy from my vision, but death coming without warning. We only had one life, and my vision was a frightening reminder that things could end abruptly. Down the table from me, Aurelia raved about EBITDA, and then Nora, our VP of Marketing, went on about new client acquisition ROI. How many more status meetings did I want to sit through? Was this the best use of the one life I'd been given? My muscles tensed, wanting to move, to act. I needed to talk to Steve today. Now. Aurelia finished her report, and Steve said, "Thanks. Does anyone have any new business?" No one did. "Great. Have a good day, everybody." There was a chorus of goodbyes. I hung back so I could catch Steve. "Hey, do you have a minute?" He looked at his watch, and for the first time I noticed he'd developed creases on either side of his mouth. He'd always been pretty, all blonde, wavy hair and arresting blue eyes, but now he appeared tired, older. We were only 32, for fuck's sake. I'd been a little shocked when right around the time we'd had the idea for Rogues Gallery, Steve had begun hinting he was bisexual. It had taken him several months to say the words, but he'd ended up marrying a man, Baz, about 4 years ago. They were happy, I'd thought. Hopefully whatever was causing Steve to look like that didn't have anything to do with Baz. We ended the meeting a little early, so I've got a few minutes before I have to meet with Nora to go over the summer marketing plan. I nodded and followed him to his office. He went behind his desk and set his tablet down. Before he could sit down, I held up a hand. "Let's go sit over there." I pointed at the sofa he'd put under the window. I had a similar one in my office. Steve cocked his head but didn't ask why. We sat, and I angled my body toward him. "Okay, what's up?" I rubbed my hands up and down my thighs. I could do this. I was a big boy. I looked Steve in the eye, I owed him that, and said, "I'm bored and I want to leave the company." Steve paled. He opened his mouth, paused for a few seconds, then asked in a slightly quavering voice, "Do you have another job lined up?" I shook my head. "No, I want to get back to designing something new. Maybe a game. I want a challenge, something fun to work on." To my surprise, Steve relaxed and smiled. Grinned, really. He said, "Thank fuck, because that's what I want to do too." I sat there stunned before I felt a matching smile come over my face. I grabbed his hand. "Really? Like the old days, just you and me?" He nodded. "I've actually thought about it a lot. We'd have to leave and create a completely new company, though. It doesn't make sense for Rogues Gallery to have a subsidiary that makes games or whatever we end up doing. But I can tap Aurelia to be CEO, and we can promote Kurt to your job. We'll consult for a transition period, and maybe we'll take board positions, but on a day-to-day basis we'll be free." I lurched forward and hugged him. "Free," I breathed reverently. I released him and sat back, wiping my eyes. "I thought it was just me. I agonized over leaving you behind." Steve grinned again, though his eyes were also a little watery. "You're my best friend. You can't go on an adventure without me." On the Texas DM Discord server. Thursday, March 23rd. Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, March 23rd at 3:36 p.m. Well, I PM'd Delphia about the Cassandra. Last weekend, I finally cleaned out my garage, which I'd been needing to do for the past 2 years, and I noticed how old and ratty-looking my sheets and comforter are. Pretty sure I'm nesting. Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, March 23rd at 3:41 p.m. Fuck, I think I am too. Over the last month, I got more and more frustrated with how small my Mini Cooper was, and I just traded it in for an SUV. PMing Delphia now. Rick, DM, West Texas, March 23rd at 4:18 p.m. It does come on quick. One day I was living in my minimally furnished bachelor-style apartment, and the next day I found myself buying throw pillows for the couch and cloth napkins. It was so weird. But then I met Gloria, and the resonance between us was unreal. I'd swear we connected within the first few minutes of meeting each other. It was like my entire life suddenly made sense. Good luck, guys. Caroline, DM, Panhandle, Texas, March 23rd at 4:27 p.m. At Greg, DM, Central Texas. Have you started house hunting yet? Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 23rd at 4:22 p.m. Fuck off. It's been less than 24 hours since I mentioned it to Craig. I'm not nesting. Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, March 23rd at 4:23 p.m. Hey, at Reno, not the DM, South Texas. Are you experiencing any nesting symptoms? Reno, not the DM, South Texas, March 23rd at 4:58 p.m. No, and thank fuck for that. Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, March 23rd at 5:03 p.m. Replying to Reno, not the DM, South Texas. Maybe your future mate is the DM you've been waiting for. Ooh, what if they're too young for you right now and you have to wait for them to graduate college or something? Reno, not the DM, South Texas, March 23rd at 5:06 p.m. GIF of Stephen Colbert saying, "You can go fuck yourself." Chapter 3. Cal. Steve and I took the rest of the day off, delegating our meetings and urgent tasks to Aurelia and Kurt. We had tacos for lunch, then we bought some beer and went back to my place to make plans. Steve's husband, Baz, worked from home, and we didn't want to disturb him. We were documenting what we needed to do or put in place before we could leave Rogues Gallery when our friend Felix called me. I'd met Felix through Steve. They used to work together at the tech call center. Steve wasn't the only one who'd moved on from that job. Felix had become a certified pet massage therapist helping animals who'd been injured or who had arthritis or whatever. He'd been the one to introduce me and Steve to Cole Washburn, which directly led to us creating Rogues Gallery. Steve, Felix, and I tried to get together at least every couple of weeks. Hey, Felix. Hi? What's with the cheerful voice? Did something good happen? Okay, I own that. My default communication mode was sarcasm. Steve and I took the afternoon off to discuss a hush-hush project. I looked over at Steve with a raised eyebrow, and he nodded, pointing at my phone and then the floor. I said to Felix, "Are you free? You want to come over to my place and hear about it?" "Heck yeah. I just got done with my last client. I'll be there in 20 minutes or so." "Cool. We have beer." After I hung up with Felix, I told Steve, "We really need to let Cole know what we're planning. As our original investor and our friend, he'd be hurt if he found out after everyone else at Rogues Gallery." Steve nodded. "Let's call him now." Cole never failed to surprise me. After Steve and I got him on speakerphone and told him we were planning to leave Rogues Gallery and go off on our own, he said, "Finally! I've been wondering if you were working on something in secret. I never expected you to stay at RG this long." Steve slapped his forehead, and I said, "I wish you'd said something earlier. We've been bored and going through the motions for a while now, but neither of us wanted to leave the other one behind." Cole chuckled. "Idiots," he said fondly. "And of course I want first dibs on investing in your new project." Steve and I grinned at each other. "When we know what it is, you'll know what it is," he promised. We chatted with Cole for a few more minutes until Felix knocked on the door. He came in carrying a bag of tortilla chips and some jars of dip. "I didn't have time to do homemade, sorry," he said as I relieved him of his burden. "You didn't have to bring anything, but thanks." Steve bounded up. "You brought snacks!" He gave Felix a side hug. I enjoyed how my friends were so different from each other. Steve came across as the quintessential ex-frat boy, all athletic-looking with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a never-met-a-stranger personality. Felix was more introverted like me, except with a much sunnier outlook on life. He'd been a total bear cub when I'd met him, with reddish hair, a baby face, and a squeezably sturdy body. Now he was edging more into bear territory, though definitely not as far as I already was. We got Felix settled on the couch with a beer. Steve moved our laptops out of the way, and I dumped the salsa into bowls and set those with the open bag of chips and some napkins on the coffee table. Steve sat in my gaming chair, and I sat on the couch next to Felix. "So, what's this secret project?" Steve and I filled him in on our plan. Or our plan to make a plan. Whatever. He asked the inevitable question. "What kind of game are you thinking of making?" Steve and I both shrugged, grinning at each other. "Figuring it out is the fun part," Steve said. "An app would be easier than a console game," I pointed out. "But I do love online multiplayer games you can play from your computer." Steve and I batted around game ideas for a few minutes, but Felix didn't seem into it. He was staring at his beer, picking at the label with his thumb, but his foot was tapping restlessly on the floor. I decided to change the subject. "Hey, how's the wedding planning coming along? Did you pick a honeymoon destination yet?" That brought a smile to his face. I still wasn't sure why Felix and Malcolm had waited 5 years to tie the knot. I mean, if you're not into the whole marriage thing, that's up to you. But if you're going to do it, most people, at least in America, decide within the first couple of years of being together. "We're talking about taking one of the tourist trains across Canada." Malcolm had a bum leg, and a train was probably an easier way for him to sightsee than some sort of walk-in tour or whatever. And actually, the thought of hanging out on a train all day, getting out every so often to check out some tourist spot, but mostly watching the scenery and maybe playing Baldur's Gate 3 on my laptop, sounded pretty damn relaxing. Felix finished answering Steve's question, complete with wiggling eyebrows, of course, about sleeping cars on the train, and then his eyes dropped to his beer bottle again. He said. He shot me a hesitant glance before looking back down. I frowned. "What? What's the matter?" He kind of squirmed in his seat, but finally raised his eyes. "I found out something last night that I need to tell you, but I'm not sure how you'll react." He pointed at Steve. "But I'm dead certain how he's going to react, and I don't want him to get overenthusiastic and pressure you." He turned to Steve. "Sorry." "What the hell?" Steve sat up and his mouth dropped open to protest, but I held up a hand. "Weren't you at game night last night with Malcolm's crew? Is that where you learned whatever it is?" He nodded. "Yeah. And was this a public discussion? All of those guys and Malcolm know this?" "Most of them, yeah, but I never said your name. Only Malcolm knows it relates to you." Which meant it wasn't something public, like my job. I frowned. "Is this about my visions?" Whatever it is, Steve can hear it at the same time. He and I didn't have any secrets. Well, okay, it had taken me months to tell him I didn't want to work at Rogues Gallery anymore, and I hadn't told him I could see people's alter egos yet. But I needed time to process those things myself. Steve stuck his tongue out at Felix, who shook a finger at him. "Remember, don't pressure Cal." Steve gasped and put his hand over his heart. "You know you would." Felix turned to me. "Yes, it's about your visions." "Here goes." He sat up straight, a determined expression on his face. "You remember Craig and Greg who run the Bark and Purr Pet Resort?" I nodded. I'd never met them, but they'd effectively introduced Felix to Malcolm 5 years ago. Malcolm had needed a pet massage therapist for his elderly cat, and they'd given him Felix's contact info. "Right. So they were talking about Greg's family or something, and it came up that Greg's mother is psychic." Steve sat up in excitement, but Felix pointed a finger at him. He pressed his lips together and slumped in his seat. I rolled my eyes. I've run across other so-called psychics before, Felix. They're all fakes. Most of them were bilking money out of grieving people online by claiming they could get in touch with loved ones who'd passed away. He gave me a quelling look. Can I please finish before you dismiss what I'm saying? I hunched down. Shit. I'm sorry. I'm an ass. He whacked my arm with the back of his hand. I know, but rein it in for a few more minutes, okay? Yeah, sorry. Go on. Friends like Felix and Steve, who called me on my bullshit but accepted that it was part of me, were hard to come by. Felix eyed me to make sure I could be trusted to behave before he continued. So according to Greg and Craig, Greg's mom has visions at night when she sleeps. She predicted that Greg would meet Craig and they'd become friends. Okay, and? And? What do you mean, and? It sounds exactly like what you do. I got her phone number from Greg for you. Oh, hell no. You want me to call some random woman and tell her what? That I have visions like she claims to? Felix threw up his hands. I was trying to help you meet someone who might be like you. Wouldn't it be nice to have somebody to talk about psychic things with? I sighed and closed my eyes so I wouldn't roll them at Felix again. Yes, you're right. I would really appreciate knowing someone else who has the same ability. Thank you for thinking of me. But it's more likely this woman tells her family after the fact that she knew things would happen so she can make herself look important. So prove it, Steve suggested. I opened my eyes. What? He shrugged. Prove she's faking it. Call her and hear her out. What have you got to lose except a few minutes of your time? Felix smiled at Steve. Exactly. He whipped out his phone. I tried to come up with a reasonable excuse not to call Felix's boyfriend's friend's mother, but my phone chimed with Felix's text before I could think of one. Reluctantly, I pulled my phone out of my pocket. Wait, does she even know who I am? My hopes were dashed when Felix said, Not your name, no, but Greg confirmed this morning that his mom is expecting your call. Damn it. I opened the message. Delphia Shaw. I wasn't familiar with her area code. Grimacing, I added her to my contacts. I'll text her to see if she's available. Maybe she'd be busy, or she'd be one of those boomers who didn't text. Me. Hi, my name's Cal. A friend of mine knows your son Greg and told me we have something in common. Let me know when you have time to talk. There. Done. Felix said, I should probably warn you I've met her a couple of times and she's a lot. I narrowed my eyes at him. Define a lot. My phone rang. It was her. Fuck. I'll get more beers. You talk to the psychic woman. Steve jumped up before I could respond. Glaring at Felix, I answered. Hello? Hi, Cal. This is Delphia Shaw. I'm so glad you contacted me. She seemed nice, at least. So far. Yeah, so do you mind telling me about your visions? Of course, sweetie. I'm sure you're wondering if I'm some con artist who's going to ask you for money or something. Oh, it's only natural. You probably only called me because your friends would keep after you if you didn't. Anyway, let's see. I'll start at the beginning since my talent evolved over time. You may not have gained all the bells and whistles yet. Evolved? I nodded thanks at Steve when he set a beer down in front of me. Felix watched me avidly from the other end of the couch, his fists pressed against his mouth. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I started having visions at night when I was around 14 years old. To start with, they weren't anything big, just fender benders or other things that happened to people I knew. Luckily, I wasn't the only one with talent, so my parents didn't panic. That's nice. I had not had the same experience. When I got older, I started having visions about people I'd never met before, which was weird at first. Not sure if it's the same for you, but if I don't know the person, they kind of look unmolded, like I'm seeing a placeholder or a mannequin instead of their real faces. I clenched my fingers around the phone as sweat prickled under my arms. Let's see. When I was in my 20s, I started being able to see people's second selves. Like if I run into someone and they have a profession they strongly identify with, like a dancer, then I see sort of a shadow of the dancer overlaid on top of their physical self. Holy fuck. I won't scare you with what happened when I was pregnant. All those hormones, you would not believe. You won't have to worry about that, she laughed. Oh, wow. But as I got older, my visions had a wider geographical radius, and I learned how to trigger one when I was awake. There's lots more, too, but I don't want to overwhelm you. Did any of that ring a bell for you, sweetie? You don't have to tell me either way, but if we have similar skills, I might be able to help you fine-tune your abilities. Should I tell her? After how my mother had reacted, I'd kept my visions to myself as much as possible. But it sure sounded like her abilities were the same as mine. I glanced at Felix and Steve. They nodded encouragingly at me. Fuck it. Yeah, what you're describing is pretty much how my abilities work. Delphia squealed, and I yanked the phone away from my ear. This is so exciting! She asked me about how old I'd been when my vision started and how old I was now. Then she said, And your family? Do you have any other family members with similar talents? I made a face. I should have expected this question. No, it was just me and my mom, and she definitely doesn't have any psychic talents. No worries. Sometimes it randomly appears in families. How did your mother react when you started having the visions? I couldn't stop a bark of laughter. She, didn't react well, so after a while I told her I'd stopped having visions. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Steve roll his eyes and exaggeratedly mouth, didn't react well. Oh, you poor dear. Well, you won't get that sort of response from me or mine. If you need a support system, you've got one. That was pushing things way too fast for me. I didn't know this woman. I appreciate it, really, but I've got two good friends I can talk to. Delphia made a cooing noise. How wonderful, dear. Sometimes the family we make is more necessary than the family we're born with. Oh, yeah, I agree. I shifted in my seat. Delphia, it's been great talking to you, but I think I need to take a few days to absorb all this. Of course, dear. You have my number, and you can call or text me anytime. Thanks. I'm glad we spoke, and I'm sure I'll talk to you soon. We hung up. I grabbed my beer and flopped back on the couch cushions. Is it midnight yet? That call felt like forever. Steve snorted. It was like 12 minutes. Felix said, You were talking like she was legit. I took a large swallow of beer and said, Yeah, I think she is. But you didn't want to talk to her anymore? I looked over at him. I do. I will. But I was getting a little freaked out, and I need to process everything. Steve nodded sympathetically. It must be weird finally knowing there's someone else out there who can do what you do. I shook my head. It's more... She said she can help me improve my abilities. I took a deep breath. But do I really want to improve them? On the Texas Adventurers Discord server, Thursday, March 23rd. Delphia, leader, twist, March 23rd at 8:31 p.m. Everyone, I spoke to the potential Cassandra. He's so sweet, but we're still waiting for in-person confirmation of his magic before bringing him into the campaign. At Lloyd Twist, thank you for volunteering. I'm glad you were already in Bent Oak. The two people who PM'd me that they were nesting, I messaged you with the Cassandra's character sheet. At Greg DM Central Texas, I also sent it to you. It can't hurt to go meet him, even if you're still pretending you're not nesting. Remember, y'all, anonymous approach only at this time. Greg DM Central Texas, March 23rd at 8:35 p.m. Fuck, Mom, shouldn't we let the guy get introduced to all the craziness first before parading potential love interests in front of him? And wait, did he give you permission to send his info to people he doesn't know? Mom, this character sheet looks like you did a background check on the guy. What the fuck? He can't have agreed to this. Delphia, leader, twist, March 23rd at 8:37 p.m. It's been decades since we found a new Cassandra. Meeting the person he resonates with will lock him down. Plus, he'll have someone to lean on and talk to when his entire worldview gets blown up. Daniel was kind enough to put the character sheet together for me. It's just the basics since I only had Cal's phone number to start with. It's not like Daniel did a full FBI investigation and talked to Cal's friends and employers or anything. Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 23rd at 8:40 p.m. Holy fuck. We'll be lucky if this guy doesn't sue us. I'm going on record as being against this plan. I absolutely will not go shove myself in his face before he even knows what's what. Any wonder out there who was around the last time we found a Cassandra in the wild? How did they get introduced to the campaign? Hawthorne, twist, March 23rd at 8:49 p.m. Sorry to break this to you, Greg, but this is pretty much the way it went down in the 60s. But once one Cassandra was found, another 4 ended up surfacing within the same year. They've all been homegrown since, so in my opinion, it wasn't a coincidence, finding them all at the same time. We should expect to see more soon. Delphia, leader, twist, March 23rd at 8:52 p.m. I agree, especially with multiple people nesting right now. Thanks for the reminder. Chapter 4. Cal. The next morning I woke up in a great mood. I hadn't had a scary vision, it was Friday, and Steve and I had a plan for our separation from Rogues Gallery. The anticipation of figuring out what our new product would be and how to design it was enough to drown out my low-key worry about whether I wanted to let Delphia help me level up my psychic abilities or not. Deciding to treat myself to a bear claw, I blasted Even the Nights Are Better on my phone as I drove to pour some sugar on me. The radio in my 1999 Ford F-250 pickup hadn't worked in over a decade, but since I had music on my phone, it didn't bother me. Every so often, Steve and Felix tried to get me to buy a new truck, but the thought of spending that much money when I didn't need to made me jittery. No, this truck might have stained upholstery, its paint job might be lumpy from my rust spot repairs, and it might spend several days a year in the shop, but it was paid for. I parked at the bakery and turned off my music. Getting out of the truck, I locked it and tucked my phone in my pocket with the keys. I walked up to the door of the bakery at exactly the same time as another man coming from the opposite direction. I turned, already extending my hand in a gesture for him to go first, but he was closer than I expected. He was gorgeous, almost as tall as me but slender, with dark reddish hair and beard scruff. His eyes were a tawny brown, almost golden, and when he gazed at me, I'd swear those eyes stabbed into mine, freezing me on the spot. He reached out and gently took my outstretched hand in his. I'm Simon. He stared into my eyes for another moment, then looked away, shaking his head regretfully. You're meant for another, he said as he released my hand. He spun on his heel, his jacket billowing out slightly, and walked swiftly back to the parking lot. I stared after him until the coffee shop door opened as a customer exited. How long had I been standing here? That guy had acted strangely. Had it been some kind of prank? I scanned the parking lot, but I didn't see any of my high school bullies filming me from the bushes as one of them pretended to secretly want to date me. Though what would be the point of the hand-holding if it wasn't a prank? I examined my palm and the back of my hand. I couldn't see anything, but thinking about high school bullies gave me an overwhelming urge to wash my hands. I rushed into the coffee shop, bypassing the line of people waiting to order and heading for the restrooms. The smell of coffee and cinnamon made my stomach growl. I definitely needed a bear claw today. I went inside one of the unisex bathrooms, locked the door behind me, and paused. I didn't have to use the restroom. Why had I come in here? Oh, right, I wanted to wash my hands because they felt dirty. I'd touched something. I had alcohol wipes in my car, so it must have happened between the car and the bakery. I shook my head. I probably needed a few days off work. All the stress of leaving Rogue's Gallery, my visions, and figuring out what Steve and my new company might do was getting to me. I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. At least I hadn't let my mind wander that badly while I'd been driving. I rolled up the sleeves of the blue button-down I'd thrown over my black everything is under CTRL t-shirt and scrubbed my hands and wrists with soap for the CDC recommended 20 seconds. I smiled to myself, remembering Steve's mom prodding me to wash my hands before eating. I was still enjoying my upbeat mood as I left the restroom. A caffeine and sugar boost would make my day even brighter. I got in line and enjoyed the wonderful smells in the coffee shop until it was my turn to order my mocha latte and bear claw. After I paid, I moved down to the end of the counter to wait. I leaned against the support beam and idly gazed at the customers who were still in line or ordering. My eyes bugged out a little when I saw Butch, my high school bully. Was he still living in Bent Oak? I scoffed. Of course he was. His parents were rich. No way would he leave their sphere of influence. Something about Butch was striking a chord in the back of my brain. Had I been thinking about him recently? Shit, my mind really was turning to mush. I needed to take some days off, and soon. My gaze landed on the guy who'd been a couple people behind me in line, and I froze. He was much bigger than me, maybe as tall as 6'6" or so. He was broad in the shoulders and the belly, kind of like I was, but more muscular. He had black hair and a bushy beard, and he grinned at the barista as he thanked her. But none of that was what had me gasping for air. No. I could see the guy's alter ego, what Delphia had called his second self, and it was a bear. A real bear. It was taller than the guy by at least another foot, covered in fur and with claws on its enormous paws. Its head turned from side to side, nose twitching as if it was seeking the source of a smell. When I'd seen the puppy and kitty play people, they hadn't thought of their alternate identities as real animals. I could clearly see their masks and hoods, as well as their hand coverings and tails. Plus, those second selves had appeared as sort of holograms that didn't move. This bear moved, and it was a lot more solid-looking than the alter egos of the drag queens or the puppy play people. "Cal!" Someone shouted from my right. I jumped and made a shrieking noise. The barista cocked her head at me. "Sorry," she said, sliding my coffee cup across the counter. "Here's your bear claw." She pushed a white paper bag toward me. "Bear," I said, staring at her blankly. I jerked my head around again and stared up at the bear, which was now staring back, its bright eyes wide as they met mine. "Bear," I repeated. "Holy shit." Hi? I snapped my eyes down from the extremely tall bear to the just really tall human-looking guy who was the bear's other self. First self? Who the fuck knew? I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. "Oh, fuck, yeah, Cal, it is you." A hand grabbed my shoulder and yanked me around. I blinked. "Butch." I shook my head. I didn't have time for him. I turned back to the bear guy. Butch grabbed me again. "I'm talking to you, cow." I shrugged him off impatiently. "Not now." Bear guy squinted at Butch. "This guy bothering you?" "Taylor," the barista shouted. Bear guy stuffed a couple of dollars in the tip jar and took his extra-large to-go cup from her. "Ooh, is this your type, cow? I bet you like the bigger one so you can be their little bitch." I ignored him. I had bigger things to be concerned about, like the fucking bear man right in front of me. The bear, Taylor apparently, grabbed my cup off the counter, glanced at the name on it, and handed it to me. Then he passed me the white bag with my pastry in it. I took them both without thinking, still unable to look away from the guy and his bear self. He said to Butch, "You're mispronouncing his name. It's Cal, and I don't like your tone." He stepped forward, getting between me and Butch. I turned so I could continue to stare at the bear. "Brentley the Fourth?" shouted the barista. This distracted me enough that I glanced over at her. She had a slightly bemused expression on her face. Butch's hand reached out from the other side of Taylor, and he grabbed the cup. I snorted. I'd forgotten Butch had such a pretentious real name. Cup in hand, he edged around Taylor, who spun to keep himself between Butch and me. "See you around, cow," he sang out before speeding through the exit doors. "What an ass," Taylor said. "You're telling me." I slammed my mouth shut. What the hell was I supposed to say to the bear guy? He clapped a gigantic hand on my shoulder. "I've got to get to work, but I'll be seeing you around, Cal." He paused, then said, "I hope you pick my DM. He's the best." "DM?" I asked faintly as Taylor moved past me to walk out of the coffee shop. He didn't look back. The bear man played Dungeons and Dragons? I tried to imagine a guy who could turn into a bear sitting down to play a game where he pretended to be yet another character. Holy shit, Taylor could turn into a bear. In a daze, I left the coffee shop and walked to my truck. I didn't remember the drive to work, but somehow I made it. Steve had arranged a meeting with legal, and I managed to pull my head out of my ass, shove all thoughts of bear people to the back of my brain, and focus. Arranging to leave Rogue's Gallery was the priority today. I didn't let myself dwell on Taylor again until I was on my way home from work. Normally, I was meticulous about keeping my truck clean, but I'd been so distracted this morning I'd left my coffee cup and bakery bag, empty, of course. I hadn't been that out of it, inside. Because Taylor was a fucking bear man. Bear? Like a werewolf? Werewolves must be real too, right? What about were-squirrels and were-fish? But wait, did he change into his bear, or was the bear like an animal mentor or sacred animal? Taylor could be of indigenous descent. Oddly, the thought of the bear being an ethereal being was more reassuring than imagining Taylor running through the woods all furry. Did Delphia Shaw know about bear people? She'd said she could see people's second selves, so she must have seen a bear person, right? I shook my head as I parked in front of my apartment building. Maybe the whole encounter had been a dream. No, the coffee and the bear claw, which I would never be able to order again, had been real. Butch, nightmarish though he was, had been real. Taylor and his bear self had been real. Fuck. I spent my evening unable to concentrate, Googling bear people, or bear shifters as they were called in romance novels, and going back and forth on whether to ask Delphia Shaw exactly what kind of second selves she'd seen. Around 11 p.m., I gave up. I'd do more research over the weekend. The bear people weren't going anywhere. Knowing I'd have a hard time dropping off to sleep, I dug out the bottle of tequila Steve had brought over a few years ago and poured myself a couple of shots before going to bed. That'd relax me. I just hoped I wouldn't have a vision about bears. Email to Calvin Stedham from Penelope Ramirez, Friday, March 24th. Letting you know just in case. Hi, Cal. I wish I could say it's good to hear from you, but anyway, thank you for letting me know about your vision. I was able to borrow an IT resource, and based on the mailboxes and road you described, they identified the area as part of Ranch to Market Road 2241 northeast of Llano. I sent a highway patrol officer to look, and they did find a duffel bag as you described. They didn't find evidence of any person or foul play on either side of the highway, but it rained last night and this morning. The crime scene techs are reviewing the contents of the duffel bag, and hopefully they'll be able to determine who it belongs to. Thank you for contacting me, and don't hesitate to reach out in the future. I hope you're doing well. Warm regards, Penelope Ramirez, Ranger, Texas Rangers. Chapter 5. Greg. It's too bad you don't live closer to Ben Oak, I told John, one of the wonders I was connected to. I would have just had you come work at the pet resort. I know what a dedicated employee you are. I'd give a lot to have someone as reliable as John on our payroll. He sighed. That would have been nice, but I'm excited to learn to be an administrative assistant. I don't know anything about construction management, but it's probably a better career path in the garden store anyway. He paused. You really think he'll be okay with me leaving my desk and going outside every couple of hours? I've never had a completely indoor job before. Like I said, Ruben is a wonder too, so you can be upfront with him about your needs. He'll treat it like a medical accommodation for a human employee. I idly straightened my laptop so its sides were parallel with the edges of the desk. "Thank you so much, Greg. I didn't know what I was going to do when the garden store closed down. This is what I'm here for. Keep me posted on how you like the job, okay?" "Will do. Thanks again, Greg." After hanging up with John, I worked on the pet resort's financial reports for the previous month. I enjoyed dealing with the numbers side of the business. Spreadsheets were so structured and informative. Craig was in the lobby covering the front desk team's lunch breaks, so our office was quiet. I'd made good progress when my cell phone rang. I hoped it wasn't Lloyd. He was supposed to be taking Sylvia on a lunch date. He texted me 4 times this morning trying to decide what to wear and where to take her. Thankfully, it was someone else. "Taylor, how are you? It's been a while since we've spoken." Taylor's parents had settled in the Austin area over 30 years ago, way before I'd taken over the district. They all had stable jobs and owned their homes, so I rarely interacted with the family outside the quarterly socials I held. "Hello, sir. How's it going?" I sighed. "Taylor, I've told you not to call me sir. It's weird. I'm not your boss, and I'm not even older than you." "You're the DM," he said stubbornly. "That deserves respect. You're our sheriff/social worker/guidance counselor. But it'd be weird to call you sheriff, and district monitor doesn't roll off the tongue. So you get to be called sir." "Sir?" I blew out a breath and decided it wasn't worth the argument. "What can I help you with today, Taylor?" I saw on Discord about the new Cassandra." "Yes?" "And Delphia said his name was Cal, right?" Taylor didn't sound like he was really asking. "Right." "Yeah, I ran into him this morning." I stood up, my desk chair sailing toward the wall behind me. "What?" "I was at Pour Some Sugar on Me, you know, the coffee shop and bakery over on Oakworth." I made a grunt of acknowledgement. It was strange. My bear was looking around, kind of sniffing, which is weird for him. He usually just naps unless we're outdoors. Anyway, he was real interested in this guy ahead of me in line, but I couldn't get a good look at him until after he ordered. He went over to wait for his drink, and when he turned around, I could tell he saw my bear. Holy shit. My mother saw people's second selves, but she'd told me when she'd spoken to Cal last night he'd only talked about his visions. Good for him for holding something back. He was either suspicious or smart or both. "Ha! That's exactly what Cal said, sir. My bear really liked him, by the way, but based on Cal's reaction, I'm pretty sure I was the first wonder he'd ever seen in person." Ah, crap. I ran my fingers through my hair and gripped it. Yeah, I felt kind of bad for him. But he didn't scream or pass out, so that's something. Oh, and I had to run off this douchebag who seemed to know Cal from when they were kids or whatever. Kept calling him an insulting nickname and tried to gay shame him. What? Rage filled me and I tensed. I half crouched to lower my center of gravity, jerking my free hand out of my hair and making a fist in front of my chest like I was getting ready to punch someone. "Who was he?" I bit out. Taylor chuckled. "I guess your mom's right about you nesting, sir. But don't worry, Cal wasn't paying any attention to the guy and I scared him off. He had some bougie name and had made the barista write the 4th after it on his cup." I stalked around my desk and paced between Craig's desk and mine. I forced my fingers to unclench. My breath was coming in huge puffs. I wasn't quite in combat mode, but it was close. "Sir, I tell you what," Taylor said with a suspiciously indulgent tone in his voice. "How about I go by Pour Some Sugar on Me every morning for the next week to see if either of them shows up? Will that help?" It did, in fact, help. My heart rate slowed and my muscles relaxed. "I'd appreciate it, Taylor. Thank you." I could also warn Alice and Shane, since they were coming to town this weekend, to see if they resonated with Cal. "You should meet him. He has my bear stamp of approval. We'd all like to see you with someone settled down and happy." "I'm not nesting, but thanks." Well, just in case, I put in a good word about you with Cal, so hopefully he'll pick you anyway." I clapped my palm to my forehead. Fuck my life. After messaging Ellis and Shane to be on the lookout for Cal's harasser, I texted Lloyd to call me when he'd finished his lunch with Sylvia. Since he was already in town, Mom had asked him to track Cal down and see what his wonder senses could tell him regarding Cal's magic. But Taylor had already done that, and seeing another wonder might freak Cal out even more. While I was stressing over the reactions of a man I'd never met, Craig walked into the office. "Come on," he said. "All of today's arrivals are here, and Kat and Melanie have everything under control." "Where are we going?" He flashed me a grin. "To look at a house for you." I groaned. "Craig." He tugged on my arm. "It's just the one, and it's right down the street from Foster's and my place. You owe it to me to look at it. And when we're done, we can have drinks at my house while we wait for Lloyd to leave Sylvia's." I shuddered. "I do not want to know how long he stays over there, thank you very much." But I let Craig pull me to my feet and drag me out of the office. The house needed a lot of work. Like, a lot. It had been foreclosed on and sitting empty for a couple of years. From the outside, I could see the roof was missing some shingles, the ugly green paint was faded, and a couple of the shutters had fallen off. Just looking at it made me itch to start repairs. "I don't know if I'm ready for a fixer-upper," I said as we walked up the cracked and stained driveway. We parked at Craig's, which meant we'd had to walk past Lloyd's car sitting in front of Sylvia's house. "Don't think about it." "Give it a chance," he chided. "We're here, so we might as well look." I frowned doubtfully at the weed-filled lawn. I didn't have OCD, but I did have significant issues with needing my personal spaces to be peaceful, which to me meant neat and tidy. I wouldn't be able to move in somewhere like this until it had been practically torn down and rebuilt. A bright red BMW sedan pulled up to the curb. "This'll be the realtor." She was tall and blonde, and she eyeballed us like a greyhound getting ready to chase a rabbit. "Which one of you is Greg?" "Fuck you, Craig," I muttered under my breath. That's me." "Great, I'm Barbara. Let's look at this house." The inside was slightly more promising than the outside, even if the mismatched colors and caked-on dust made all the muscles in my neck go tense. But as long as I squinted past the dreadful flowered wallpaper in the kitchen and the orange-brown carpet in the living room, I could tell it would be livable. The rooms were good-sized, and big windows overlooked the fenced and even more weed-filled backyard. A sudden longing hit me. I'd put off having pets of my own, even cats. I'd told myself I'd have pets when I moved into a house. It was easy to imagine a dog running through this backyard once the weeds had been removed and new grass put down, of course. The main bedroom was on the ground floor, and upstairs there were 2 average-sized guest bedrooms. All 3 of those could be easily fixed up with some paint and new flooring. The main bedroom's bath and the guest bathroom on the second floor would need remodeling. The rest of the upper floor, covering half the house, was the only thing that had been updated in the last few decades. It was one huge, open room with beautiful hardwood floors. The interior wall sported 3 doors, which I assumed were closets. The outer walls were lined with windows. What was this, a ballroom or something? Barbara shrugged. "The listing says it's a game room, but you could do whatever you wanted with it." "Ooh," Craig said, slowly spinning around to take in the room. "If you added a wet bar in the corner, this would be a fantastic space to host game nights in." I scoffed. "We could have game nights for 30 people in here." Craig nodded. "Half the space could have tables for board games, and you'd still have room for a seating area and a big TV for gaming consoles." I glanced at Barbara. "This is a lot of house for one person, and it needs a ton of work." She turned her lips up in a slightly shark-like smile. "There's one more room we haven't seen yet." She referred to her phone, then walked over to one of the closet doors. But it wasn't a closet. It was another staircase. The attic had been converted to a large finished room with the same hardwood as the game room below. "You could make this an office or a bedroom or even a crafting room," Barbara said. There were only 2 tiny windows up here. I was relieved to see an air vent, though. This room would get hot in the summer otherwise. But if I worked from home, which I didn't, this would make a really nice office. I didn't need a home office. I didn't need a giant game room. I didn't need a house this large. I didn't need the stress and cost of the renovations this place would need. I wasn't nesting. But when Barbara told me the bank was looking to sell quickly and the asking price was well within my budget, even factoring in the remodeling, I found myself signing the paperwork to make an offer right then and there. On Discord direct messages, Friday, March 24th. Reuben, Central Texas, March 24th at 7:42 p.m. Hey, thanks for referring John to me. I think he's got the skills we need, and you know I always like to employ fellow wonders. Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 24th at 7:46 p.m. I'd hire him in a heartbeat, so I'm glad you had an open position with an easy commute for him. By the way, I put an offer in on a house. It needs a lot of work, so I hope you have room in your schedule. Reuben, Central Texas, March 24th at 7:48 p.m. Wow, congratulations. I saw where your mom kept saying you were nesting. Good for you. I hope your person comes into your life soon. Just let me know when you close, and I'll come over and take a look at it. I know a good inspector if you need one. Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 24th at 7:49 p.m. Thanks, I'd appreciate the inspector's contact info, but I'm not nesting. I'm tired of living in a noisy apartment building. Reuben, Central Texas, March 24th at 7:53 p.m. Okay, nothing wrong with that. Hey, heads up, you remember my daughter Carla? She's dating an NPC. I haven't met him yet, but she's starting to talk about them moving in together. GIF of Michael Scott rubbing his forehead. Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 24th at 7:55 p.m. Reminder she can't tell him about the campaign until I meet him and do a background check. Reuben, Central Texas, March 24th at 7:56 p.m. Understood. I need to meet this guy first anyway. I wish Jen was still alive. She knew how to handle all this. Carla won't react well if I interrogate the guy the way I want to. Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 24th at 7:56 p.m. Leave the interrogating to me. It's my job, after all. GIF of Batman cracking his knuckles. Reuben, Central Texas, March 24th at 7:59 p.m. GIF of Mr. Burns tapping his fingertips together and saying, "Excellent." Chapter 6. Cal. Frankenfurter's farts, Steve shouted. His fingers moved furiously on the controller as he tried to fight off whatever enemy was on the giant TV screen in front of us. He threw a wicked grin at me before whipping his head back to the screen. Dude, this shape-shifting weapon thing is hilarious. Did you see me take that guy out with a toilet seat? On his other side, Felix groaned, dropping his controller and throwing his hands in the air. Dang it, the one with the mace got me. I'll make sure she regrets it, Steve vowed. He manipulated his controller with renewed determination. We were sitting on a huge brown leather sectional sofa. It was 4 recliners across facing the TV, then it cornered on each end into another seat. The room we were in was enormous, with big windows on 3 sides. Steve glanced over at me again. What are you doing? I need help over here. I didn't respond because I was still looking around. He paused the game, his forehead scrunched up. What's the matter? Are you okay? Felix leaned over to peer around Steve. Sorry, I said, but I think I'm having a vision. A hand landed on my shoulder, and I twisted around. A man, I was pretty sure, though his face was blank where his features should have been, stood behind my recliner. He squeezed the side of my neck and leaned over to kiss my cheek. His lips were soft against my skin. I'll be back in a couple of hours, he said. He glanced up at the TV, then he put his lips next to my ear. How about we get in the hot tub when I get home? I sat up in bed with a gasp. 4:47 a.m. Fuck. I put my fingers to my cheek. Had it been a vision? It had felt like a vision, one of those innocuous visions I used to have all the time. Except I'd never had a vision about myself before. And some guy was kissing me? Or would be kissing me in the future? My cheek seemed to burn where his lips had touched. First a bear man and now a vision where I had, what, a boyfriend? Shit was happening way too fast. I rubbed my face before throwing back the covers and getting out of bed. Might as well kill time at the gym. It was Saturday, and also the day Rogues Gallery employees volunteered to clean up trash and cut back overgrown shrubbery along the trails in one of the parks in Ben Oak. It wasn't a required activity, but we usually had 15 or 20 people show up if the weather was decent like it was today. I backed my truck into the parking space closest to the trail map. People would throw the bags they'd filled with trash into the bed of my truck, and I'd take them to the dump outside of town. I didn't mind getting my truck dirty for such a good cause. I was just getting out of the truck when Steve trotted up. "Hey, I've got the cooler set up in the shade over by the picnic tables." "Great, let me know if we run out of ice and I can stop on the way back from one of the dump runs." I followed Steve over to the picnic area. I'd helped gather trash for the first part of the morning, but then I usually ended up being busy ferrying bags to the dump. Steve would order lunch delivered for everyone as a thank you when we were done. Not many people had shown up yet. Leaving Steve to dole out tasks as the others arrived, I grabbed a couple of trash bags, some gloves, and a trash picker stick. Then I headed down the first trail. The air was cooler under the trees. Birds chirped, and there weren't many mosquitoes. I wasn't finding too much trash, just enough to reinforce my opinion of humankind. I ambled along and let my mind drift, though I nudged it away from anything vision-related. I'd almost filled my second bag when I heard voices up ahead. The first voice, a woman's, was loud and kind of raspy. She said, "I heard that wolf shifter Lloyd connected with someone, an NPC, if you can believe it." "No," gasped another woman. "I never thought he'd settled down. Has he told him or her yet?" Her voice was higher-pitched but also harsh, like she'd been yelling recently. "I don't think so." "Oh, look, Arlene, that guy's picking up trash. How nice." I peered around, but no one was on the path, and I couldn't see anyone among the trees. "I think there's a group doing cleanup today," the second voice said. I heard her so clearly, I instinctively looked right at her. In the tree, sitting on a branch. There were two of them, big black birds, crows maybe. I wasn't an expert, but this time the second selves overlaid across their figures were humans. Women. Holy shit. How many of these shifter people were there? "Hi, cutie," the one on the right said. She'd been the first one I'd heard speaking. "Thanks for cleaning up the park." The other bird woman laughed but said, "Yes, thank you." Steve's mom had always told me if I didn't know what to say, I should just be polite. "You're welcome, ladies. Hope you're having a good morning." They were silent, staring at me in shock with both their bird and human eyes, which was a little disconcerting. The one on the left recovered first. She cocked her head to the side. "You can understand us?" I nodded. "My name is Cal." The one on the right said, "Cal, you're the Cassandra." It was my turn to cock my head. The what?" "The baby seer. It's a nickname for people with magic who are born to NPC families." The bird woman on the left leaned over and full-on pecked her friend in the neck. "Shh, the DM should be the one telling him this." The one on the right batted her away with a wing. "He's obviously met shifters before. He's not an NPC." The other one seemed like she was about to respond, but I held up a hand. "Wait a minute, are you saying NPC like non-player character? And who's the DM?" They looked at each other and shuffled their feet on the branch nervously. The one on the left said, We need to get going. Nice to meet you." She leaped into the air and flew off, her friend right on her tail. I stared after them for several minutes. Then I dropped my bags of trash to the ground and leaned against the nearest tree. Somehow I managed to successfully get back to the truck, make several round trips to the dump, and interact with my coworkers. Steve threw me a couple of concerned looks, but he was the only one who seemed to notice I wasn't myself. Normally, after a day of hauling trash, I stopped at the car wash on the way home. Today, I couldn't be bothered. Sure, the bed of the truck was littered with pieces of trash that had fallen out of the bags, but given how old the truck was and the poorly repaired and repainted rust spots all over the body, what difference did those bits of paper and plastic really make? I got home and took the hottest shower I could stand. Then I threw on some sweats and a t-shirt that said, "English is important, but math is importanter." I went into the second bedroom, which I used as an office. My desk was a U-shape I'd made out of 3 rectangular folding tables. I had 4 monitors attached to a docking station for my laptop. The back wall of the room was covered in large whiteboards. I sat down, and the first thing I did was text Steve and Felix to meet me for brunch tomorrow. I needed to talk this out with someone, and those two could keep secrets. I woke up my laptop. I'd briefly considered using the whiteboards for this, but somehow it felt too exposed. I opened a new spreadsheet and started a list of what I knew so far. Animal shifters were real. I was considered a seer. A Cassandra was a baby seer who was born to an NPC family. There was a DM somewhere, so the DM was running this, whatever it was, as a game. I wasn't an NPC, but could I opt out of being a player? Delphia Shaw had to be involved in the game because how else would the shifters know about me? Delphia is the mother of Malcolm's friend Greg. I tapped my cursor over Greg's name. I might be able to get some answers out of Delphia, but I'd Googled her, and she lived over an hour away from Ben Oak. I'd go there if I had to, but it'd be easier to start with Greg. I nodded to myself. I'd call the pet resort tomorrow and see when Greg would be working next. Then, I'd ambush him. On Discord direct messages, Saturday, March 25th. Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, March 25 at 9:17 p.m. Today was a waste. We got to Cal's apartment building at 8 a.m., but he was already gone. We checked back every so often. He got home between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m., but he hasn't left since. We're going back at 4 a.m., so we won't miss him when he leaves. Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 25th at 9:19 p.m. Ouch, that sucks. What will you do if he doesn't leave his apartment tomorrow? Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, March 25th at 9:22 p.m. Pull the fire alarm. Just kidding. I don't want to knock on his door and make him feel threatened, though. Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, March 25th at 9:25 p.m. We'll play it by ear, I guess. Greg, has your mom talked to Cal since he ran into the bear shifter? Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 25th at 9:28 p.m. No. She said she wanted to wait to see if either of you resonated with him first. Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, March 25th at 9:33 p.m. Ha! If we don't resonate with him, I bet she's planning to make you have the big reveal conversation with him. You won't be able to escape meeting him in person. Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 25th at 9:34 p.m. GIF of Stan from South Park saying, "Ah, crap." Chapter 7. Cal. Steve had plans with his husband for later in the morning, so my proposed Sunday brunch had turned into a 9 a.m. breakfast. Babe by Sticks kept me company as I made the short trip to the diner. I was hoping it would calm my scattered thoughts, but even Dennis DeYoung's satiny tones couldn't achieve that feat. I found a decent parking spot on one side of the diner between 2 sedans. Felix had requested we eat here because he loved their chilaquiles, which he always ordered with a side of French toast. I'd be lucky if I could eat plain toast today. I shut the truck off and picked up my phone from beside me on the bench seat. I wrinkled my nose at the coffee cup and bakery bag still on the passenger side floor. Not to mention the trash debris from the park cleanup was still in the truck bed. The car wash was a must after breakfast. I was early and the parking lot didn't look very full, so maybe I could grab us a table. I got out and locked the truck, but before I could head for the diner, an SUV pulled up behind me. A thin man with short dark hair jumped out of the passenger side. "Cal," he said. "Wait!" He held up a hand as if to get me to stop. I stepped back against the truck. The driver of the SUV got out as well and started to jog around the car next to mine. He was stockier, with glasses and a mane of frizzy coils framing a broad, grinning face. The first man came toward me, hand outstretched, walking along the narrow gap between my truck and the sedan parked beside it. He said, "We just need to talk to you for a minute. That's all, I promise." I tracked the other man, who was obviously planning to cut me off on the sidewalk at the front of my truck. Whatever this was, I didn't want any part of it. I lunged toward the sidewalk, trying to get out of the gap between the cars before the second guy could box me in. I almost made it, but as I reached the curb, guy number 2 stepped in my path. I wasn't a fighter, but I'd run into my share of bullies during my school years. This asshole was smaller than me, so I barreled into him, slightly off center, which knocked him to the ground. I kept moving, but my tackle of guy number 2 slowed me enough that guy number 1 was able to grab my arm. I spun around, jerking my arm out of his grasp before dancing back to make sure I was out of reach. I had a clear path to the front door of the diner, so I could run for witnesses if I needed them. "Who the fuck are you?" I shouted. Guy number 1 glanced at guy number 2, who was picking himself up off the sidewalk. He said, "I'm Shane, and this is Ellis. We didn't mean to come off like creepers. We only need a minute of your time." Ellis dusted off the seat of his jeans. He nodded. "I'm sorry we scared you. That wasn't our intention." He gestured at the diner. "Can we buy you a cup of coffee?" I scowled at them. "No. What do you want?" Adrenaline was coursing through my body, and I was having a hard time not bouncing on my toes like a boxer waiting to start a fight. Shane and Ellis exchanged another glance, then looked at me, then looked at each other again. I said, "Well, maybe I should go inside the diner." Ellis cleared his throat. "Sorry, we really don't have a manual for this." The hair on the back of my neck stood up. "Is this about the fucking game?" They both stilled. "The game?" Shane asked. "Yes or no?" I snarled. Neither of them had a second self, but apparently it wasn't a requirement to play. Shane rubbed the side of his jaw. We just need to hold your hand for like 15 seconds. I stared at him. Something tickled the back of my mind, but I shook it off. Ellis was nodding. "Why?" I asked them. They glanced at each other again. Ellis shrugged. "To see if we resonate with you." What the ever-loving fuck? "And what will happen if you resonate with me?" Another exchange glance. Shit. Couldn't these guys talk without consulting each other? Shane said slowly, "We would want to connect with you, then ultimately bond permanently, which would enhance both of our abilities." I took a step back. I'd read some of those bear shifter books. And exactly how does this connecting and bonding happen? Shane flushed. Ellis's complexion wasn't as revealing, but he seemed damn uncomfortable. "Right. No way, no how, and whatever this fucking game is, you can count me out. I'm an NPC, or whatever makes me not a player. I do not consent." I point a finger at them. "Tell the DM to leave me the hell alone." I kept glancing over my shoulder to make sure I wasn't followed until I made it around the corner to the front door of the diner. I was sweating, and my hand shook as I grasped the door handle. "Hey, Cal." My brain recognized Felix's voice, but not until after I spun around and raised my fists. "Whoa!" He stopped in his tracks and put his hands up in surrender. "Fuck, sorry," I rubbed my face. I scanned the parking lot. "Let's go inside." I opened the door, the rush of warm air and the smell of syrup and pancakes relaxing me slightly. I felt immeasurably better after the door shut behind us. Shane and Ellis couldn't sneak up on me now. Felix side-eyed me. "You okay?" I made a little choking laugh. "No, not really." Cautiously, he put his hand on my back. "Let's get some carbs in you. Then you can tell me and Steve all about it." A server breezed by and said, "Sit anywhere you like. I'll bring you some menus." Felix pressed his hand against my spine and urged me forward. I'd barely taken a step when the diner's front door opened again. I turned quickly, elbowing Felix to get him behind me. But it was just Steve. "Okay," Felix said, sticking his head around my arm. "We're sitting down, and you're going to tell us what's going on." He shook his head at Steve's confused face, then he grabbed my left bicep, turned me in a half circle, and pushed me toward an open booth in the back. I told them, in a very low voice, everything that had happened since Felix had given me Delphia's phone number, interrupted every so often by the server bringing us food and coffee. I ended by describing how Shane and Ellis had accosted me outside the diner. When I was done, I sipped my water. I did not need caffeine after what had happened outside, and waited for their reactions. Felix had his elbows on the table, his face cupped in his hands, and slowly blinked at me. "Wow." Steve, wide-eyed, laced his fingers on top of his head. "Holy Mjolnir." Both Felix and Steve were longtime readers of science fiction and fantasy, not to mention gay erotica, so they didn't ask me if I had possibly ingested or smoked any hallucinogens. "I don't understand this game," Steve said, dropping his hands to the table. "The shifters have obviously been keeping themselves secret all along, so what's with making a game out of it? And these other guys who aren't shifters, they want you to sleep with them to give them power? Do you think that'll turn them into shifters?" Felix sucked in a breath. "Greg has to know about this, right? Because everything started when you talked to his mom." I nodded. "The bird women knew who I was, and I'm pretty sure the bear shifter did too. Delphia had to have told them." I ran my thumb over my water glass and looked up. "I'm going to call the pet resort to see when Greg is working next. Then I'll confront him." Steve scrunched up his forehead. "Do you think that's safe? What if he tries to grab you like those other guys?" Felix made a whining noise. "I hate worrying about that. I like Greg. He and Malcolm have been friends forever, and he's been nothing but friendly since Malcolm and I started dating." His eyes went wide, and he sat up in his seat. "Oh, crap. Greg is one of Malcolm's groomsmen, and you two are mine." I grimaced. Even more reason for me to hash this out with him now. Felix put his hands on his cheeks again. "How will I keep this from Malcolm? I can't tell him. He had a hard enough time accepting your visions were real, Cal. This would be way too much for him." Steve made a face. "Yeah, I'm not telling Baz any of this either, but he'll know something's up with me." I blew out a breath. "Tell them you're worried because I've been having some disturbing visions. It's the truth. My vision of the man vanishing had happened before I'd talked to Delphia, so I'd forgotten to include it in my story earlier. Quickly, I recounted the awful vision I'd had and how Ranger Ramirez had said they'd found a duffel bag right where I'd told them it would be." Steve shivered. "That's scary. Yeah, I won't have any trouble blaming my distraction on that vision." I grimaced. "Sorry." He waved this away. "We're here for you, whether you're having visions or talking to bird shifters." He glanced at his phone. "Sorry, but I've got to go pick Baz up." He hesitated. "Cal, do you want us to follow you back to your apartment in case those guys are there?" Crap. I hadn't thought of that. "Nah, there are usually other tenants around. I'll be fine." "Okay, but take the day off work tomorrow, okay? Kurt can handle things." He grinned. "It'll be good practice for him." "Okay." I was still rattled from my altercation with Shane and Ellis, so I was hoping I wouldn't have to go confront Greg Shaw until the next day. We stood up. I left some cash for the tip and grabbed the check to take to the checkout counter. "Thanks, guys," I said. "I feel a lot better just having you listen and not tell me I'm imagining it all." They hugged me. Felix said, "You were there for us when we had our crazy times. It's only fair we do the same for you." Steve grinned. "But you owe us big, because your crazy time is exponentially crazier than ours ever were." On Discord direct messages, Sunday, March 26th. Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, March 26th at 9:34 a.m. Shane and I fucked up with Cal. Big time. Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, March 26th at 9:35 a.m. But I think we can safely say Cal doesn't resonate with either of us. So there's that. Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 26th at 9:37 a.m. What happened? Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, March 26th at 9:37 a.m. Can we call you? Chapter 8. Cal. A woman sat on a wooden bench in a park I didn't recognize. A walk-in path wound through dense trees to either side of the clearing where the bench was situated. On the right, a large sign chastised dog owners to pick up after their pets. It was daytime and the sun was bright, but it filtered at an angle through the trees. The woman's face was blank, so I hadn't met her. She was wearing a tank top with a short, flouncy skirt and Doc Martens. A denim jacket was draped over the back of the bench. She opened a blue nylon bag and pulled out a plastic food container. I looked around but didn't see anyone else in the clearing. The trees were too thick to see if we were near a road or parking area. The woman ate some grapes. After a moment, her body stiffened. She jerked her head to her right, then she exploded off the bench, the grapes and nylon bag flying into the air. She ran to her left, off the path and toward the trees. Her speed was astonishing. When she was within a few yards of the trees, her back changed. She had wings, and they flapped furiously, lifting her body off the ground and sending her even faster into the woods. My view of the trees blurred like condensation had formed across a window. The same fog from my previous vision. I strained to see more, but I couldn't. The woman screamed. Then she stopped. I sat up in bed, heart pounding and breathing hard. Blinking to focus, I squinted at the clock. 6:35 a.m. I threw back the covers and ran to the window to peek through the blinds. It was still mostly dark out. Shit. I pulled my phone from its charger and looked at the forecast. Sunny today. Fuck. I had no way of identifying the park the woman had been in. I'd never had a vision occur more than about 50 or 60 miles away from me. But there were a lot of parks in that radius. Okay. What do we know? I opened the Notes app on my phone and made a list. Victim. Female presenting. Hidden wings. Young. Short skirt. Docks. Park. Wood bench. Wide gravel walking path. Blue pick up after your dog sign. Lots of trees. No road visible. And that was it. The only real lead I had to identify the woman was her wings. I considered calling Delphia, but I'd confirmed that Greg Shaw would be at the pet resort today. He'd better be willing to help me. The sun was above the horizon when I pulled out of the Starbucks drive-thru. It was closer than pour some sugar on me, and I needed fortification before meeting Greg Shaw. There wasn't much traffic, but I did have to stop suddenly when an idiot in a Tesla SUV cut me off. My truck was too old to have cup holders, but fortunately my mocha latte had been in my hand instead of tucked between my legs. The resultant coffee dribble down my moist t-shirt was unfortunate, but less important than the winged woman's life. I finished my coffee and, wincing, tossed the cup on the floor of the cab with last week's coffee cup and bakery bag. Why hadn't I noticed those when I was at the dump on Saturday? I'd make time to clean the truck after all this was over. The Bark and Purr Pet Resort was surprisingly busy, but most of the clients were taking their dogs to a fenced-in area for what had to be doggy daycare. Hopefully the lobby wouldn't be too crowded. And if Greg Shaw wasn't at work yet, well, I'd wait. I got out of the truck, throwing my laptop bag over one shoulder. A woman in expensive-looking athleisure walked past me on the sidewalk with a large, fluffy-haired poodle mix? Whatever it was, it seemed excited to go play with its doggy friends. I pulled open the lobby door and entered. Several years ago, I'd had a vision of Felix in this very lobby, but the memory was faint. "Hi, we'll be right with you," called a blond, curly-haired man wearing a Bark and Purr polo and standing behind the long counter. He was probably about 10 years older than me. I knew Greg had a business partner named Craig. Felix went to game nights at Craig's house. This might be him. I kicked myself for not Googling their photos before I came over. But the winged woman was the important thing now. Probably Craig handed a piece of paper, a receipt, I assumed, to the customer across from him. She tucked it into her Chanel purse. Not that I know fashion, but even though the bag was hideous and appeared to be made out of faded denim and bedazzled with a few silver beads, the giant Chanel across the front of it was a big clue. A few feet away, a 20-something girl wearing the same polo as probably Craig spoke to an older man who had a basset hound on a leash. This guy at least was wearing basketball shorts and a Nike t-shirt. His arm was stretched out as the dog pulled on the leash, wagging its tail and straining toward a display of dog toys and treats along one wall. The blond man said, "Okay, if you'll wait over there, someone is bringing Princess up right now." The woman smiled, thanked him, and moved to stand near a door at the far end of the counter. Probably Craig was looking at me now. "Sorry about the wait. What can I help you with today?" I walked closer. "I need to talk to Greg Shaw." His eyebrows went up. "Okay, He looked me up and down, but I got more of a curious vibe than a judgy one. He even grinned a little when he read my t-shirt. "Can I give him your name?" "Cal," I said flatly. His eyes went wide. Craig was in on the fucking game. He glanced around the lobby, then he said, "Come with me." He gestured me through a little half-gate to get behind the counter, and I followed him through a doorway. We made a sharp right, and he opened another door. Walking inside, he said, "Cal's here." A voice squawked, "What?" Craig held the door open for me, and I went past him into the office. An empty chair was in front of a desk covered in a mess of papers and dog toys. The other desk was pristinely neat with only an open laptop dead center. That desk's chair was filled with the most beautiful man I'd ever seen. He was movie star quality gorgeous. Thick, dark brown hair fell in careless yet perfect waves to just below his ears. His eyes were a startlingly light gray, offset by perfectly arched dark eyebrows. His nose was blade straight, as were the edges of his jawline. His body was lean, no extra meat on those bones. His biceps popped out from under the sleeves of his polo, and corded muscles strained in his forearms where they gripped the arms of his chair. He was so attractive, my brain surrounded him with a kind of aura of sparkles, as if instead of a second self, Greg Shaw had glitter. In an instant, I was flooded with a combination of yearning, body shame, and defensiveness. Greg Shaw might be the prettiest man in Texas, but he'd never want someone who looked like me. And I'd learned a long time ago that pretty people couldn't be trusted. They all figured out at a young age how to use their looks to get what they wanted. And Greg Shaw's slightly curled lip as he examined me made it obvious that I was absolutely not what he wanted. No matter. As long as he helped me find the winged woman before it was too late, I didn't care how much of an asshole he was. On the Texas Adventurers Discord server, Sunday, March 26th and Monday, March 27th. Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 26th at 1:34 p.m. Everyone, if you run into Cal, the new Cassandra, do not interact with him. We're not sure what happened, but we need to do some damage control. Also, if you had a conversation with Cal anytime Friday through this morning, please message me privately. You are not in trouble. We just want to understand what he knows and doesn't know before we approach him again. Delphia, leader, Twist, March 27th at 5:49 a.m. Replying to Greg DM Central Texas. Please call me ASAP. Chapter 9. Greg. I wasn't proud of my first reaction to Cal Stedham. I should have been professional, should have stood up to greet him with an apology and a smile, put him at his ease so we could talk. Instead, I gaped at him for, I am not kidding, almost a full minute. And I know this is true because Craig told me later how excruciating it was for him to stand there calling my name as I stared at Cal with my mouth hanging open. He was amazing. And he was appalling. Physically, he was everything I secretly dreamed of in a man. I'd seen his photo already, but it didn't do him justice. His face was stunning. Not conventionally handsome, but riveting. His dark hair and beard, round cheeks and plush lips, those were lovely, but not as enthralling as those brown eyes blazing with magic and innate charisma. He was tall and strong, but soft enough I could tell he'd give hugs to die for. I wanted him to pick me up and hold me so I could revel in the resonance thrumming between us. Except I couldn't ignore the way he was a little too unkempt, like he didn't care how he walked through the world. His overgrown hair, the untrimmed beard, the coffee stain on his t-shirt. And who wears a t-shirt that says moist? His dirty ancient Converse, the ratty backpack with a broken strap hanging down. My chest tightened and I heard roaring in my ears. Memories of a childhood spent neglected, my brother and I left to fend for ourselves, tried to claw their way to the front of my brain. I shoved them back. Just because Cal and I resonated didn't mean I had to bond or even connect with him. Greg! Craig's voice finally penetrated my thoughts and I jerked in my chair. Sorry, I cast around trying to find something that needed my attention urgently. Fuck it. I stood, not looking at Cal again. I need to use the restroom. Cal was standing slightly between me and the door. I edged by, leaning to the side so I wouldn't touch him. It was mostly futile, though, since we were still close enough his magic and mine reached for each other, humming louder in an effort to connect. Fuck. I made it past him and rushed through the office door. Avoiding eye contact with any employees or clients, I race-walked across the lobby and burst through the doors into the daylight. I walked down the sidewalk in front of the building as if I were heading to my car. I thought wistfully of my keys and my phone still sitting in my desk drawer. I'd have to go back in there. I'd have to talk to Cal, tell him about this new world he'd been thrust into without his consent. I hesitated, my step faltering. No, best not to think of Cal and thrusting in the same sentence. I neared an old white pickup. It had to be Cal's. Bark and Purr's clientele skewed toward people who drove fancy European cars. This one was a Ford, and it was easily 20 years old. I could see spots, large and small, all over the exterior where someone had inexpertly removed and painted over rust. I itched to find a professional painter and have it fixed. I glanced around, but no clients were in the parking lot, and the employees in the yard seemed occupied with the dogs. I walked closer and couldn't stop my nose from wrinkling. The bed of the truck was littered with trash. Cal was a fan of fast food and cigarettes. A glance through the passenger window showed more trash on the floorboards along with stained upholstery. My head spun. The roaring sound filled my ears again. I fought to keep the anxiety at bay, but I had to lean over and put my hands on my knees. It'd be okay, I told myself. I didn't have to form a connection with Cal, and I certainly didn't have to bond with him. Obviously, we'd never be truly compatible. I chuckled darkly, thinking of the call with my mother an hour ago. She'd been upset at Ellis and Shane for frightening Cal, but she'd also been gleeful that they hadn't resonated with him. Which meant, to her at least, that he was destined for me. Well, sorry, Mom. Resonation or not, Cal and I would not be connecting. My mental health wouldn't allow it. After 30 seconds or so, I was able to stand upright again. I turned away from the truck and faced the daycare yards. The dogs ran around in the sunshine, barking playfully and chasing each other. I breathed through my nose and exhaled through my mouth. I could do this. I could talk to Cal in a professional manner, and everything would be fine. Gritting my teeth, I walked back into the lobby. I waved calmly and cheerfully at the employees and clients. Then, taking a deep breath, I turned the corner to the office. I hadn't closed the door all the way when I'd left, and Craig was talking. About me. Doesn't have OCD or anything. It's just some coping mechanisms for some shit I'm sure he'll tell you about eventually. But it's nothing major. I mean, look, he lets me be as messy as I want as long as I confine it to the top of my desk. I shoved open the office door, scowling at Craig. He merely smiled sunnily at me from where he leaned with one hip on my desk. Sorry about that, I said to Cal, who was sitting in Craig's desk chair with an irritated expression on his face. I'll go help Marie out front so you can talk, Craig said. He stood and turned to Cal. It was nice to meet you. I hope we see more of you in the future. As he passed me on his way out, I tried to incinerate him with my glare, but he only wiggled his eyebrows and grinned. I sat behind my desk, grateful for the barrier between me and Cal. So, I said, striving for a calm professional tone, I imagined you have some questions. To my surprise, Cal made a slashing motion with his hand. They can wait. I'm here because I had a vision and someone's going to die. I stiffened in my chair, my gaze sharpened, my body ready to go into combat mode. Shit. Okay, what was the vision? His expression was grim. A female-presenting person was sitting on a park bench. She wore a short skirt and Doc Martens. She had a blue lunch sack, but the sun was at an angle, so I don't think it was noon. The bench was next to a curved walking path that went through wooded areas on each side of her. I couldn't see any road or parking lot. The woman looked to her right, then she jumped up and ran in the opposite direction. He gave me a level look. Then wings came out of her back and she flew into the trees. My stomach clenched. Okay. Cal glanced to the side and ran a hand through his hair. There was a weird fog, and I couldn't see the trees anymore. She screamed, and the sound cut off. Then the fog went away, and I woke up. My mind raced. I had questions about the fog, but saving the woman, and if she lived in my district there were only a few candidates for who it could be, was the priority. What did her wings look like? He closed his eyes and spread his arms out. Wider than her arm span from her body. Kind of iridescent. And I don't know what they were made of, but they moved more like an insect's wing than a bat's or a bird's. He opened his eyes. Did that help? I nodded, yanking open my desk drawer and pulling out my phone. I dialed, drumming my fingers on the desk in a sharp staccato. I was afraid the call would go to voicemail when she finally answered. Hi, Greg, how are you? Annie, hi, listen, are you wearing a short skirt and Doc Martens today? She hesitated. Yes? I nodded at Cal. He slumped in the chair and rubbed his beard. And do you have a blue lunch bag? Yes. What's going on? Tension filled her voice. The new Cassandra had a vision about you. Where are you right now? What? I'm at work, at the law office. I sagged in relief like Cal had. Good. Please stay there. Where do you usually take your lunch break? It varies. It's nice out today, so I was planning to go to Wharton Park. Wharton Park, I repeated. Cal gave a sharp nod and picked up his backpack, pulling out a laptop covered in all kinds of stickers. Okay, so please, until I tell you otherwise, make sure you have people around you at all times. Greg, she snapped. What happened in the vision? He didn't see a lot, but you were frightened and you flew into the trees, and then you screamed. Oh, fuck, she whispered. Please tell the Cassandra I said thank you. I'm so glad you called. I'm grateful he came to tell me. Cal, who'd been looking intently at his laptop screen, held up a finger. Ask her what time she was planning to go to the park today. I repeated the question, and he said, My shift starts at 6 a.m., so I take my lunch at 10 a.m. It's a 10-minute walk from here. 10 a.m., got it. It was 8:40 a.m. now. I'll let you know what we find out. Thanks, Greg, and be sure to thank the Cassandra for me. Of course. Stay safe. We hung up. I put my phone down on the desk and put my hands over my face. Thank fuck, I muttered. No shit, said Cal. Okay, I think I found the bench where your friend was sitting in my vision. I'm going to go hang out there and see what I can see. He slammed his laptop shut and started to put it in his backpack. I dropped my hands. What? By yourself? You don't even know what she was escaping from. I opened the drawer to get my keys. He stood up. No, but this is the second vision I've had with the same weird fog. The first one, the cops found the victim's duffel bag right where my vision said he'd been, but there was no sign of the guy or what happened to him. Hold on, I put up a hand. You've had a vision about this fog before? And someone died? He swung his backpack over one shoulder using the remaining strap. Or vanished, but that guy screamed too. I swallowed. Was he also a wonder? Cal cocked his head, his magic sparking. A wonder? I grimaced. Part of what I need to explain to you. A magical being, a non-human person, usually with abilities or physical characteristics that have to be hidden from the general human public. Magic, Cal said. He shrugged and nodded. Got it. He tilted his head and closed his mesmerizing eyes. It was night, so I couldn't see him very well to begin with, but the guy didn't seem to have any trouble seeing in the dark. He was walking along a road, and when he got scared, he ran for the trees, like your friend did in my vision this morning. But he bent over, and I didn't tell the police this, but it almost seemed like he started running on all fours. He opened his eyes, and the full weight of his gaze punched into my brain. Like a shifter. Fuck, I said. I'm coming with you. I checked with Craig to make sure he didn't need me for anything the rest of the day. I could tell he was dying to ask where Cal and I were going, but he just smiled and said they'd be fine without me. I can drive, I told Cal when we walked out of the pet resort. You can navigate. He lifted one shoulder. Sure. I silently breathed out in relief. I could not handle riding in Cal's trash-covered truck on top of the stress of figuring out what was after Annie. We got into my SUV, and I was relieved the seats were far enough apart that Cal's and my magic couldn't quite connect. But the sparks kept reaching for each other. Shit, I'd have to be careful today, or I'd end up halfway to being bonded without meaning to. And this was a much smaller space than the office, so I couldn't avoid Cal's scent. The spilled coffee on his shirt didn't override the minty herbal smell of his body wash and his enticing underlying musky man scent. Damn, I wanted to stick my nose in his armpit. Or his groin. I mentally slapped myself. That would not be happening. Grimly, I started the SUV and backed out of the parking space. Before I'd even reached the road in front of the pet resort, Cal had pulled a cable from his backpack, plugged his phone into my car, and entered our destination into the navigation app. Why the hell did the chief technology officer of a software company drive a technology-free rattletrap pickup truck? "We'll be there in 34 minutes, Cal said. He dropped his phone into the tray on the console between our seats. "Since we have the time, why don't you start by telling me about wonders? Wait, scratch that. Start with you. Your mom's psychic. What abilities do you have?" I took one hand off the wheel and rubbed my neck. "I have some enhanced senses, like smell, hearing, that sort of thing. But mainly, I'm what was originally called a center. I can create magical connections with wonders, and kind of keep tabs on them if they stay within a certain distance." I drew a circle in the air with my forefinger to demonstrate. "I also act as a sort of mediator if any of the wonders I'm connected to need help or accidentally expose themselves to humans." I shrugged. "Mostly it ends up being non-magical assistance like helping them with housing or jobs." Cal digested this for a moment. "That's interesting." I chuckled. "It doesn't pay anything, but it's rewarding." "Okay, so what's a Cassandra? Oh, and what the fuck was up with those guys outside the restaurant yesterday morning?" He glared at me. I sighed. The navigation app said we had 31 minutes left. "It'll take hours to tell you everything, so I'll give you a basic overview right now and we can get into the details later, okay?" "Fine." He picked up his phone. "I'm going to take notes, though, so I don't forget all my questions." "Great." I tried to moderate my sarcasm at the last second. It wasn't Cal's fault he got thrown into this. Even as I watched the road, I could sense his magic sparking out, trying to reach mine. It would be so easy to lean his way and feel the warmth of a new connection. Nope. I glanced over at Cal's stained t-shirt. It was the splash of cold water I needed. He was obviously a great guy, but I could never be with him, much less live with him. Not to mention how wrong it'd be to create a connection without his consent. I cleared my throat. Wonders, paranormal people, have always existed. But they didn't evolve on Earth. They came through portals from another dimension. Most of them kept to themselves, but as the human population increased, wonders were killed for being monsters, or their habitats were destroyed. Their numbers dropped, and some species died out here completely. Cal nodded. "Makes sense. Humans' first reaction tends to be to kill whatever they don't understand." "Exactly. You've heard stories about elves, right?" His head whipped toward me. "Elves?" He gave a disbelieving laugh. "Like the Lord of the Rings?" I smiled wryly and shrugged. "Maybe. I never met one. They're a race of beings from the dimension the wonders came from. They created the portals." "You're shitting me." I shook my head, smiling more broadly this time. "I shit you not. Our understanding is that they have the most magic of any creatures in their dimension, and as a result, they're in charge of it. They visited Earth frequently, but the elves themselves never settled here. The wonders, though, they came to Earth, and many of them stayed." "But if humans tried to kill them off, why didn't they just go home?" I shrugged. "Some did, but others liked their new home better than their old one." I grimaced. "And now they can't go home." Cal stayed silent, waiting for me to continue. After World War II, the elves decided humanity was essentially unsalvageable. They didn't want to watch us kill the wonders or each other anymore. "So they left?" I nodded. "They closed the portals and haven't been back. But before they left for good, they did two things." I paused to switch lanes so I could exit the freeway. "First, they offered passage back to the elven dimension for any wonders who wanted to leave Earth. Some of the older beings went, but most of the younger ones had been born here and it was all they knew. So they stayed." "Understandable." "It is. But that led to the other thing the elves did. They didn't want to leave wonders here without some sort of protection, so they picked several human families on each continent, and they sort of Infected them with magic. I'm sorry, did you say infected? I lifted a hand, palm up. There's really no other way to look at it. These families agreed to be champions of the wonders who remain on Earth. And to help them do that, the elves infused magic into their DNA. Infused sounds better than infected, Cal grumbled. Anyway, I said, turning into the parking lot of Wharton Park. It's all a passive sort of magic, like your visions, or my increased sense of smell. We can't do spells or turn people into toads or whatever. After parking, I undid my seatbelt and started to open the door, but Cal held up a hand to stop me. You're saying you think I have this magic? I raised an eyebrow. I know you do. I can sense your magic with mine. The records from the people who were directly infused by the elves all say that after everyone present was given their magic, the elves sort of... I swooped a hand through the air like a fairy godmother waving her wand. Gestured. Then, 10 or so years later, some people showed up with magic, but they weren't related to the original families. So we were always on the lookout for new magic carriers. It's been at least 60 years since we found any in Texas, though. I opened my car door, then turned back to Cal, who was staring out the front windshield with a dazed expression on his face. He said. Does that mean one of my parents had magic? I shrugged. Maybe. But sometimes it acts kind of like a recessive gene and just pops up. And magic carriers can have non-magical children. Cal nodded and unplugged his phone. He got out of the car, shouldering his crappy backpack. There was a map of the park trails next to the entrance. Cal pointed at the one Annie had used in his vision, and we set off. The trail was about 4 feet wide and mostly made of some sort of crushed stone. Trees surrounded us on both sides and, based on the sounds, were full of birds, insects, and frogs. I heard a stream off to the left. Cal ended up walking in front of me, which was a relief since I could control how close we were to each other. On the other hand, I wished I didn't know in detail what Cal's ass looked like as he walked. I forced myself to gaze into the trees instead. We crunched down the trail for a few minutes before Cal asked, Are there any wonders who can turn into fog? Not that I'm aware of. What about vampires? Don't they turn into fog? I snorted. Vampires are a myth. He stopped and spun around, putting his hands on his hips. Well, excuse me, Mr. Expert, but I'm still learning this shit. I winced. Sorry, you're right. It's something kids ask a lot, so most of us are pretty knowledgeable about it. Blood-sucking demon myths are believed to have been started thousands of years ago to explain how bodies appear as they decompose. Modern vampire stories are just fiction. Think of them like unicorns and dragons. Well, damn, there go my hopes of meeting a unicorn. He threw his hands up and turned back around to start walking again. Shit. I can check about the fog, though. Maybe some of the wonders will know. We have a Discord server. Cal laughed, but the sound had a bitter edge to it. Of course you do. The path curved and broke out into a clearing with a bench and a sign ordering us to pick up after our dog. Cal moved to the side of the path opposite the bench and gazed around. This is it. This is where she was sitting. I pulled my phone out. It's 9:43 a.m. Cal pointed back the way we'd come. That's the direction whatever it was came from. Annie ran toward those trees. He pivoted to point to the trees at the far end of the clearing. Okay, I guess we wait. I went over to the bench and sat down at one end. It was long enough that even if Cal sat in the middle, we wouldn't touch. Our magic probably would, though. I relaxed when Cal sat at the other end. He unlocked his phone and started typing and muttering. Fog killer? No, that's something else. Fog monster? No, that doesn't work. Cal? His head came up and he blinked at me. Yeah? Are you sure the fog was part of the, killer? My mom says she can't see people's faces in her visions if she doesn't know them. Could this be similar? He started to reply, then shook his head a little and started again. My visions are like hers. I couldn't see Annie's face because I've never met her or seen her photo, but I could see her clothes and her lunch bag very clearly. The fog wasn't there at the start of either of my visions, but in both cases it showed up after Annie and the first victim got scared and started running away. I rubbed the side of my face, like it was chasing them. Yep. He went back to his phone. I looked around at the trees, clocking the various birds and squirrels. There was no change in the insect noises between where we were sitting and the parking lot. The breeze carried the expected scents of woodland flora and fauna, along with the car exhaust and concrete of the road at the edge of the park. And of course, I could still smell Cal. Damn it. Okay, Cal said after several minutes. There are some stories or myths about creatures who can turn into fog. Is there like a list of all the kinds of wonders? I shook my head. Not definitively. Different species settled in different parts of the world. We're all aware of the more common varieties, but for instance, the Bigfoot legends in the Pacific Northwest could be sightings of bears or bear shifters or something else entirely. We won't know unless one of them comes forward. He rubbed his forehead. I guess I'll have to start a Google sheet. He dropped his hand and frowned at me. But in that case, how are you so sure vampires don't exist? I stifled an impatient sigh. Legends about blood-sucking demons are well documented and have different origins in different cultures. Most folk stories based on actual wonders tend to originate only in the region where that species of wonder settled when they arrived from the elven dimension. And the wonders themselves all agree there aren't any vampires. It's just a myth. Yeah, like unicorns and dragons. Fine, got it. No vampires. Cal held up his phone and opened his mouth to say something else, but the park went silent. Absolutely still. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. I stood up and spun in a circle. My eyesight sharpened and my hearing became more acute. But combat mode didn't help. I couldn't hear anything except the faint noise from the road in the distance. I didn't detect any unusual scents. Cal got to his feet as well. He held up his phone to record. His breath was coming fast, but he stayed quiet as I cast around for clues. We'd been idiots to come here, unarmed and with zero idea of who or what we were facing. Though we didn't have any other way to find out. Cal couldn't call his visions yet. My mother and Uncle Edgar were at Twist, which was too far away for either of them to see anything happening in this park. A branch cracked about 50 yards to my left. I whipped my head around and moved so I was between Cal and the threat. Slightly closer, a step crunched on the gravel of the path. We waited. I wished I had a weapon. I was decent at hand-to-hand combat, but most wonders had claws or enhanced strength. They could kill a human without much effort. Something brushed against leaves, also in the same direction. Cal leaned over so his mouth was next to my ear. I forced down the instinct to recoil away from his magic. He barely whispered, I feel like it's trying to get us to go searching for it. The shiver I suppressed was no doubt due to my magic brushing against his. I nodded and cupped my hand over my mouth so I could whisper back. We'd be at a disadvantage in the trees. He nodded back and stood upright again. He panned his phone around without moving his feet. We waited. Shrubbery rustled. Another footstep on the gravel. I was so on edge that I flinched when car tires rolled onto the pavement of the parking area. Electric vehicles were more difficult to hear as they approached. The car stopped. By the time the first door slammed, the birds and insects were tentatively making noise again. Cal and I both let out huge breaths. He bounced on his feet a little, shaking the tension out of his hands. I glanced at my watch. It's almost 11 a.m. How do you feel about greasy food and something to drink? Fuck yes. He reached out one of his huge hands and lifted the backpack from the bench. Then he turned and gestured for me to precede him back to the car. On the way, we passed a pair of women with 3 small children. They weren't wonders, but I still shuddered thinking of what might have happened if they'd been inside the park when that thing had come hunting. Whatever the fuck it was. Text conversation Monday, March 27th, 11:17 a.m. Cal. I definitely won't be in the rest of the day today, and I'll need at least tomorrow off too. We stopped the attack I saw in my vision, but I need to pry some information out of Greg Shaw about everything that's going on, and we need to figure out who or what's attacking people. And Greg's an asshole, by the way. I know Felix likes him, but he looks at me like I'm dirt and actively avoids touching me. Steve. Ugh, what a jerk. At least you won't have to talk to him again after this. Don't worry about work. Take whatever time you need. Chapter 10. Cal. Greg drove us to a diner in Bent Oak that I knew from experience had really good milkshakes. We didn't speak during the drive. This morning had been a mindfuck in the first order. I hadn't really expected anything of Greg before I met him, but the disdain on his beautiful face and how he'd avoided touching me like I had cooties or something had taken me right back to high school, when Butch and his football cronies had sneered at my weight and my sexuality. Greg didn't even know me, and he was judging me. And as much as I'd grown a thick skin over the years, being treated like that still hurt my feelings. I'd spent the rest of the morning painfully conscious of my plain face and my bulky body next to Greg's stunning looks and gracefully lean frame. At least until we'd been alone in the park with a scary monster. If nothing else, being afraid for my life had helped my brain rearrange my priorities. And what Greg Shaw thought of me got moved to the bottom of the list. Identifying and finding the monster, that was number one. I'd have to work with Greg, but it was a necessary evil. When we got to the diner, we sat down in a booth and placed our orders. Bacon cheeseburgers and chocolate milkshakes for both of us, for all Greg had hinted he wanted something alcoholic. A couple of hours ago, I'd have worried what Greg thought about a fatty ordering a burger and a milkshake, but now I was more concerned with other things. He went first. I want to ask my mom or my uncle to come here. Both of them can call visions on demand. We need to know what that thing is. I took a sip of my water, then asked, "Have any other wonders gone missing or been killed recently?" Greg froze. Shit. I have no idea. I nodded. It didn't appear from nowhere. I want to see where it's been. Maybe it left some clues. Greg shivered. Thanks to you, all of the wonders in my district are still alive. But the person in your first vision might have been from another district, or he could have been unaffiliated. District? He made a face. Oh, yeah, sorry. At some point I need to get you up to speed. Remember I told you how I create connections with a bunch of wonders? I nodded. I have a radius of about 100 miles where I can mentally feel anyone I'm connected to. If they're experiencing an extreme emotion like fear, I'll notice it, but otherwise I just feel a kind of low hum from everyone. For the wonders, it gives them a community. We have district social meetups, things like that. But even if they aren't interested in making friends, I'm here if they need assistance navigating the everyday headaches of the mundane world. Okay, got it. I fiddled with my cutlery. You said you have a range. What happens if they, or you, travel outside your area? If a wonder is beyond my range, whether I'm traveling or they are, the connection goes quiet until we're in range again. Oh, and if one of them passes away, as long as they're within my range, I know. And if they're outside your range? He shook his head. I wouldn't sense anything. The connection would just disappear, which I wouldn't notice until I actively tried to find it. And if one of my wonders passed away in someone else's district, that district monitor wouldn't sense anything either because they wouldn't be connected to the wonder who died. The server brought our food then, so I mulled everything over while I started on my meal. So the wonders can't be connected to more than one of you? Greg said, No. He trailed off, looking thoughtful. Now that you ask, I'm not sure. They have other types of connections, like with their loved ones, but we've always just had them connect with one district monitor at a time. If a wonder moves, the original district monitor removes the connection before they get connected to the new one. When a district monitor retires, the connections are transferred to the incoming person. It's part of our magic. I raised my eyebrows. Seems to me if they traveled between districts a lot, it would be to their benefit to be connected to all of the relevant... What did you call them? District monitors? He nodded. Maybe it's time we tried it out. Too bad Shane and Ellis went back home. I couldn't help my startled laugh. They're district monitors? They hadn't struck me as particularly responsible. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and groaned. Yeah, I'm so sorry for how they approached you. They're sorry too, I promise. Uh-huh. And when was all that shit they said about bonding and having sex to boost their mojo or whatever? Greg's mouth dropped open. Is that what they said to you? I made a seesaw motion with my hand. I can't remember their exact words, but that was my takeaway. I picked up my burger again and took a bite, all while keeping my eyebrows up and maintaining eye contact with Greg. He rubbed his forehead for a few seconds, then he gazed at me earnestly. No one will force you to do anything you don't want to. Okay. He glanced to the side and blew out a breath. Right. So, just like I connect with the wonders to create a community for their safety, anyone with magic, whether a wonder or those of us the elves gifted with magic, can connect with each other in a more intimate way. Was he blushing? Fuck me, his cheeks were turning red. I couldn't help myself. You mean through sex? His gaze skittered around the diner. Ultimately, yes. I mean, there are other methods, but it's the easiest way to create a permanent connection over time. But if people resonate with each other, meaning their magic is compatible, a connection can start forming as soon as they get close enough for their magical auras to mingle. He cleared his throat. Touching someone, even briefly, will tell both parties if they're compatible. Ah. Which is why those two wanted to hold my hand. He nodded. Again, they meant well, but obviously they went about it the wrong way. They were probably a little overenthusiastic because the magic creates, some advanced signals that a person will meet their mate very soon. My eyebrows probably met my hairline. Their mate? The server chose that moment to come collect our empty plates. I wasn't sure if he'd heard what I said, but I'd been pretty loud. He didn't ask us if we wanted dessert, just put our plates on his tray before slapping the bill down with his free hand. Then he vanished. Greg's phone chimed. He picked it up and frowned at the message before typing something and putting it down again. I wasn't ready to let this go. So Shane and Ellis heard about me and decided to find out if I was compatible with them. And if I was compatible with one of them, it would have meant we were mates, like in some shifter romance novel. Greg turned red again. He shrugged, finally meeting my eyes. It's more like you'd have the option to become mates if you both wanted to. And they'd get some sort of power boost out of it. It sounded one-sided. He shook his head and held up a finger. Not just them. You'd get one too. When my dad was alive, my mom had a much greater distance range for her visions, and she could call them at will with almost no effort. If Shane or Ellis had ended up bonding with you, they'd have much greater sensitivity through their connections to the wonders in their district. They'd be able to tell exactly where they were, their general emotional state, things like that. I grimaced. Seems a little Big Brother-ish. Yes, but also no. Remember, our charter was to protect the wonders. Some of them get lonely, especially if they're the last of their species. Self-harm is rare, but it can happen. I finished the last of my milkshake while I pondered everything he'd told me. After setting my glass aside, I pointed out, but since you don't have a list of the kinds of wonders, you can't really be sure someone is the last of their species. Greg looked startled. Fuck. I shrugged. I'm not saying you should make a list with their names on it or even document exactly how many of each kind exist. But a general census would tell you if, say, less than 10 of a particular kind of wonder live in America, but over 100 live in Germany. Then they could reach out to each other. Greg nodded. I love that idea. There hasn't been a lot of coordination between the families and the continents up to now. That's a shame, considering the internet is just sitting there waiting to be used. I didn't need a vision to know I had some programming in my future. True. Okay, back to our creepy fog monster problem. We need to find out if there have been any other disappearances. Greg heaved a sigh. We need to talk to my mother and probably my Uncle Edgar. He eyed me hesitantly. My apartment isn't far, and it would be more private, but if that makes you uncomfortable, we can go back to the pet resort and use the office there. I shrugged. It's cool either way. I need to get back to my truck at some point, though. Greg's phone chimed with a text. He picked it up, then shook his head, smiling slightly. The decision has been made for us. Craig says Uncle Edgar showed up at Bark and Purr, and when I wasn't there, he told Craig he'd wait for me at my apartment. I blinked. Why didn't Edgar just text you himself? Greg grinned at me, his eyes twinkling. Fucking hell, he was gorgeous. Too bad all that beauty was wasted on such a jerk. I'm sure Craig offered to text me so Edgar would leave faster. You'll see. He's an experience. He's related to my mother, after all. He reached for the bill, but I put my hand out to get it myself. As soon as my fingers were within touching distance of Greg's, he snatched his hand back like he thought I was going to scratch him or something. I froze, my hand hovering over the bill still lying on the table. I can get it. Sorry, he muttered. I'll meet you at the car. He grabbed his phone and scooted out of the booth before walking swiftly toward the door. He didn't look back. Well, I guess spending the morning together hadn't improved Greg's opinions about me if he was still afraid he'd get... Oh. What had he said? That touching would tell both people if they were compatible? Well, obviously being compatible with me was Greg's worst nightmare. I absently picked up the bill, swallowing against the tightness in my throat. Damn it. I'd never in a million years expect someone who looked like Greg to go for me, but rejection still hurt, especially when it was shoved in my face. I paid and left a good-sized tip for the server. In the parking lot, Greg already had the SUV running. As soon as I buckled my seatbelt, he got us moving. I mentally rolled my eyes. Apparently, I'd be getting the silent treatment just for existing. Whatever, dude. But I didn't know how long it would take to get to Greg's place, and I had questions. The fucker could at least answer those. So tell me about this game. Greg shot me a startled look like he hadn't been expecting me to speak to him. That's right, asshole. I've dealt with worse bullies than you. He said. Ellis and Shane said you mentioned being an NPC. Where did you hear that? I waved a hand dismissively. I overheard a couple of shifters talking. Tell me about the game. He shook his head. There's no game, we're trying to hide in plain sight. Meaning what? He glanced at me again, more of an evaluating look this time. Then he gazed back at the road ahead and said, When the elves gave the original families the magic, it was 6 months after World War II had ended. People were still paranoid about spies and keeping secrets. There was some initial communication between the magical families, but they decided it'd be safer for the Wonders if they went no contact. You mean if one family or Wonder was exposed, they wouldn't lead the authorities to the others? He nodded. Exactly. During the Cold War, it was even worse. It wasn't until around 1980 that Ian Churston, who was the teenage son of a DM in Australia, figured out how we could all communicate with each other and no one listening in would be the wiser. He'd started playing Dungeons & Dragons. Oh. Right. As long as they threw in references to DMs and campaigns, they could talk on the phone or in public about paranormal beings and magic without anyone batting an eye. Smart. It was. And over time, we've become a lot more lax, but the basics are still there. As a district monitor, I'm the DM of this district. I couldn't stop the laugh. Okay, that makes sense. He flashed a grin. And anyone not in the know about magic and wonders is an NPC. Got it. And you and the shifters have all called me a Cassandra? Greg grimaced. Yeah, that's obviously a pre-D&D reference. I don't know when it originated, but it's used to mean a magic carrier whose abilities are emerging, but who we haven't found yet. Because in the Greek myth, nobody believed Cassandra when she told them about her visions. Right. What would it have been like to have been born to parents who understood and supported my abilities? I shook my head. Life sucked, and all you could do was try to make each day suck less. Greg turned the SUV into the parking garage of a medium-grade apartment complex. I was surprised he didn't live somewhere nicer, being a successful business owner and all. Maybe he was as frugal as I was. Or he spent his money on other things. He pulled into a parking spot next to a baby blue Ford Bronco with a fabric roof. He pointed at it and said, That's Uncle Edgar's. I looked from Greg to the Bronco and back again. Does your uncle do a lot of off-roading? He snorted, among other things. We got out of the SUV and I followed Greg to the elevator, making sure to keep at least a foot of space between us at all times. Wouldn't want to get my magic cooties on him, so he'd have to endure resonating with a fatty or anything. Hopefully Greg's uncle would be friendlier. The elevator was an ancient metal box with cracked tile flooring. My apartment wasn't luxurious, but it was better than this. The elevator stopped on the 5th floor. The hallway had stained beige indoor-outdoor carpeting, but at least it didn't smell as bad as it looked. A door opened at the far end of the hall, and a loud frat bro voice shouted, "Put it on pause, I'll be right back." A college-age football player type wearing shiny basketball shorts and a tight University of Texas t-shirt slammed the apartment door shut before jogging down the hall toward us. The floor vibrated with every step he took. I stepped to the side so he could pass. He sneered at Greg, who gave him an unsmiling nod. Greg probably wasn't the most easygoing neighbor, but the guy didn't even look at me, so I should probably withhold judgment. Greg led me to the apartment immediately next to the one the guy had come out of. He didn't bother pulling out his keys, he just opened the door. Uncle Edgar must have unlocked it. Greg waved for me to follow him inside. The apartment appeared to be a standard 2-bedroom, 2-bath setup with basic white walls and crappy beige carpet, but surprisingly, Greg had turned it into a soothing oasis. A home. Colorful rugs and bright blues and greens were scattered over the carpet with large, comfortable-looking furniture upholstered in darker shades of the same colors. The fabrics were textured and begged to be touched. Tables and bookcases were simple, showcasing the wood they were made from rather than being intricately carved. And the walls featured abstract paintings, most of only a few colors on white backgrounds, which counterbalanced the color overload from the furniture and rugs. I felt instantly at home, which pissed me off considering Greg's decidedly unwelcoming reactions to me. "Uncle Edgar," Greg called out as I pulled the door shut behind me. "In the kitchen," a man's voice replied. He walked around the corner holding an open bag of potato chips. Uncle Edgar was probably in his 60s, but a definite silver fox. He wore tight jeans and a silky long-sleeve sun protection t-shirt. He sported a full head of brown and silver hair, and he was tan, with well-defined laugh lines around the same light gray eyes Greg had been gifted with. In fact, Greg would probably grow to look like Edgar in 20 or so more years. And Edgar had the same faint aura of sparkles that Greg did. "Oh, are you Cal?" Edgar said to me. He patted Greg on the shoulder as he passed him, then stuck his hand out for me to shake. At least Edgar wasn't afraid to touch me. He had a firm grip. Because of my size, lots of guys tried to crush my hand. Edgar didn't go overboard, though. "Wow, aren't you a magical powerhouse?" he said. He leaned back, still holding my hand in his, while his other hand held the bag of chips aloft like some sort of Olympic torch. He scanned the area around my body, then he grinned and looked at my face. "Welcome to the campaign." He dropped my hand and clapped me on the shoulder. "Come in and sit down. Do you want a drink or a snack? Pickings are pretty slim, but I found these chips, and there are some crackers and a block of cheese." "Sorry, I didn't know you'd be visiting." Again, Greg sniped. I sat at the kitchen table, which was made of a beautiful red-brown wood with lots of swirls in the grain. I opened my backpack, wanting to get started on researching fog monsters. "And yet," Edgar countered, "you wanted to speak to me today anyway." I wanted to ask Edgar what kind of vision he'd had, but we had more important topics to discuss. Greg's body sagged. "Yeah. Go sit down. We need to get Mom on the phone, too." Edgar dropped the bag of chips in the center of the table, then he snagged a beer off the kitchen counter along with a plate of crackers and cheese slices. He set the plate next to the chips. "We just ate," I told him. Edgar heaved a sigh of relief and dragged the plate in front of himself. "Great! I'm starving." "Cal, you want a beer or water?" Greg asked. "Water, please." I thanked him when he slid a glass of ice water on a coaster next to my laptop. He tossed another coaster and a stack of paper napkins next to Edgar's plate. Edgar moved his beer to the coaster without comment, and he tucked a couple of the napkins on his lap. "Edgar," I said, "do you know—" "Wait," Greg interrupted. "It'll be more efficient if we talk to my mom at the same time." He unlocked his phone, dialed, and slid it to the center of the table as it rang. Greg didn't sit down. He rubbed his chest, an odd expression on his face. Delphia's voice echoed through the room. "How's my Greggy boy today?" Greg sucked in a breath, both hands clutching his chest. Fuck, was he having a heart attack or something? I shoved my chair back and got to my feet. "Greg?" Delphia asked. "What's wrong?" I demanded, running around the table. I held my hands out to the side, ready to help if he needed me to. Greg's eyes met mine. "Monster," he gasped. "Thomas Baird. He's dead." His eyes rolled back in his head and he collapsed. "Shit!" I shouted. I managed to get my hands under Greg's shoulders before he hit the ground. "Put him on the couch." Edgar pointed toward the living room. He picked up the phone. "Hang on, Delphia. It looks like one of Greg's wonders passed away suddenly." "Sorry," I muttered to Greg as I lifted him in my arms bridal style. If this limited amount of contact offended his mate-avoiding sensibilities, he'd just have to deal with it. Except on the way to the couch, I realized exactly what all the resonating bullshit was about. On the Texas Adventurers Discord server, Monday, March 27th. Delphia, leader, twist. March 27th at 1:14 p.m. At Wonders. Some of you are already aware, but Thomas Baird from the Central District passed away a little while ago. This will be frightening to hear, but we have reason to believe he was murdered, and that he's not the first wonder to be killed in the past few weeks. Please, do not go anywhere alone, and let your DM know if you see anything suspicious. I'm sorry I don't have any more information right now. I will share more when I have it. Chapter 11. Greg. I blinked up at Cal and Edgar's concerned faces. I'd been a little out of it for a few minutes, but I hadn't been unconscious, which was a pity because now I absolutely knew two things. First, being held and carried by Cal was exactly as intoxicating and comforting as I'd imagined. Damn it. And second, Cal and I resonated like a fucking bass drum in an empty concert hall. But I'd deal with that later. I sat up, waving off their protests. "I'm fine. We need to go. Thomas..." I squeezed my eyes shut. The pain wasn't only emotional. Wonders died, of course, but if they went peacefully in their sleep or after a long illness, there was very little feedback to the DM other than the absence of the former connection. But if they went violently like Thomas had, the fear and pain reverberated through the connection and lingered. Not to mention the echoing horror from the other wonders who'd also been connected to Thomas. My phone would blow up in a few seconds. Edgar sat next to me on the couch and put his arm around my shoulders. He was still holding my phone with my mom on the line. "Just breathe through it, my boy. I'm guessing this was a violent death?" I nodded rapidly. Cal sank down onto the chair perpendicular to the couch. He said, "Hi, Delphia, it's Cal. This morning I had a vision of one of Greg's wonders getting murdered by... something." He grimaced and waved a hand. "Luckily, from my description, Greg was able to identify the wonder and warn her before she went to the place where she'd be killed." I nodded again, leaning into Edgar and letting his magic wash over me and soothe my agitated senses. I would have rather been held by Cal, but that wasn't happening. I only had to look at his stained t-shirt to remind myself why. My phone vibrated in Uncle Edgar's hand. No doubt the first of many wonders trying to find out what happened to Thomas. I took the phone from Uncle Edgar and clicked the option to stay on the line with Mom and send the new call to voicemail. "Mom," I said, "I need to talk to my wonders about Thomas, and Cal and Edgar and I need to go see where he died." "You think he was killed by the same person as in Cal's vision?" she asked. "Yes." I grimaced as another call came in. I sent it to voicemail only to have a text message come through. Cal said, "Delphia, I saw this thing kill another wonder, I'm pretty sure, in a vision last week. I didn't get a look at it, but whatever it was, it covered the area around the wonder in fog. The same thing happened in my vision about Annie, the wonder we were able to warn this morning. Do you know of any wonders who can create fog, or are there legends of anybody being able to?" He looked at Edgar with a hopeful expression. Edgar frowned and shook his head. My phone chimed with more texts. I sat up, ready to prepare to leave. "No," Mom said slowly, "but let me ask some of the older wonders here while you go see what happened to Thomas." Cal said, "Greg told me you have a Discord server for wonders. Delphia, can you post something and ask them to try not to be anywhere by themselves for a while until we figure out what's happening? Mom made a sound of distress. "I'll do it right now." I said, "Thanks, Mom. We'll call you later." I hung up with her, then sighed as more texts came in. I turned to Cal and Edgar. I need to talk to the wonders Thomas was connected to, or else they'll keep freaking out. Edgar stood and patted his pockets as if looking for his keys. "If you tell me where to go, I can drive while you talk on the phone. You have a general area, or can you narrow it down?" I knew exactly where Thomas had been when he died, which was disturbing. That wasn't the type of information I'd ever been able to glean from a connection with a wonder before, even if they'd been in distress. For all I'd tried to keep my distance from Cal today, him carrying me, however briefly, had formed a connection between us. A strong one. Stronger than any connection I had with my wonders. Fuck. He was at a cemetery near Pflugerville. Cal nodded. "Let's go." He got up and went to the table to put his sticker-covered laptop back in his ratty backpack. I looked away from the stain on his t-shirt. Why did I have to be attracted to him? When I was focused on other things, like when we'd been talking at lunch, it was comfortable to be with him. He was easy to talk to, and I appreciated his sarcasm. But then I noticed again how slovenly he was, how he didn't seem to care about his belongings, and my anxiety skyrocketed. If we'd already formed a connection, was he my mate? Contrary to what I'd let my mom and everyone else believe, I didn't want to end up alone. But I also couldn't ask Cal to change who he was just so he didn't trigger my anxiety issues. I excused myself to go to my bedroom for a moment. It was my favorite room in the apartment, all soothing shades of gray-blue with crisp white accents. I stood in the center of the room and breathed in and out. We had to find Thomas's killer. I'd keep as much distance as I could between me and Cal, and maybe our connection would wither away. Or at least it wouldn't get any stronger. I grabbed my phone charger and went back to the living room. Cal and Edgar were ready to leave. In the elevator, I kept Edgar between Cal and me. And when we got to Edgar's SUV, I volunteered to sit in the back so Cal could help navigate while I made my phone calls. See? Keeping space between us would be easy. My first text was to Craig, letting him know I wouldn't be back to the pet resort before closing time, but at some point I'd drop Cal off to get his truck. I created a text thread with everyone who'd called or texted me for information regarding Thomas. He hadn't had any family, and he was pretty much a loner. He'd been in the Central District for over 40 years, however, so he'd made a few connections along the way. Me. I'm on my way to find out what happened to Thomas. Please try not to speculate. Chuck. He wasn't at home. I checked his house. Me. I know where he was, and I'm on my way there now with Edgar and Cal, the new seer. Priya. Annie is saying on Discord how Cal had a vision where she died, but you warned her in time. But now Thomas is dead. Did the same person who was going to kill Annie kill Thomas? Me. We're not sure of anything yet. I'll post in Discord when I know something. The group text was a good effort, but it didn't keep some of the wonders from calling me, demanding answers I'd already told them I didn't have. An hour later, as we reached the outskirts of Pflugerville, I was able to put my phone down. They're all freaking out, I told Edgar and Cal. Edgar snorted. With good reason. Cal shifted in his seat. I've been doing some research on my phone while we were driving, and I have a couple of possibilities for what the monster might be. I started to automatically object to calling anybody a monster, having been trained from an early age not to use terms like that for the wonders. But in this case, he was right. Whatever was killing the wonders, it was a monster. Edgar held up a hand. Before we get to that, Greg, we're almost to Pflugerville. Where am I going? Thomas had lived several miles outside of Pflugerville, but he hadn't died at home. It's a cemetery. I don't know the name, but you'll exit in about 2 miles, and I can direct you from there. I saw Edgar's raised eyebrows in the rearview mirror, but I didn't say anything else. He knew damn well I'd never been able to identify exactly where a wonder was located via connection before. Hopefully he'd wait until we were alone before he interrogated me about my new abilities. Since Cal had touched me earlier, all I had to do was focus on a particular wonder I was connected to, and I knew exactly where they were geographically. And if I concentrated hard enough, I could get a tiny hint of their emotional state. I ignored the giant pulsing connection I now had with Cal. Surely it would wither away if we didn't touch each other again. We hadn't even intentionally created it. Too bad connections didn't work like that. It was here to stay. I directed Edgar through a residential neighborhood. Eventually, the houses fell away and we were driving along the edge of a cemetery. Black wrought iron gates stood open and welcomed us to the Forest Rest Memorial Park. The road wound through grassy areas studded with gravestones and huge oak trees. Thomas had been at the very back of the cemetery where a high stone wall marked the edge of the property. A dense forest was visible on the other side of the wall. Edgar parked as close as he could, and we all got out. "What kind of wonder was Thomas?" Cal asked as we tromped over the lush grass, dodging the occasional headstone. "Imp," I replied. I pointed at the wall. "He could have made it over that no problem." I walked closer until I was standing exactly where Thomas had died. "He was attacked here." I was only 15 feet from the wall. Cal turned so he faced back into the cemetery. Then he stared at the wall again. He pulled out his phone. Edgar said, "There isn't any blood, and the monster must have taken his body." I did not want to think about why. I cleared my throat. "I guess when he saw the monster, he ran for the trees." I pointed at the branches hanging over the top of the wall. I put my hands on my hips and scanned the cemetery for any belongings Thomas might have left behind, but there was nothing. "Did he have a loved one buried here?" Edgar asked. I shrugged. "I wouldn't know, but we can see if there's some sort of roster of the, occupants." Cal said, "I think he came from the other side of the wall." Edgar and I turned to stare at him. He held out his phone. "Look." He'd pulled up Google Earth for the cemetery. Cal pointed at the top of the screen. "On the other side of the wall is this reservoir. Could he have been swimming or fishing or just walking around?" He gestured at the cemetery. "Plus, where's his car?" I blinked. "You're right. And we're far enough from his house that he wouldn't have walked. You know, the creature this morning seemed to be trying to get us into the trees. Thomas might have been trying to get out of the trees instead of into them." Edgar and I started walking toward the SUV, but Cal said, "Does anyone have something we can leave on the wall so we can see where Thomas went over from the other side? I already put a pin in the map, but it'll help to have a visual cue." Edgar and I processed this. "Fuck, that's smart," I said. He might be woefully untidy, but Cal was impressively intelligent. "I've got some tie-down straps in the back of the Bronco," Edgar said. "We could drape one over the top of the wall." It was only a matter of a couple of minutes to grab the bright orange strap out of the car and throw one end over the wall. After we got back into the Bronco, Cal directed us to the access road for the reservoir. An old gray sedan was parked on one side. When we got out, Cal jogged over to the car and peered through the windows. He turned back and said, "There's a sweater and a towel in there, but that's it." The reservoir was quiet, the water barely lapping at the shore. It was surrounded on three sides by dense trees. I was relieved to hear birds chirping and insects buzzing. My phone chimed with a text. I checked it, then sighed and sent Craig a quick gif back. Cal pointed. "We need to go this way." Once we were among the trees, our way forward wasn't as difficult as I'd feared. We were able to pass between the trunks, and there wasn't a great deal of ground vegetation. It took us 15 minutes to reach the cemetery wall, and we were only about 20 feet from the bright orange tie-down strap. "Damn, Cal, that was some excellent navigation," Edgar said. Cal flushed and mumbled, "Thanks." I caught a flash of pleasure and embarrassment through our connection. Oh, shit. "Look." Edgar had walked over to the tie-down strap and was pointing at the ground a few feet into the trees. A bright green reusable water bottle lay there. And that was it. No other clues. Cal said, "Why aren't we seeing any blood?" Edgar and I shrugged. We fanned out into the trees from the water bottle, but didn't find any evidence of a struggle. "If he'd changed into his imp form, he'd be small enough not to break any branches as he ran," I said. Cal sighed. "And if the monster was in fog form, it for sure wouldn't leave any traces." Edgar looked at him sharply. "You think the fog is a form for the creature and not some sort of camouflage?" Cal nodded. "It's my working theory. We can discuss it on the way home." He picked up the green bottle and asked, "Are there any psychics who can touch things and see what happened to them?" Edgar said, "Readers? There was one in the original families. I think he lived in Idaho. Not sure if he's still alive, but we could check." Nodding, Cal took his backpack off his shoulder and tucked the bottle into a side pocket. He brushed some leaves off the fabric before swinging it over his shoulder again. We didn't speak on the way back to the car. My mind was a swirl of worry over the monster, grief and shock over Thomas's death, and panic over the unintentional connection with Cal. Dusk was falling as we got back into the SUV. As he pulled out onto the main road, Edgar said, "I need dinner first for the energy, but later I can try to trigger a vision. Having visited the area where the death occurred should be enough to enable me to focus on the fog monster." Cal stared at him. "That's right. Greg said you can have a vision when you want to." Edgar smiled and held up his left hand to show off his wedding ring. "Once you're bonded, you'll be able to do it too." "Oh," Cal said faintly. I couldn't quite identify the uncomfortable emotion that flashed through our connection. Edgar changed the subject. "Cal, you said you had theories about the fog monster?" "I do." Cal unlocked his phone. "Assuming Stephen King's The Mist is still fiction and vampires aren't real." He looked between me and Edgar with a raised eyebrow. We shook our heads. He shrugged. "Otherwise, I couldn't find much. There's something called, and I'm butchering the Gaelic, Fähigkeit, which is a mist or fog used by ancient Celtic gods to conceal themselves. But I'm not sure why an ancient Celtic god would appear randomly in present-day Texas and go after wonders." "Yeah, it doesn't seem likely," I said. "There's a creature called a borda, which could be more promising. It's an Italian legend that seems to have mostly been a tale to scare children into behaving. The borda is a kind of hideous witch who comes out in the fog, and she kills anyone who meets her." "How do we fight one?" I asked. He shook his head. "I couldn't find any stories where people even met one. It's more of a boogeyman tale. But I'll do some more Googling tonight." I nodded. "I'll try as well." Cal said, "It'd help a lot if you'd give me access to your Discord server. I really want to document any recent wonders who passed away to see if the deaths are related. The fog monster has to have come from somewhere." I frowned. Asking that sort of thing in the general server would just create more panic among the wonders. "I'll ask the other DMs, though." Cal huffed but said, "Fine. I'll text you a list of questions." "You know," Edgar said slowly, "I wonder if the book room at Twist would have any relevant information on this creature." My body went hot, then cold. Twist was bad enough, but the book room? I struggled to control my breathing. "What's Twist?" Cal asked. Edgar paused. "Greg hasn't told you? It's the rescue organization Delphia runs out near Bernie. Officially, Twist stands for Texas Wildlife Intervention and Support Team. But its real function and name is the Texas Wonder Intervention and Support Team. The people who work there go in and rescue wonders who are either being held captive or are in dangerous situations. Then, if they wish, the wonders can stay at Twist until they get back on their feet. There are similar organizations across the country and all over the world." "Interesting. You really should visit," Edgar said. "And not just for the book room. You can meet dozens of different wonders." He chuckled. "And see where Greg grew up, of course." My breathing finally under control, I stared out the window and pretended this conversation wasn't happening. "Oh, sure," Cal said uncertainly. I'd love to meet more wonders, but let's see what I can dig up on the internet before we take any road trips. I'm not sure we have the time to spend on something like that right now." "Good point," I croaked out. I cleared my throat. We drove for several miles, each of us lost in our own thoughts. However, Edgar must have decided he couldn't stand waiting anymore. "So," he said, "how long have you two been connected? I can't believe I didn't notice it when you walked into the apartment. It's so strong it's almost blinding." After a moment of shocked silence, Cal said, "It's what?" Text conversation over the course of Monday afternoon, March 27th. Craig. Hey, sorry to bother you when you're off saving the world or whatever, but the candidate you hired for the front desk, Graciela, she came in for her first shift. Didn't you say she was super enthusiastic and had a lot of energy? Greg. Yes? Craig. On a different topic, your Uncle Edgar showed up here looking for you. I told him you were off for the day, and he said he'd wait for you at your apartment. Greg. Thanks. For once, I actually need to talk to him. Craig. And back to Graciela. I'm not seeing any energy or enthusiasm. Greg. Well, crap. Craig. She barely smiles, and Marie keeps giving me these wide-eyed stares when I stop by to see how her training is going. Greg. That's so strange. She interviewed like our dream job candidate. Craig. Oh, and she said no one told her she'd have to mop up dog pee in the lobby. Greg. Not so. Kelly was mopping up after a dog when I took Graciela on a tour. I told her that would be her responsibility, and she said no problem. Craig. OMG, I'm watching the front desk on the security camera. Marie's helping a client, and Graciela has her head on her fist with her eyes closed. Hang on, send in a pic before I go intervene. Craig. Photo. Greg. Wait a minute. That's not the person I interviewed. They look similar, but that is not who I met on Friday. Greg. Look at the camera footage. It was Friday at 9:30 a.m. Craig. You were right. She wasn't the one who interviewed. I confronted her, and she said her sister interviews for her because she makes a better first impression. What the actual fuck? Like, we weren't going to notice? I escorted her out, and I'm putting the job ad up again. Crying emoji. Greg. GIF of Cartman shouting, God fucking damn it. Chapter 12. Cal. I'm sorry, but what? I'd felt the connection take hold, but I'd tried not to worry about it. Greg had told me being mates was optional, which meant the connection could be broken, right? Except it seemed Edgar could see the connection somehow, and he thought it was super strong. Blindingly strong. Would I have to move to Canada to break the connection with Greg? I didn't think Steve would be too happy if I worked that remotely. Greg, when I turned my head around to check, didn't look pleased either. Not that I'd expected him to. He'd practically twisted himself into a pretzel to avoid touching me all day. I said, we didn't meet each other until this morning. We didn't touch until he passed out when Thomas died. Edgar gaped at me just a little too long to be safe since he was driving. I pointed at the road, and he returned to staring out the windshield. Well, he said hesitantly, it appears you resonate with each other quite, vigorously. Greg didn't say anything. Well, fuck him. I needed information. Edgar, does this mean our connection is permanent? Or if we don't see each other, will it kind of dry up? Edgar glanced back at Greg and then at me, but it seemed like he was tracking a line between us rather than looking at our faces. He cleared his throat. I think the campaign would be the poorer to lose a connection as strong as yours, but, in the event you choose not to pursue a bond, you'd need to stay away from each other, yes. Greg's phone rang. He answered it, greeting someone named Barbara. He listened for a moment, then he said, Great news. Thank you for letting me know. His voice did not sound excited. When he hung up, Edgar didn't pretend not to be curious. Good news, Greg? Oh, yeah. I put an offer in on a house and it was accepted. Edgar grinned widely. I see Delphia was right after all. You are nesting. Greg made a weird hissing noise. I turned to look, and he was scowling at the back of Edgar's head. My apartment is noisy as fuck. You've been there, you know this. I wanted to move, there's nothing more to it. Edgar hummed but didn't respond. Great. More crap I wasn't in the know about. Nesting? I asked, looking between Greg and Edgar. Greg turned his head to gaze out the window like a pouting toddler. Edgar, though, smiled. Magic carriers, like, for instance, district monitors, exhibit a kind of subconscious foreknowledge when they're about to meet, a very compatible person. Greg mentioned that. He said it happens when their mate is going to show up. And it's called nesting? As in, creating a nest? He grinned wider and nodded. Some will merely rearrange their furniture or clean out their closets, but others will go so far as to move. Huh. I couldn't think of anything more to add. Edgar drove us to the pet resort so I could pick up my truck. I followed them to Greg's apartment building and parked in a visitor spot. My ancient Ford had looked out of place among the fancy cars the pet resort customers drove, but it was right at home in Greg's parking garage. The drive over was in no way enough time to process everything that had happened today, so I decided I needed to distill it down to a to-do list. I wished I had my whiteboard, but I had to make do with dictating into the Notes app on my phone. Okay, number 1, figure out what the fog monster is. No, that's number 2. Number 1 is to give Greg the questions to ask the other DMs about other wonders dying recently. I was frustrated at not being able to question the other DMs myself, but I knew how to delegate effectively, and I'd make sure it got done. Number 3 is to remind Edgar to find out about the psychic who can get info from objects. Hopefully he'd still be alive, but it sounded like he'd be too old to travel. Taking Thomas's water bottle to Idaho would be a huge time suck, but it might be necessary. Number 4 is to make a list of all the questions I have so far regarding magic and wonders, etc. Especially find out if I'm magically married forever to Greg, or if it can be undone. Though Edgar had implied it was permanent. I swallowed against the lump in my throat. I'd always known it was a long shot that I'd end up with someone, but I'd have been far happier staying single the rest of my life than being tied to a man who found me repulsive. I flashed to the vision I'd had of the man kissing me on the cheek. Was that supposed to have been Greg? I didn't see how. People don't suddenly go from being icked out by someone to finding them attractive. Feeling adrift and unwanted, I opened my text thread with Steve and Felix. Edgar and Greg would have to wait for me to go up to the apartment when I was ready. Me. Steve, I need the rest of the week off work. I can help out with a few things here and there remotely if needed, though. I told you Greg and I managed to head off the woman in my vision from this morning, so she's fine. But the killer got someone else. Oh, and it looks like I accidentally got magic married to Greg, but he made it clear he won't touch me with a 10-foot pole. Felix. I have many questions, but first, are you okay? Me. No. Felix. Do you want to FaceTime? Me. No. I mean, yes, but I have to go help Greg and his uncle find this killer. Felix. Can Steve and I help you with any part of that? Me. No, but thanks for offering. Felix. GIF of 2 cats hugging. Steve. Helen Hunt's handbasket, dude. Are you in danger from this killer? Me. I don't think so. So far, it's gone after paranormal beings like the shifter I told you about. Steve. Okay, well, if Felix and I can't help you with that, can we at least beat the crap out of Greg? And you know I know a former hitman. I'm sure he'd come out of retirement if I asked him to. Me. Thanks, but no, LOL. I'm gonna figure out how to get Magic divorced, but the killer is more of a priority right now. Me. Thanks for chatting with me, y'all. I just needed to be normal for a few minutes. Felix. Any time, and Greg is an idiot. I'm very disappointed in him. Steve. We're here for you, man. Texting with Felix and Steve had put me back on a more even keel. I was braced to deal with Greg and Edgar again. And I had my to-do list. I locked my phone and got out of the truck. There was a trash can by the elevator, so I got back in and scooped up the coffee cups and bakery bag from the floorboards. The bits of trash in the bed of the truck would have to wait until I could go to the car wash, but cleaning up the cab gave me a small feeling of accomplishment. I dodged no less than 3 20-something bro dudes on the way to Greg's apartment. Nesting aside, I completely understood why he was moving. This apartment building didn't fit him at all. I walked in to find Edgar ordering Chinese food. He queried my preferences, then submitted the order. Okay, he said. We have 30 minutes before the food gets here. What can we get done? I said, I want Greg to ask my questions to the other DMs. Then I want us to look at the info I found on the borda and see if we think that could be what we're facing or if there are any other possibilities. They both nodded. Edgar went into the kitchen to get us some drinks. Greg and I got out our laptops and set them on the dining table. He sat at one end, and I sat at the other, as far away as we could get. I texted Greg the questions I wanted him to ask his DM buddies, then I opened the spreadsheet I'd started to document stories of creatures who used fog to kill or camouflage themselves. It was painfully sparse. Edgar set the glass of ice water I'd requested down beside me. I thanked him. He'd poured himself a glass of wine. "Tell me about this Borda creature," he said, sitting down next to me. I grimaced. There just isn't much information about them. Or her. I'm not sure if there's supposed to be more than one. But a Borda is always a woman, and she's usually blindfolded for some reason. If you met her, she would kill you, but none of the information I've found so far says how she kills people. The tales were used to scare children so they wouldn't go near swamps or foggy places. Edgar made a face. That seems pretty thin. I don't think it's enough to decide definitively whether our fog monster is a Borda. I spread out my hands. It's all I can find. Edgar texted Delphia to see if she had a contact in Idaho so we could find out if the reader psychic was still around. I couldn't understand why they didn't have overlap in Discord servers or some other method of staying in touch. If this killer had been in another state or another country before coming to Texas, we might never find out. While we ate, I questioned Edgar and Greg about wonders and different types of magic carriers. I was dying to ask about the connection between Greg and me, but I saved that topic for another time. Eventually, Edgar pushed back from the table. Let me go meditate for a few minutes to clear my head, and then I'll attempt to call a vision. What is the most vital thing we want to know? I glanced at Greg before saying, what the fog killer is. Right? Edgar shook his head. Even with a bond, I can't see someone's identity if I've never met them. And if the fog monster has a human form, I'll probably only see someone who looks like a generic human. Greg said, you could try to see where the fog monster is. The three of us looked at each other and shrugged. I said, I can't think of anything better. We stood up. Edgar headed for what I assumed was the guest bedroom. I'll lower the lights in here, said Greg. He told me, not every seer needs to meditate or have dim lighting to call a vision, but Edgar finds it helpful. I put his takeout containers in the kitchen trash bin while he walked around and turned off every light except one small table lamp. After a few minutes, Edgar came back and sat in the center of the couch, putting his wine glass and his phone on the coffee table in front of him. Greg and I flanked him in the armchairs. I had to admit, with the low lighting, the blue and green color scheme made it seem like we were sitting in some Caribbean ocean grotto. Greg, of course, looked like some sort of seductive sea god. Edgar said, Cal, what I will do now is concentrate on the question of where the fog monster is. At the same time, I will open up my magic so it can show me the vision. That didn't mean anything to me, but I guessed it was good to know. Edgar put his hands in his lap, closed his eyes, and breathed in and out in a regular rhythm. I wish I'd asked how long this would take. Greg and I stared tensely at Edgar, waiting for a sign he was having a vision. I actually had no idea what that looked like from the outside. All of mine were in my sleep, and I'd never had a sleepover with anyone. Sex, when I decided it was worth the effort, was about getting off and getting out. I didn't cuddle, and I didn't fall asleep. Edgar sat up straight, his eyes almost bugging out. He gasped, then blinked and rubbed his chest. I leaned forward. Are you all right? He shuddered and put his arms around himself. No, I'm not. There isn't just one fog monster. There are at least 3. On the Texas DM Discord server, Monday, March 27th. Greg DM Central Texas, March 27th at 7:34 p.m. Listen up, y'all. I'm sure you saw Delphia's post about Thomas Baird being killed. His is the second wonder death we can attribute to the same killer. Cal had a vision of the first one last week, and the police found a bag belonging to that victim in the location Cal saw in his vision. All we know so far is that the victims were both on their own, outdoors in a rural location. In both of Cal's visions, the killer created some sort of fog, but we're not sure what its purpose was. Edgar's going to try to call a vision this evening. I'll let you know if it tells us anything. Here's what we need to know from you. 1. Have any of your wonders died or disappeared under unknown circumstances? 2. Do you have contacts in neighboring states or Mexico that you can ask the same question to? 3. Without panicking anybody, are there any older wonders in your districts you can talk to and see if they've ever heard of a wonder with the ability to generate fog? Thanks. Caroline, DM, Panhandle, Texas, March 27th at 7:37 p.m. Well, that's fucking frightening. I'm not sure on any of those questions, but I know some people I can ask. Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, March 27th at 7:37 p.m. Shit. None of the wonders I'm connected to have passed away in over a year, but I wouldn't know if any unaffiliated wonders have died. I know a DM in Louisiana I can contact, and there are some trolls near Lake Livingston I can ask about the fog. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Rick, DM, West Texas, March 27th at 7:40 p.m. I had one wonder pass away late last year, but it was natural causes. I've got contacts in New Mexico and Chihuahua. I'll see what they say. I'm not sure about oldsters. There is one tortoise shifter out near San Angelo, but he doesn't talk to me if he can help it. I'll try. Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, March 27th at 7:41 p.m. Isn't there a book room at Twist? If I remember correctly, it's kind of a disorganized mess, but maybe one of the books has relevant info. Anyway, no deaths of any of my connected wonders in the past several years. I'll check with a couple of DMs I know in Arkansas and Oklahoma, though. And I don't think I have any wonders who are more than 100 or so years old, but I'll talk to the oldest of them. Reno, not the DM, South Texas, March 27th at 7:42 p.m. Hey, that's really scary. Let us know if we can do anything besides ask questions. Not being a true DM means I have no idea if any wonders have passed away recently unless somebody tells me, and they haven't. But just to be sure, I'll go through the names I have and do a sort of check-in call to each of them. If I figure out any of them are really old, I'll ask about the fog. And I don't know anyone in Mexico, sorry. Chapter 13. Greg. 3? I all but shouted. What did you see? Edgar reached out and snatched his wine glass from the coffee table. He drained it in one go. Setting it down, he wrapped his arm around his middle again and exhaled heavily. I was in the back of a van, like a minivan with a bigger cargo area in the rear. There were 3 men. I'm just going to call them men based on their size in relation to the car seats. 2 in the front seat and 1 in the rear passenger seat. They weren't speaking. I didn't even have time to try to see out the windows because the driver looked into the rearview mirror and... He hugged himself tighter. I couldn't make out his facial features, of course, but I would swear he saw me. He swallowed and shuddered. I'll get you more wine. Cal jumped up and jogged to the kitchen. I moved over and sat next to Edgar on the couch. I put my arm around him. Do you want to talk to Bettina? Would that help? Edgar nodded, so I picked up my phone with my free hand and used my thumb to find Bettina in my contacts. When she answered, I said, Hey, Auntie. Edgar had a disturbing vision and wanted to talk to you. Hang on. I passed the phone to Edgar and got up to join Cal in the kitchen. He was just coming back out with the wine bottle. I took it from him and pointed at the dining table. Edgar's talking to his wife. I'll go refill his glass, and then I'll be right back. He nodded and went over to pick up his backpack from one of the dining chairs. He'd put his laptop away while we ate. After filling Edgar's glass to the brim, I left the bottle on the coffee table in case he wanted more. Cal was sitting at the table, staring down at the backpack in his lap. He picked at the frayed edge of the broken strap. Are you okay? I asked. He shook his head without looking up. We don't know what these guys are. We don't know how to fight them, and we don't know how to find them. He looked up. I can usually solve any problem with some time on the internet, maybe a little light hacking. He smiled faintly before sobering. But I need a starting place. I need something. All we have is fog, and it's not getting us any useful results. There was nothing I could say. Through our connection, I could feel frustration and despair. I didn't have any reassurance to offer. My phone chimed with a text. Lloyd. Sylvia agreed to be my mate. I showed her my shifted form and we bonded. Well, that was some good news at least. Me. Congratulations. Please tell Sylvia I expected her to have better taste, though. Lloyd. Eye roll emoji. Tomorrow I'm taking her to Twist so she can meet everyone, and I'll pack up my stuff since I'll be moving here. Me. Good for you. I'll be glad to have you close by. I stared at Lloyd's message. He was going to Twist, the very place that triggered every anxiety I had. But where there was a room full of books. Dusty, moldy books stacked haphazardly. A chaotic mess in a storm of even greater chaos. People everywhere, talking and shouting for attention. People arguing over things that could easily be solved if they'd just have a calm discussion with each other. People who told me they'd help me with my studies or teenage drama, but then who got distracted and forgot. But the books might have answers we needed. Edgar finished his call. He stood up and carried his wine glass over to us. I told Bettina what was going on. She thinks she remembers one of the older wonders saying there's some kind of elven weapon in the book room. Cal perked up. A weapon we could use against the fog monsters? Edgar shrugged. I don't know, but it's worth a try. If those creatures are actually changing into the fog instead of just generating it, we won't be able to use a gun. He eyed me cautiously. We need to go to Twist. I pressed my lips into a flat line before saying, Agreed. You could stay here. I shook my head. I won't be of any use here. The more people going through those books, the better. Okay. I turned to Cal. What time do you want to leave in the morning? I woke up Tuesday with a raging hard-on. Morning wood was one thing, but this was more like morning steel. I'd been dreaming of Cal, of touching his naked skin, so it wasn't a mystery why my body was primed to get off. I'd leaked enough pre-cum I'd have to throw the sheets in the wash before I left. I didn't have much time, but I could not be in a car with Cal for over an hour without dealing with my situation. I managed to keep my hands off my dick until I got in the shower. Once under the spray, I filled my hand with shampoo and gave myself a good stroke. Fuck, that felt good. I closed my eyes and remembered my dream. How Cal's soft body surrounded me, his arms around my back holding me against him. I imagined our dicks pressed together but unable to thrust because Cal was on top of me, cuddling me and keeping me safe. I pictured his hands inching down until his fingers breached my hole, and I came. My brain kept the fantasy going, pretending to feel a faint echo of my orgasm through my connection with Cal, like I'd been told happened with bonded partners. I sighed. Not that I wanted to be connected with Cal, much less bonded. I didn't do well with chaos. I looked ruefully down at my chest where the connection I didn't at all want taunted me with its brightness and vitality. Cal was waiting outside his apartment building when I pulled up at 8 a.m. His building appeared to be a little nicer than mine, and his truck stood out in the parking lot for how old it was. The drive to Twist would only take an hour and a half, so we'd have most of the day to look through the books. Along with his tattered backpack, Cal also held a surprisingly stylish brown leather duffel bag. I'd warned him we might need to stay overnight. When I told my mother we were coming, she'd tried hard not to shriek with excitement. I hadn't been able to make myself go back to Twist more than a few times since I'd left for college. Mom and my brother Dominic always had to visit me in Bent Oak. Mom knew how hard it was for me, but I never got the impression she really understood why. But to her credit, she never minimized my anxiety or pushed me to get over it. I popped open the back hatch of the SUV so Cal could put his duffel inside. Good morning, I called, craning my neck around to watch his meaty pecs flex under his t-shirt as he lifted the bag into the car. Today's t-shirt read, Pluto, 1930 to 2006. Never forget. At least it didn't say moist. And it was clean. Cal grunted a greeting, then slammed the hatch shut. He walked around to the passenger side and got in next to me, slinging his backpack to the floor by his feet. Our connection glowed between us. You need coffee or anything? I asked. Nah, I'm good. Unless you need something. I shook my head. Maybe in a while. We drove in silence as I navigated out of town and got on the highway. I gestured at the radio. Feel free to find some music or a podcast or something. Whatever you like is fine. Cal hesitated before saying, Whatever I like? Because not many people listen to the same stuff I do. I raised an eyebrow. Well, if you're into death metal, then yeah, it wouldn't be too relaxing for me. But otherwise, hit me with it. He coughed a laugh. No death metal, I promise. And it'll be relaxing. But let me know if you want something else. He produced a USB cable from his backpack and attached his phone to the car. In a moment, the unmistakable sounds of Neil Diamond singing Sweet Caroline came out of the speakers. Nice, I said. It was a fun song for a road trip. The next one up was Linda Ronstadt's Blue Bayou, and then Barry Manilow with Somewhere Down the Road. Is this a 70s playlist? I asked. He eyed me as if he was worried I'd make fun of his music. Mostly. How'd you get into that? He glanced out the window at the small hills covered in scrub trees. I know you've met Felix, but have you met my friend Steve? I think so. But it was a few years ago at a party at Felix and Malcolm's place. Got it. Steve and I met in elementary school. His mom was awesome. Cal's voice warmed up exponentially and his lips curled into a smile. She had this old turntable in a big box full of vinyl records. He pointed at the dashboard. Mostly from the 70s. She'd had them since she was a kid. I was fascinated with the turntable, and she let me play her records on it whenever I came over. He looked out the window again. When she died, no one wanted the turntable and records, so Steve gave them to me. I felt his grief through our connection. The first emotion I'd sensed from him all morning. I searched for something to say. I'm sure she'd be pleased you still love the music. How long ago did she pass? Steve and I were 13. Wow, that's young. I'm so sorry. He nodded jerkily. Crap. I needed a new conversation topic. Edgar left a little earlier than we did, so he'll be at Twist before we get there. You can meet Bettina, his wife. She's a magic carrier, not a wonder, but there are a large number of different species of wonders at Twist. And, of course, the exotic animals. Cal's head jerked toward me. Exotic animals? I smiled. The organization is officially an exotic and wild animal rescue, and they do take in actual animals. The wonders help take care of them. Huh. And has Felix told you about our friend Sylvia, who attends game nights at Craig and Foster's place? His eyebrows raised. Yes? She makes really good food, right? I nodded. She also recently met a wonder named Lloyd Carpenter. He's a wolf shifter. They resonated. I glanced over at Cal. Meaning Sylvia is a magic carrier and she and Lloyd are compatible. Right. Did you know she was a magic carrier? I did, but when I mentioned reading books about shifters or elves, she didn't react. I met her daughter and granddaughter, and they didn't inherit the magic, but I haven't met her great-granddaughter yet. It can skip generations. Anyway, I talked to my mom, and we decided to just keep an eye on Sylvia and only bring her into the campaign if she crossed paths with a wonder. Chuckling, I told Cal the story of Edgar's vision and how he'd made sure Sylvia crossed paths with Lloyd in his sweater-wearing wolf form. So now Lloyd is moving to Bent Oak to be with Sylvia. He'll be there packing up his belongings. I told him I'd bring some of his stuff back with us. Did Lloyd have a job at Twist? Will his leaving cause a problem for your mom? She'll be fine. He was in charge of getting newly rescued wonders settled and acclimated. There are several other people who can take over. Where do the wonders get rescued from? Some of them are just unaffiliated and need a place to stay for a while. I grimaced. But the others are victims of trafficking. Cal's head shot around again. Like human trafficking, but with wonders? How is that happening and there haven't been any photos of wonders on the internet? Because the perpetrators are always billionaires, I said grimly. I'm sorry, what? His surprise leaked through the connection. Billionaires, and usually not the newly made kind. We're talking old money. One of them a long time ago found out about wonders and kidnapped some. Now it's a global problem. The billionaires boast to each other if they have a wonder, and they either try to kidnap more or buy them off one another. That's fucked up. I agree. Part of what Twist and the other groups like it do is find and liberate the captive wonders. My brother Dominic heads up that part of the organization. We have a liaison at the FBI who alerts us if they or other government agencies come across any wonders. One time, a billionaire in Dallas captured a family of fawns. The DEA found them because the asshole had ties to a Mexican cartel. We got them out and relocated them. Fuck, Cal said. And the DEA agents or whoever don't tell anyone about the wonders? Not so far. We were almost to Blanco, where we'd leave the highway behind and travel the rest of the way on 2-lane roads. I clenched the steering wheel tighter. A small delay wouldn't make much difference. I need to stop and stretch my legs. You want some coffee or a Coke? Sounds good. Do you want me to drive from here? Nah, I'm okay. Sort of. I exited the highway and wound around a couple of streets until I reached Buchanan's coffee house. Cute, Cal commented. It's great. Cal offered to get the coffee since I was driving, so I left him to order and went to the restroom. Was I dawdling? Yes. Yes, I was. But I didn't want Cal to worry I was indisposed, so I made myself go back out to the SUV. He'd put my coffee on the hood and was leaning against the passenger side, sipping his. Thanks, I said. It's good. I took an obligatory sip of my coffee, but it sat uneasily on my already roiling stomach. I put it in the cup holder where it would stay until I remembered to throw it away. Cal's cup smelled of chocolate and milk. Probably would have been a better choice for me than my Americano. I didn't bother getting back on the highway. I cut through town to the small road that would take us to Twist. We'll be there in about 20 minutes. Cal nodded. How long has it been since you've been there? You grew up at Twist, right? I inhaled and exhaled, staring forward through the windshield. It's been 6 years since I've been back. He looked at me, but didn't say anything for a long moment. I don't want to pry into your business, but will this be a difficult visit for you? I barked out a slightly manic laugh. Yes. Tension was crawling up my back. Concern radiated through from him. Is there anything I can do to help? Not without enhancing our connection. And at least with the way it was now, Cal didn't seem to be able to feel my emotions like I could feel his. More touching could change that. Meaning what? I huffed. Meaning at some point while we're there, I'm probably going to have a panic attack, and when that happens, I could really use a hug. Which will make our connection stronger. Cal turned in his seat to face me as best he could within the confines of the seatbelt. I don't mind hugging you if you need it, he said matter-of-factly. What sort of things trigger your panic attacks? I focused on the feel of the steering wheel under my fingers. Twist. He paused, then said, Well, it must have been pretty awful growing up there. I lifted one shoulder. Everyone did the best they could with me and my brother Dominic, but a lot of the time we were overlooked. We had to learn how to raise ourselves. We weren't near a real school, and I needed structure, which is in very short supply at Twist. I gave him a wry smile. Dominic was 2 years older than me, so he had it easier. He left to join the army as soon as he turned 18. But that wasn't the life I wanted. When I went to college, it was heaven. Schedules and appointments, due dates and rules. I had my first panic attack when I went back to Twist at winter break my freshman year. Fuck, he said. Was that pity coming through the connection? Sorry, I said gruffly. I didn't mean to dump all that on you. I'll be fine. It's okay if you're not. If it gets to be too much, we can go back to Ben Oak. I shook my head. We need to go through those books. Cal snorted. We can load the books in the back of the car. Your friend Lloyd can make 2 trips to get his stuff. That's not a bad idea. Hang on, you own a pet resort. I mean, I was only there for a little while, but all the dogs running around, the clients in the lobby, that doesn't bother you? I lifted one shoulder. No, because everything is choreographed behind the scenes to run smoothly. We have hiccups here and there, but the dogs and employees are on a schedule. I know when and where everyone and every pet is supposed to be. Plus, you probably won't believe this, but aside from the occasional accident, the inside of the pet resort is cleaner than most people's homes. I threw him a wry smile. It's actually pretty relaxing for me. Craig said you let him keep his desk messy. I chuckled. I had to learn to adapt. Craig's brain doesn't work the way mine does, and he can't function as well if he has to keep his work area neat and tidy. So we compromised. He constrains his personal chaos to his desk, and I've taught myself to sort of not look at it too closely. My entire back tightened as I saw we were almost at our destination. I pointed to the right. This fence is the boundary of the Twist land. There's over 200 acres. If you keep your eye out, you might see some interesting animals. I was pleased with my calm tone of voice. Cal made ooh noises as he spied some antelope, a zebra, and a moose. I turned off the road when we reached the driveway. Then I rolled down my window and input my code into the keypad next to the small sign that read, Texas Wildlife Intervention and Support Team. The gate swung open. Here we go. On the Texas DM Discord server, Tuesday, March 28th. Caroline, DM, Panhandle, Texas, March 28th at 9:48 a.m. I found out a dryad passed away here on February 25th. Her relatives didn't find her body, but they decomposed within a day, so that's not unusual. Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, March 28th at 10:04 a.m. I've got no dead or missing wonders. No one I've asked knows anything that can create fog. All the wonders are really freaking out, though. Rick, DM, West Texas, March 28th at 10:21 a.m. My contact in Albuquerque hasn't had any unexplained deaths since he became DM 9 years ago. Still waiting to hear back from the others I reached out to. Chapter 14. Cal. I wasn't sure what to expect at Twist. I think I imagined some sort of zoo, but the animals in the fenced areas by the main road made it seem more like a ranch. After we went through the heavy iron-looking gate, Greg drove along a winding road. At first, it was lined by more fenced animal yards, but then it was just trees. You couldn't see anything from the road, which was probably for the protection of the wonders who lived here. Greg turned down a second driveway. I saw movement in the side mirror, and when I turned around, I jerked back and shouted, "Fuck!" Greg chuckled, but I ignored him in favor of staring at the freaking rhinoceros running alongside the car. Its feet thudded as they hit the ground. We were probably going 25 miles per hour. The rhino ran like it could keep pace all day. Then in front of us, a grinning red-haired man flew out from the trees on the left. And I mean, he flew. He hovered over the road, and his wings were beating so fast I couldn't get a look at him. He wore blue jeans, but no shirt and no shoes. Fucking show-off, Greg muttered. We drove under the winged guy, and the SUV shuddered as he landed on the roof with a bang. The rhino's footfalls were joined by loud hoofbeats, so I looked back. We were now also accompanied by a big black horse. A tiny golden creature was clinging to its mane, but I couldn't get a look at it due to the angle. I take it this is the welcoming committee? Greg nodded. His fingers were white-knuckled on the steering wheel. As much as I didn't want to praise someone who despised me, I had to admire how much courage it took to go back to the place that was the source of his trauma. He slowed as we rounded a turn, and the trees fell away. In front of us was a large 2-story brick house. Outbuildings were scattered behind it, and I could see the tops of large nets, possibly animal enclosures, dotted in between them among the trees. Greg drove along the circular drive in front of the house. To the left was a gravel area with what had to be more than 15 cars and trucks parked in it. Greg stopped the car. He looked at me. Brace yourself. Then he took a deep breath and opened his door. A cacophony of voices shouted versions of Greg and Greggy over and over. I jumped when my door was yanked open from the outside. "Hey there," said a woman who couldn't have been more than 4 feet tall. She had a Scottish accent and didn't have a second self. "You must be Cal. Is it short for Callum? I'm Eileen. Hi, and, it's Calvin. Sorry. She waved this away. No matter. Your parents picked it, not you, I'm sure. Now, come on out and I'll get your bags. I undid my seatbelt. I can get them. I slid my backpack over my shoulder and hurried to the back of the SUV. The winged red-haired guy wasn't on the roof any longer. Eileen had the hatch open and was dragging Greg's bag over the bumper. I reached over her head to get my duffel, but she whacked me in the stomach with her free hand. Hey, I backed up. She shook a finger at me. I'll be getting your bags. It's part of me job. I searched around for Greg, but he was being mobbed by a bunch of people. Okay, but may I make it easier on you and hand you my bag? I can reach it without stretching. Fine. She nodded and stepped back a little to give me room. I grabbed my duffel and passed it to her. She tucked it under her tiny arm so she was holding both of our bags one-handed. She pointed at the trailing strap of my backpack. Hand that over too, and I'll fix it in a jiffy. Oh, thank you, but my laptop's in there, and I might need it. I gripped the intact strap tightly. She snapped her fingers and pointed again. You'll be in the book room, yeah? I'll bring it before you have need of it. Give it over. I opened my mouth to protest again, but she glared at me. Her eyes were black with no white visible. Right. This was a supernatural being. It was hard to see in the sunlight, but when I focused, I could see the same glittery aura Greg and Edgar had. I shut my mouth and silently handed over my backpack. She slung it over her tiny shoulder and patted the strap. This was given with love. You've been having it repaired as you go, yeah? Yeah. She gave me a sharp nod. I'll put some protections on it so it'll be more resilient. And dinna worry. I'll treat it just like you would. Inexplicably, a lump formed in my throat. Thanks. A new voice said, Cal, is that you? I turned to find a woman who could only be Delphia Shaw. She was almost as tall as Greg, with thick brown hair held back in an untidy braid. She had brown eyes instead of Greg's gray, but her sharp nose and jaw were the same, as was the sparkling aura around her. I guess she was around 70 years old. Hi, you must be Delphia. I glanced around, but Eileen had vanished. Give me a hug, you, and welcome to the family. Family? I couldn't ask my question because she was in my arms, squeezing my ribcage harder than I would have liked. Hey, is that Cal? I looked up to see a big, muscled guy even taller than me. He had to be Greg's older brother, Dominic. He'd gotten the gray eyes, but his features were a little rougher than Greg's. His brown hair was cut short, and his face and arms sported several scars. Delphia finally released me. Yes, Cal, meet Dominic, my other son. Dominic, just look at this connection. She moved her forefinger along an invisible line between me and Greg, who was standing in the middle of a mob of well-wishers with a desperate expression on his face. Dominic raised his eyebrows, looking down at my gut, then up to my face. Wow, welcome to the family. Oh, shit. I don't think... Come on, Delphia grabbed my arm. Dominic, go rescue your brother. We'll meet you in the kitchen. She started pulling me toward the front door of the house. I glanced over my shoulder for Greg, but he was blocked by Dominic, who was wading through the crowd to get to him. I barely had time to see the entryway of the house before I was dragged through a kinda great room with seating areas and tables scattered around. The kitchen was huge, and I could see a large dining room through a doorway at the other end. Delphia sat me down at the enormous butcher block island. Coffee or iced tea? I don't need anything right now, thanks. She made a dismissive noise. You'll be in a tiny room with the books the rest of the day. Beverages aren't a good idea in there with all that old paper. You'll get parched. I'll get you some water. Okay, I said faintly. Holy crap, she was even pushier in person than she'd seemed on the phone. I heard the front door open, the sounds of people shouting and laughing outside spilling through the house before suddenly cutting off. 2 sets of footsteps echoed through the empty rooms as Dominic and Greg came closer. "Boys, you want coffee, iced tea, or water?" "Nothing for me, Mom," Dominic said as he walked into the kitchen. "You know I've got to get on the road." Greg came in behind him. His face was pasty white, his eyes wide. He moved stiffly and he had his arms crossed as if he were cold. Fuck. I used my foot to shove the bar stool next to me out a little, nodding at Greg to sit down. He gave me a quick smile and sat. He scooted the stool closer to the island, and I used my bulk to take up even more space than I usually did. I felt Greg relax slightly as my shoulder and upper arm pressed against his. Maybe he didn't dislike me as much as he once had. It didn't make him any less of an asshole, but it was something. I just wished my dick wasn't so excited about me and Greg being this close to each other. Dominic examined us, then he flicked his eyes to me and gave me an approving nod. Delphia passed a glass of water to Greg, who gulped it gratefully. She rushed back to the other end of the kitchen and swiftly returned with a plate of cookies, which she set down in front of us. Greg made an appreciative noise and said, "Thanks, Mom." He snatched a cookie from the plate. Delphia nudged the plate in my direction. "Have one. They're Greggy's favorite, peanut butter and chocolate chip." Greggy? I'd heard people outside yelling it, but wow. I slid my eyes to Greg. He was glaring at me as he chewed, daring me to say something. At least his color was better. I smiled and said, "Thank you, they look delicious." I took one, and it was possibly one of the best cookies I'd ever had, warm and buttery, the peanut butter and semi-sweet chocolate perfectly complementing each other. I swallowed and said, "This is amazing." Dominic grabbed 2 cookies. "I've got a report of a group of goblins being held near El Paso. One of them's a newborn." Greg grimaced. "You need to get going then." "Yeah," Dominic said. "Hopefully Rick and I will get it sorted in time for me to come help you with the fog monster things, or whatever you and Edgar are calling these fuckers." Greg nodded. "I think it'll come down to a fight. But we can't fight them until we know what they are. And how they can be killed." Dominic kissed his mother on the cheek, then came around the island to hug his brother. "Stay safe," Greg told him. "You know it." Dominic stuck his hand out to me. "Welcome to the family, Cal. I hope the next time I see you we can spend more time together." Sure," I said uncertainly. I carefully did not look at Greg. I wanted to believe Delphia and Dominic were using family to mean their group of magic carriers, but they were really commenting on the connection they could see. Greg and I were magic married. Fuck. Dominic said, "You'll probably meet my daughter Caroline at some point, too." He grinned proudly. "She just took over as DM of the Panhandle District." "Oh, wow, that's impressive." Or at least it sounded like it was. What the hell did I know? Dominic left a few minutes later. I took a sip of water, then I said, "Should we get started on the books?" Delphia pointed at our glasses. "After you finish your water." Grumbling, Greg and I did so. It turned out Edgar and his wife Bettina had already started on the book room. That is, if you meant started in the way of the old saying, a journey of 1,000 books starts with moving a few of them around. Bettina, a woman of undetermined age with dark brown eyes and jet black hair without a speck of gray, told me she was excited to meet me, and that Edgar had sung my praises to her. I wasn't exactly sure what I'd done to earn Edgar's compliments, but I'd take them. Bettina informed me she was the bookkeeper for Twist. "But," she rushed to add, "the accounting type, not a keeper of books like this." She waved her hand around to indicate the dusty stacks. The room was about 20 feet long and 12 feet wide. No windows, or at least if there were any windows, they were covered by bookshelves. It was impossible to estimate how many books were in the room. Every shelf was filled, not only with books placed in the traditional upright and spine-out way, but also with more stacked in front of and on top of those books. The floor was covered in additional piles, and I had the impression there was a table in the center of the room, but we couldn't see it due to it being surrounded by and covered in even more books. Here and there I could see parts of a few non-book items, but my view of them was blocked by, you guessed it, books. The room smelled of dust and old paper. I turned to the others. Greg was pale again, staring blankly at the haphazard mountain of books. "Well, He and I were on the same page for once. I told Greg, Edgar, and Bettina, we need face masks, gloves, and dust cloths before I'm setting foot in there. We decided to commandeer the room next door, which was a guest room Delphia had apparently meant for me and Greg to share. There was only one bed, so I was glad we'd dodged that bullet. We'd figure out sleeping arrangements later. Eileen appeared with my cleaned and repaired backpack. She'd also brought several wonders who she efficiently directed to move the furniture out of the guest room and to bring in a couple of tables and some chairs. She took one look inside the book room, then closed her eyes and shook her head before turning her back on it. While I would have preferred to catalog the books as we examined them, we didn't have that kind of time. We brought a stack of books out of the room, then each of us would grab a book, dust it off, and decide whether it might have information about fog monsters in it. Any books needing a closer look were stacked on one of the tables. The others were put in a corner to eventually be moved back into the book room, though I suspected we'd just created a second book room. Eileen set us up with a bucket of clean dust and cloths and another bucket to put the dirty ones in. She or someone else came by regularly to switch the dirty cloths out for clean ones. After 2 hours, we only had 5 books set aside to look at later, and about 200 stacked in the corner. Some of the books were in other languages, and we'd had to Google translations of the titles, which took extra time. Greg's phone chimed, and after checking it, he said, "Lloyd and Sylvia have arrived, and Mom's got lunch for us in the dining room." Great, I could use a break. I stood up and stretched. Greg watched my t-shirt ride up my stomach. I pulled it down self-consciously, and he looked away. We all washed up and went to the kitchen. A tall black man with salt and pepper hair and a wolf as his second self was standing next to the kitchen island talking to Delphia. At his side was a short, older Hispanic woman with sparkly glasses propped on her head. Greg greeted these two with hugs, and then he introduced me to them. Bettina and Edgar already knew Lloyd, but they were excited to meet Sylvia. As we walked to the dining room, I ended up next to her. I said, "I just found out about all this a few days ago." She smiled and latched onto my arm with an amazingly strong grip. "I'm so glad it's not only me. Lloyd is everything I ever wanted in a partner, but my poor brain is having trouble absorbing that these wonders actually exist." I patted her hand. "I understand completely." After lunch, Edgar, Bettina, Greg, and I got back to work. We'd made a decent dent in the books, and we could walk several feet into the room. I looked for anything that wasn't a book in the hopes it could be the mysterious elven weapon an old armadillo shifter named Karsha had told Bettina about when she was a teenager. I managed to reach a small vase with the remains of a desiccated flower inside, but that was it. The rest would have to wait until we got through more books. When we had 10 books to look at, we took turns examining them while the other 3 continued to go through the stacks in the book room. Most of them were duds. From a fog monster perspective, at least. I itched to read some of the books. We'd found one that claimed to be a history of elves on Earth. Another was titled Representation of the Wolf Shifter in Popular Novels. It had been published in 1932. I checked in with Steve in the afternoon, but he said everything was going fine at work. The first draft of the contracts defining our separation from Rogues Gallery as employees but retaining our intellectual property ownership was almost ready. I told Steve I'd be back in Bent Oak hopefully tomorrow, but by Thursday at the latest. We stopped for the day at 6 p.m. I felt good about the progress we'd made, and I suspected we might finish going through all the books by the end of the day tomorrow. Greg said, "Let's find out where Eileen put our bags. There's time to get a shower before dinner if you'd like." "Ah, yes," I groaned. I felt like book dust had settled into my pores. I followed Greg down the hall. Eileen apparently had an office somewhere on the ground floor of the house. The building was silent. "Where are all the people?" I asked Greg, idly admiring his ass and his jeans as we walked. "Does everyone we saw when we arrived live somewhere else?" He sort of hunched in on himself. "They live on the property. This building is mostly offices, though my family and a few other people like Eileen live here. Mom asked most of the others to stay away while we're visiting so my anxiety doesn't get triggered." I decided then and there that Delphia could be as pushy as she wanted to be, and I'd never say a word. I'd kill to have a mother who'd clear out an entire house full of people to make sure her son wasn't uncomfortable. "She's invited several good friends for dinner, so it'll be a little more lively than lunch was. Okay. I'm guessing Eileen wasn't here when you were a kid? I could not see her leaving 2 children to fend for themselves if she could help it. Greg shook his head. No, she came right before I graduated college. I've only met her a couple of times before this visit. We came to Eileen's office, a cozy little room with a desk and a sitting area, complete with fireplace. Nothing was out of place, but the ambience was comfortable and welcoming. She looked up from her desk where she'd been typing on a small laptop. "I hope your day was productive," she said, eyeing us up and down. "I'm sure you'll want to bathe before dinner. I've put the 2 of you in your old bedroom, Gregory." She turned to me. "He shared with his brother, so there are 2 beds. This connection is very strong." She waved her finger between me and Greg. "But I can tell it wasn't created intentionally." No. She smiled briefly, then said, "Should you decide to change that, you can always push the beds together. Have a pleasant evening." She looked down again, dismissing us. On the Texas DM Discord server, Tuesday, March 28th. Rick, DM, West Texas, March 28th at 4:50 p.m. My contact in Chihuahua got back to me. Several wonders have died in the past couple of years, but she attributed the deaths to cartel activity, so those are unconfirmed. Chapter 15. Cal. We took turns showering. I went first, which I was grateful for because I needed to jerk off in the worst way. Though that was fucking weird because I'd already done it once today. I'd woken up this morning with the hard-on from hell. I didn't make eye contact with Greg when I exited the bathroom. I didn't want to know if he could tell what I'd been doing in the shower. Not that it was anything to be ashamed of. It was just another natural bodily function. I put on jeans and a purple button-down over my Middle-earth Hiking Club t-shirt and called it good enough for dinner with Greg's family and friends. While he showered and changed, I sat on one of the twin beds with my laptop and checked my work emails, which fortunately were dwindling due to Kurt's impending promotion and my out-of-office auto-reply. Greg came out of the bathroom looking good enough to eat in dark jeans and a gray Henley that made his eyes almost glow. His cheeks were flushed. Had he been jerking off in there too? "Ready?" I asked. "Give me 1 minute." I nodded and busied myself putting my laptop in my newly repaired backpack. I couldn't believe how nice it looked. Eileen had done more than fix the broken strap. She'd reinforced all of the seams, removed the stain along one side where I'd spilled a Dr. Pepper on it in high school, and she'd even covered the bottom with a new piece of suede. Where she'd produced it from on short notice, I'd never know, and she'd told me the backpack would be more resistant to damage going forward. I zipped it shut and glanced around to see if Greg was ready. He was standing next to the door with his eyes closed, and I was pretty sure he was doing breathing exercises. Was he worried about dinner? He hadn't seemed uncomfortable at lunch earlier, but there'd only been 6 of us. Maybe it was his mother. She did seem like she could be a lot to handle, but she'd been making accommodations for him up to now. I fiddled with my phone for a moment until Greg moved. "Sorry," he said. "Thanks for waiting." I stood up and shook my head. "No worries. I'm certainly not going down there and facing your mom on my own." He chuckled. Understandable. We went downstairs. As soon as we exited the stairwell, we heard voices. Lots of voices. Greg squared his shoulders and led me to the great room. About 10 people with wolves as their second selves were scattered around talking. I only recognized Lloyd. They waved at us but didn't approach, though that may have been due to the way Greg was walking swiftly and with purpose toward the kitchen. Delphia was standing at the kitchen island with Sylvia, and they were putting together a pan of enchiladas. Behind them, the winged, red-haired guy was tending to a few pots on the stove. He wore a t-shirt with a wide collar, and his wings poked out of the material behind his head. Pretty smart way to keep from getting your wings burned or whatever while you were cooking. The 3 of them greeted us, and the red-haired guy was introduced as Max. I waved, and he saluted me with a wooden spoon. "Mom," Greg said, "I thought we were having a quiet dinner with just a few people." She held up a hand. "We are. Lloyd wanted some of his pack members to meet Sylvia. Most of them have already left, and the rest are on their way out." Greg relaxed. "Got it. Thanks. Sorry. He said to Sylvia, "How did it go?" She smiled, but to me it seemed a little strained. "They were very kind, but there are so many of them." She shook her head. "It will take me a while to learn everyone's names when we visit." Greg said, "Maybe you can invite them to Bent Oak a few at a time. Then it won't seem so overwhelming when you come here." Relief flashed across her face. "That is an excellent suggestion, Greg. You are very smart." He went around the island, kissed his mother on the cheek, and then did the same to Sylvia. "Cal, you want a beer?" he called over his shoulder. "Please," I said. After opening the refrigerator, he held up 2 Jester King Witchmaker IPAs, and I nodded. We chatted with Delphia and Sylvia for a few minutes, then Edgar and Bettina showed up. Greg took up a position next to the wall about 6 feet from the island, but he didn't look distressed. I reminded myself I wasn't his keeper, and he could leave the room if he felt he needed to. It was getting harder to remember I didn't like him, that he didn't like me. Eventually, we moved into the dining room. Max, wings released from their t-shirt prison, set the food out family style while Delphia poured water into everyone's glasses. We ended up with 12 people around the gigantic table. I ended up seated with Greg on my right and Max on my left. Across from me, between Bettina and Lloyd, was a large dude named Bloom who had a craggy face and gray skin. I wished I had a discreet way to ask Greg what kind of wonders people were, because many of them, like Bloom, didn't have a second self. We passed dishes around for a few minutes. Once everyone started eating, Max said to me, "Hey, my sister's Annie. You saved her life yesterday. I just wanted to say thanks." "Oh, I'm glad she's okay." What the hell else was I supposed to say? She was seriously freaked out, especially after that wonder Thomas was killed. He shivered and gazed down at his plate. "We're working on figuring out who's behind the deaths. That's why we're here." He nodded, looking up at me fiercely. "Let me know if I can help. I'm willing to fight." "Youngling," Bloom interrupted from across the table. His voice was deep and gravelly. "Do not be so quick to choose fighting as the solution. The enemy is still unknown." Max threw his fork onto his plate. I reared back, jostling Greg. Max hissed, "Look, you sedimentary rock, you might be old, but you're not my parent." "Okay," I said soothingly. "Max, I appreciate your willingness to help. We might need it once we figure everything out." I eyed Bloom to see if he would contradict me. Delphia called down the table, "What's going on, Max?" Bloom said, loud enough for his voice to boom through the house, "Everything is fine. Max's youthful temper just got the best of him for a moment." Fuck. Way to not de-escalate, dude. "I'm 63 years old, you fossil." I whipped around to stare at Max, my mouth hanging open. No fucking way. Before I could ask any questions, a wolf shifter opened the door from the great room and stuck their head inside. I thought they might have been in the room with Lloyd earlier. "Is everything okay in here?" "We're fine, Marley," Delphia called. "Y'all can go on home." They shook their head. "We're playing Twister." Everyone laughed. They said, "After you're done eating, come on and play." Thankfully, they shut the door behind themselves. Bloom turned his attention to Greg. "Tell me, Greg, are you still practicing your French?" He said to me, "I was one of Greg and Dominic's tutors during their school years. I taught them French and mathematics." "Oh, Greg mentioned he'd been homeschooled." Bloom waggled his hand. "I'm not sure it was as organized as you make it sound. Delphia had many responsibilities after her husband passed. She did her best, but there were many wonders in need at the time, and Greg and Dominic were often left to their own devices." I felt stressed just thinking about it. Poor kids. Are there any children here now? Bloom-eyed Max, who pointed his fork at him and said, "Don't you say it." Objective accomplished, Bloom smiled and told me, "No. Dominic's daughter, Callie, was the last, and after her mother passed, he sent her to live with Greg so she could go to a formal school." I turned to look at Greg, eyebrows raised. "How old was she?" 14, Greg said tersely. He told Bloom, "She goes by Caroline now." Bloom sat back in his chair and nodded. He eyed me. "Makes sense." Turning back to Greg, he asked, Is she enjoying her new role? She is. The door to the great room slammed open, and I wasn't the only one to jump in my seat. A woman shouted, "Sorry," and pulled it shut again. Damn. Greg was right about this place being chaotic. I was super tense, my heart beating 1,000,000 miles an hour, just waiting for the next thing to happen. But the feeling was odd. Like it wasn't my heart that was beating so fast. Oh, shit. I casually turned to look at Greg. He was staring into the distance, one of his hands clenched in his lap and the other gripping his water glass hard enough to turn his fingers white. Fuck. Okay, I needed to get Greg out of here, but without sending everyone else into some sort of tizzy worrying about him. He wouldn't want to be the center of attention right now. I put my napkin next to my plate, then I slid my palm over Greg's shoulder. When I was sure he was paying attention to me, I said, "Do we have to stay for dessert? Because those cookies earlier were enough sweets for me for one day, and I want to do some research before we go to bed." He trembled under my hand, so I put my arm around his back and said, "I'll make it worth your while." I wiggled my eyebrows, and Lloyd and Bloom laughed. Greg breathed out, his tension lessening. He gave an awkward chuckle. "Sure." I squeezed him once, then, leaving my hand on his shoulder, stood up from my chair. Conversations halted. "Delphia, Max, Sylvia, thank you so much for the delicious meal. I'm sorry, but I've got some work to do, and I'm taking this one with me so he can help." Max said, not at all quietly, "Is that what they're calling it these days?" Everyone laughed and whistled. No one suspected a thing. Under the guise of helping him move his chair back, I got Greg to his feet. Which is the best way to get back to our room?" I did not want Greg to walk through the twister playing wolves. "We can cut across the courtyard," he said, nudging me toward the other side of the room where double doors led outside. We walked into the humid night, my hand on Greg's lower back. When the door shut behind us, cutting off the din of the conversation, Greg's shoulders came down and he exhaled loudly. The anxious feeling coming through our connection diminished. "Is it still helping to have me touch you?" I asked. He nodded but didn't look at me. "Yes, thanks." An animal of some kind, or maybe it was a bird, made an eerie laughing sound in the distance. I said, "If we have time before we leave, I'd love to see some of the animals." "Sure. There's a road that winds through the property, so at the very least we can see them on the way out. Most of the wonders live in cabins or small houses on the other side of the animal enclosures, so you won't meet any more unless you want me to ask Mom to take you." I shook my head. "No, thanks. I'd like to leave before dinner time tomorrow if we can." Greg folded his arms across his belly. "Sorry, I'm making this harder." I slid my hand up across his back to grip his shoulder. "You didn't have a great childhood. I'm impressed you can even be here at all. I don't think I'd want to come back if I were you." I don't blame my mom, not really. She tried, but there wasn't anyone else to be in charge after my dad died. We went through a door into the hall that led to the stairwell. As we climbed, I said, "At least your mom tries to make things easier for you. I'd have given a lot to have a mom who cared like that." He glanced at me as we headed down the hall toward the bedroom. "Yeah? What were your parents like?" I grimaced. "Well, I never knew my dad. And I didn't get the impression my mom was very happy to be saddled with a kid, you know?" We went into the bedroom, and I finally dropped my hand from Greg's back. He didn't look at me, busying himself with plugging his phone into the charger. I kicked off my shoes and climbed onto the bed I'd been sitting on earlier. There wasn't anywhere else to sit. I'd left my backpack on the foot of the bed, and I pulled it toward me, holding it on my lap like a teddy bear. Steve's mom gave this to me when he and I started middle school. She told me the store had had a 2-for-1 sale, but I'm pretty sure she paid full price. I stroked my hand over the nylon. My mom never got me anything outside of the list of supplies the school gave her. I cleared my throat. Anyway, that was the year my vision started. Greg got on the other bed and sat against the headboard. "Were they bad?" I sighed, not looking up from the backpack. "Not at first. They were all pretty minor events. When I realized they were more than dreams, I told Steve first, then I told my mom. I aimed a sardonic smile at the backpack. She kept saying I was making it up, so I stopped mentioning the visions to her at all. Steve was the only one I talked to about them. I heaved a big breath. But one night, when I was 13, I had a vision that Steve's mom died. Greg made a pain noise and swung his legs off his bed. He came over and sat next to me, putting his warm hand on my arm. I'm sorry. Yeah. I blinked rapidly, swallowing against the lump in my throat. I got up and ran to tell my mom. I was crying. She told me it was only a nightmare and to go back to sleep. I threaded the strap of the backpack through my fingers. But in the morning, Steve called and said his mom was dead. Oh, Cal, that's horrible. I'm so sorry. He put his arm across my shoulder and I leaned into him. He might be an asshole, but it was still nice to get a hug sometimes. Yeah. And it didn't help that the next day after school my mom was waiting for me at home with a priest. I snorted. She didn't even go to church, and she never claimed to be Catholic. Did the priest try to do an exorcism? I shrugged. I got away and ran to Steve's house. I never told him I had a vision of his mom dying, though. I don't think I would have either. Did you go back to your mom's house? I made a face. Yeah. Steve's family was in mourning. I couldn't stay. I stroked the fabric of the backpack. My mom gave me the silent treatment for a week, and then she pretended nothing had ever happened. I looked at Greg. But I knew she might turn on me at any time. I started taking any odd job I could to get money. Most of it I kept at Steve's house with my birth certificate and some clothes, but some of it I used to buy computer parts. I built a PC and taught myself how to code. I wanted to have a skill that would get me a decent job when I got out of high school. Greg's forehead creased, and his gray eyes seemed darker than usual. That's awful. I'm so sorry you had such a difficult childhood. I rubbed my eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to make this about me. Greg chuckled darkly. I don't mind. I kind of like knowing someone else had just as shitty an upbringing as I did. He squeezed my shoulders and I turned to look at him. His beautiful face was right there. I could have kissed him and I thought he would have kissed me back. But this was the same guy who ran away yesterday when he realized we were compatible. I sat up, letting Greg's arm fall away behind me. I'd like to go to bed so we can get an early start tomorrow. I'll take the bathroom first. I pretended to already be asleep when he got into his own bed. Frankenfurter's farts, Steve shouted. His fingers moved furiously on the controller as he tried to fight off whatever enemy was on the giant TV screen in front of us. I didn't know what game he was playing, but the graphics were gorgeous, and the avatars moved seamlessly as they interacted with each other and the background. He threw a wicked grin at me before whipping his head back to the screen. Dude, this shape-shifting weapon thing is hilarious. Did you see me take that guy out with a rubber tire? On his other side, Felix groaned, dropping his controller and throwing his hands in the air. Dang it! The one with the mace got me. I'll make sure she regrets it, Steve vowed. He manipulated his controller with renewed determination. We were sitting on a huge brown leather sectional sofa. It was 4 recliners across facing the TV, then it cornered on each end into another seat. The room we were in was enormous, with big windows on 3 sides. It looked like we were on the 2nd floor. This room was about the same size as the great room at Twist. Steve glanced over at me again. What are you doing? I need help over here. I stared at him. I'd had this vision before. He paused the game, his forehead scrunched up. What's the matter? Are you okay? Felix leaned over to peer around Steve. In a few seconds, a man was going to kiss my cheek. What if it was Greg? Shit. What if it wasn't? I sat up in bed, gasping. On the Texas Adventurers Discord server, Tuesday, March 28th. Dalton West, Texas, March 28th at 9:26 p.m. At everyone, can someone please give us an update on the Wonder Killings? Hank G., South Texas, March 28th at 9:30 p.m. Yes, please. We here in the South don't even have a DM to be connected to. Who's going to know if something happens to us? Otto, Northeast Texas, March 28th at 9:31 p.m. I live alone, and I'm getting really jumpy. Am I in danger inside my house? Brenda, Northeast Texas, March 28th at 9:33 p.m. Otto, honey, you can come stay with me and Suki if you want. We've got a spare bedroom and 4 big dogs, and 3 shotguns. Otto, Northeast Texas, March 28th at 9:34 p.m. Replying to Brenda, Northeast Texas. Thanks, Brenda. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Chapter 16. Greg. I woke to the sound of Cal sitting up in bed and breathing like he'd run a race. I propped myself up on my elbow. Are you okay? Did you have a vision? Yeah, he said. The room was dark, but there was enough light coming through the gap in the curtains for me to see him run his hands over his face. I sat up as well, my heart in my throat. Was it the fog monster? He shook his head. I was playing video games with Steve and Felix. Nothing important. Sorry I woke you. I slumped, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. I reached blindly for my phone on the side table. 4:38 a.m. Cal said, I can't go back to sleep after a vision. I'm going to go get some work done on the book room. He threw back the covers and slid out. I wished there was enough light to see more than a hint of his thick thighs below the hem of his boxers. But then the scent of him, warm and musky, wafted over. I bunched the blanket over my lap. Damn it, I'd jacked off twice yesterday. But Cal hadn't suddenly become a neat and tidy person just because I knew why his backpack had been so tattered. I'll come with you, I said. He paused, his hand on the zipper of his duffel bag. You don't have to. You should sleep. Nah. I flicked on the lamp on the nightstand between the beds. Damn. I tried not to stare at his sturdy legs dusted with dark hair. I'd just lie here feeling guilty about you working while I wasn't. Trying to keep my back to Cal as much as possible, I walked over to my own bag to pull out some clothes. Besides, I could really go for some coffee. Someone will make breakfast around 7 a.m., but in the meantime, there are probably leftover cookies. Yeah? Those were awesome. He walked toward the bathroom, his ass cheeks bouncing in his boxers. I told my dick to behave. Nothing was going to happen, and I didn't have any privacy to take care of things myself. We got dressed and snuck downstairs. There weren't many people in the building, especially at this hour, but I didn't want anyone to come check on us. I started the coffee pot and found the stash of yesterday's cookies. I put our coffee in lidded travel mugs and took the entire container of cookies to the room we'd been working in. Cal put his hands on his hips and stared at the books we'd gone through yesterday. Let's look for the elf weapon, he said. I think we've made enough progress that we can get to the shelves on the left side of the room. I shrugged. Sure. We put on gloves and masks before going into the book room and pulling out everything we could reach that wasn't a book or a bookshelf. Then we lined the items up on one of the tables in the workroom. I guess if the weapon exists, it's buried in the rest of the books, I said. Cal stripped off his mask and gloves and picked up his coffee. Damn it, he sighed. We found 2 more small vases, a couple of bookends with griffins on them, a piece of wood that might have once been a table leg, a 3-foot-tall stone sculpture of a cat, a set of maracas, a crowbar, and a doorstop. Cal examined our prizes while he ate a cookie. We're assuming if this item is in fact an elven weapon, it will work against the fog monsters. But if the elves need a weapon against them, that implies the fog monsters are somehow stronger than elven magic. Or resistant to it. I didn't like the thought of these fog monsters being immune to magic powerful enough to open a portal between worlds. After finishing his cookie, Cal put his gloves back on, picked up a cloth, and began wiping the dust off one of the vases. I'll get a new stack of books to look at, I said. I went next door and started loading up my arm with books. I was just about to head back when Cal shouted, "Shit!" and something clattered to the floor. I dropped the books and rushed into the workroom. Cal was standing, cloth in hand, staring down at an old-fashioned typewriter sitting on the floor. Are you okay? I asked. Where did that come from? Still staring at the typewriter, Cal raised his arm and pointed at the table where the items we'd brought from the book room were laid out. The cat, he said. It was the cat. I walked over to stand beside Cal. The cat sculpture was gone. I didn't see it in the room anywhere. The cat changed into a typewriter? Cal nodded. I swear it did. I picked it up and dusted it off. It had some weird writing on it, like runes, maybe. I touched some of them, and he pointed at the typewriter. I got down on my knees and examined it. Cal knelt next to me, his magic brushing reassuringly against mine. The typewriter was black, with open space underneath the keys, which were attached to the mechanism that put the letters on the page by individual metal rods. But instead of letters on each key, there were tiny wavy lines or curlicues. Each was different. I stretched a finger toward the keys. Cal stiffened but didn't say anything. Leaning my body away from the typewriter as far as I could, I pressed what should have been the G key. The typing mechanism clacked and the paper carrier moved slightly, but that was it. Let's try 2 keys. Cal reached out and touched what should have been the X. I kept my finger on the G. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. We pressed down simultaneously, both of us shouting and falling back when the typewriter changed into a toilet seat. A white ceramic toilet seat, complete with lid. It was etched with runes or whatever the writing was. Footsteps pounded in the hall, and Edgar, Bettina, and my mom crowded the doorway. What happened? My mom asked, her eyes scanning the room. She frowned at me and Cal. Why are you on the floor with a toilet seat? Edgar nudged her, and they all came into the room. I got to my feet and gave Cal a hand up. The magic hummed happily when we touched, but I ignored it. Well, what happened? Mom demanded. Cal raised his eyebrows at me. I gestured at him. You found it. Coward, he muttered. Then he said, Greg and I pulled out all the non-book items we could reach. I started dusting them off. One of them was a cat statue. He held his hands apart to show how tall it had been. They all turned their heads this way and that to look for the cat statue. One side of Cal's mouth quirked up. I grinned. I cleaned the statue off with a cloth, and there were runes or some kind of writing on it. I ran my hand over the writing to see if it was painted on or what, and the statue turned into a typewriter. They all stared at Cal, then they looked down at the toilet seat. Greg and I hit a couple of the typewriter keys. He pointed at the toilet seat. Edgar lifted one hand to his chest. Bettina, he said, do you think that's the elven weapon Karsha told you about? She hummed consideringly. I'm not sure. She didn't describe it at all. But how can a toilet seat or a typewriter or a cat statue be a weapon? Intent, Cal said. He pointed at the toilet seat. We weren't asking for anything in particular, so it just gave us whatever it wanted. Magic, at least in games like Dungeons and Dragons, requires you to know what you're asking for when you cast a spell. I stepped back and made a sweeping gesture at the toilet seat. It's all yours. He glanced at me in surprise, and I winked at him. His face went pink, which was adorable. Shit. Cal bent over and gingerly picked up the toilet seat by the edges. I kept my eyes on his hands and did not look at his ass even once. Okay, I'm going to ask you to transform into a sword. He looked around. I'll just put it on this table here so it doesn't chop my hand off. He set the toilet seat down. We all crowded around the table. Cal took a deep breath and said, Please turn into a sword. Then he swiped his fingers across several of the etched runes, yanked his hand away, and jumped back. The toilet seat transformed in an instant. It was a sword. I was guessing 3 or 3.5 feet long, including the jeweled hilt, but the sword was stuck blade first into a big round rock. Or would that be a stone? We all stared at it. I said, Cal, should you try... I shrugged helplessly. He shrugged as well. It's worth a shot. He walked closer. The angle was awkward, even though Cal was tall. The table was probably 3 feet off the ground, and then the height of the stone and sword meant the hilt was right in Cal's face. Why don't you stand on a chair? Mom suggested. I pulled over a chair from another table and held it steady while Cal climbed up. He held on to the back of the chair with one hand and grasped the hilt of the sword with the other. Here goes. He pulled at the sword, but it did not move. He yanked harder. but that only dragged the stone across the tabletop. He let go of the hilt and looked around. I guess I'm not the chosen one. Anyone else want to try? We should all try, said Edgar. Cal let go and hopped down from the chair. Greg, help me put this on the ground. It'll be safer. Carefully, we lifted the stone off the table and placed it on the floor. Everyone lined up to take turns pulling at the sword, but it remained stubbornly in the stone. Should we have everyone in the compound come have a go? Bettina asked. Hang on a minute, Cal said, rubbing his finger over the hair on his upper lip. I wondered how soft it was. He pointed at the sword. It's obviously trying to tell us something. It could be that the person it wants to wield the sword isn't here. But it might be saying it doesn't want to be a sword. He walked back to the sword and studied the runes along the flat of the blade. Please be a gun, he said. He ran his fingers over a few runes. The sword changed to some sort of rifle. Its barrel was stuck in the stone. Can I try? Mom asked. Cal made a be-my-guest gesture and stepped back. Mom examined the runes for a moment, then hovered her finger next to them. Please become an axe. She swiped her fingers over some runes. Before she straightened up, the gun had transformed into what appeared to be the handle of an axe, but the business end was embedded in the stone. I put my hands on my hips. I think Cal is right. It isn't a weapon, or doesn't want to be a weapon. Bettina crouched down and touched the stone. It's full of magic, but it feels unwelcoming. She dropped her hands and stood up. Whatever it is, I'm not the person it wants to handle it. Mom, never the most patient sort, snapped. Well, how the hell are we supposed to figure out who it wants if it can't talk to us? We all stared at the object in consternation. Cal sucked in a breath. Ha! He said, striding forward. He put his hand next to the axe handle and said, Please become a laptop computer. He touched the runes. The stone and axe handle transformed, becoming a smaller stone sculpture of an open laptop. I couldn't stop a bark of laughter. Okay, no electronics, Cal said. It was worth a shot. Ouija board, Bettina suggested. Cal pointed at her. Good idea. He turned back to the stone laptop. Bending over, he said, Please become a Ouija board. He ran his fingers over some runes. The stone transformed again, this time becoming a rectangular piece of granite etched with the letters of the alphabet, the numbers 1 through 9 plus 0, along with yes, no, and goodbye. There's no planchette, Mom pointed out. Cal said to the Ouija board, Can you understand me? The yes sparkled with magic. Almost everyone in the room gasped. Cal glanced at me, then back to the board. How would you like us to address you? The sparkles spelled out, Ms. Jackson. Cal and I, being from Bent Oak, where 80s music ruled the airwaves, were the only ones who laughed. Smiling, Cal asked, Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Are you a weapon? The entire board sparkled. Bettina piped up. Miss Jackson, are you what Karsha was talking about when she told me there was an elven weapon in the book room? Yes, sparkled. Cal nodded thanks at Bettina. The board spelled out, I liked Karsha. Bettina smiled. Me too. I miss her. Yes, sparkled. Cal asked, Miss Jackson, are you waiting for a certain person to, wield you? The entire board sparkled. Does that mean you don't know? Yes, sparkled. Crap, I muttered. Cal grunted in agreement. He said, Just so we're clear, you're not sure if you're a weapon or not. Yes, sparkled. Ms. Jackson, there are some creatures killing wonders, and they can create fog or turn into fog. Do you know what kind of creatures they are? No, sparkled, and we all let out disappointed breaths. Thanks for telling us. Greg and I are only here for the rest of the day. Do you want to keep hanging out here at Twist, or do you want to be taken somewhere? Cal made a face, probably regretting not phrasing that as a yes or no question. The sparkle spelled out, Leave. Okay. Where do you want to go? The entire board sparkled. Cal shrugged. Would you like to go back to Bent Oak with me and Greg? Yes, flashed. Okay, I said. No problem. Miss Jackson flashed, escapade, and I laughed. Exactly. We'll focus on going through the rest of the books, and this evening Cal and I will head back to Bent Oak with you, Miss Jackson. Wait. I held up a hand. What pronouns do you prefer? The sparkle spelled out, they, them. Got it, thank you. Cal asked Miss Jackson if he could move them to the tabletop, and Edgar took the other side of the stone board to lift it. Mom touched my arm. Come help me make breakfast, she said. It wasn't a request. I told the others where we were going, then I followed Mom to the kitchen. You can make the biscuits, Mom told me. You may have to remind me of the recipe, I said. I washed my hands and pulled out a giant mixing bowl I remembered from my childhood. Mom turned the oven on for the biscuits, then she put the large cast-iron skillet on the stovetop and dumped an entire package of bacon in it. She still kept butter in the freezer specifically for making biscuits. I grated it, then busied myself measuring and mixing the other ingredients while I waited for her opening salvo. I like Cal, she said, starting off with a softball. My guard went up even higher. I do too. I was slightly surprised to find that to be true. Cal was bristly and defensive, but he was also smart and funny, and he didn't hesitate to jump into danger to help people. I'm guessing that connection you have didn't happen in a romantic way. I snorted. No, Mom, we haven't had sex. I met him on Monday. I dumped the dough out onto the flour-covered countertop. She glanced over at me with her eyebrows up. What are you waiting for? Your connection won't go away, and his magic is crazy strong. You're foolish to not take advantage of the power boost. Both of you are. I flattened the dough with my hands as I tried to decide how to respond. Finally, I said, certain aspects of Cal trigger my anxiety. Like what? She whirled, pointing her grease-covered tongs at me. Gregory Martin Shaw, do not tell me you have an issue with his weight. I was so stunned at her accusation I couldn't form words for a moment. You know better than that. I have no problem with his weight. I felt my face heating up. I definitely liked Cal's body. Look, I'm not really comfortable talking about this with you. She pointed her tongs at me again. Okay, but are you talking with anyone about this? She narrowed her eyes at my expression. That's a no. Look, you don't need to go into specifics, but walk me through what the general issue is. Is it you? Are you scared to get in a relationship? I mean, I wouldn't blame you after all those pretty boy ding-dongs you've dated over the years. I blinked. Ding-dongs? I shook my head. No, that's not it, Mom. Certain things he does set off my anxiety. She scowled. Like what? Does he not respect your boundaries or something? I held up a hand. No, nothing like that. He's messy. Doesn't pick up after himself and doesn't take care of his things. But his backpack's formerly ratty condition was due to its age, not to Cal forgetting to take care of it. Though his truck was still covered in trash. Mom poked at the bacon. She said, Have you told him that these things set your anxiety off? No. I was looking at the biscuits I was putting on the baking sheet, but I could feel the eye roll she aimed at me. If you told him, Greg, you might find that he'd be willing to make changes. Nothing you mentioned was a personality trait. If he knows it upsets you, he might be willing to pick up after himself or whatever. But if you don't tell him, then you're willfully missing out on what could be the strongest bond I've ever seen. I put the biscuits in the oven with a frown. I'll think about it. Mom smiled triumphantly. And then the two of you can move back to Twist and take over running it so I can retire. I gaped at her in horror. Mom, you know how hard it is for me to even visit. There's no way I can move back. I waved a hand in the direction of the book room. And even if I was willing to sell my share of the pet resort to Craig, Cal is a partner in a software company. He's not going to just give that up. She slumped, running the tongs through the sizzling bacon dejectedly. Greg, you know your brother isn't built to be an administrator. I had hopes that Caroline would feel a pull to come back, but obviously not. She stared at me with pleading eyes. I'm 67 years old. Max might still be considered a kid at this age, but I'm just a human magic carrier. I'm not even bonded anymore, so I don't have many decades left. She looked down at the frying pan. I'm ready to retire, but I can't just abandon all the wonders who need a sanctuary. I took the tongs out of her hand and set them aside, then I pulled her into a hug. I need to deal with these fog monster things, but as soon as that's done, I'll help you find someone to take over. I promise. Text conversation Wednesday morning, March 29th. Craig. It's not that I need you here, but you're a lot better at some things than I am. Greg. What now? Craig. Kinda scraping the bottom of the barrel for the front desk applicants, but desperate times. I invited this guy to interview. He only had a year of retail experience, but it was a department store, so I thought maybe. Greg. How bad was he? Craig. Oh, I have no idea. His mother came with him and wanted to sit in on the interview. I told her no, and she argued with me in the lobby. I asked if he had any need for special accommodations, and she said no. She just needed to be there to make sure he answered the questions correctly. Greg. Facepalm emoji. Craig. Yep. I kicked them both out. But I'm not as scary as you are, and I really wanted her to be scared. Chapter 17. Cal. After Greg went off with Delphia to make breakfast, Edgar, Bettina, and I tackled the books again. We decided since time was short, we'd just set aside anything that seemed promising, and either we'd go through them at the end of the day, or Greg and I would take them back to Ben Oak with us along with Ms. Jackson. 20 minutes later, Lloyd and Sylvia showed up wanting to put some of Lloyd's stuff in Greg's SUV. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Ms. Jackson had turned back into the cat statue. Before I could send them to the kitchen to find Greg, Sylvia asked about the books. The next thing I knew, she and Lloyd were pitching in to help us go through them. Greg came to get us a few minutes later, but with the additional help, we'd now moved over half the books out of the book room. One side of the workroom was covered in stacks of books, but I figured Delphia or someone would want to clean the book room before they all went back. Or maybe this room was the new book room. Either way, someone else would deal with it. We broke for breakfast, and after that, Edgar and Bettina went back to the books while Greg and I put a load of Lloyd's stuff in Greg's SUV. Thanks, Lloyd told us. We're heading back to Bent Oak right now. Feel free to drop it by tonight or tomorrow, whenever it's convenient. I'll text you an ETA, Greg told him. He shook Lloyd's hand and kissed Sylvia on the cheek. I can't wait to have you as our neighbor, Sylvia said to Greg. She must have noticed my confused face. Didn't Greg tell you? The house he bought is at the end of my street. She glanced at Lloyd and turned a little red. Our street. He put his arm around her. I shook my head. No, but that sounds great. I'm sure it'll be fun being so close. She extricated herself from Lloyd and gave me a quick hug. Craig and Foster live across from me. Make sure Greg brings you to the next game night at their house, see? Sure. Unless I could get out of it. I was certain I could find some fog monsters to chase instead. Greg and I went back to the book room. It took another 4 hours, but finally we'd gone through the rest of the books. There was a stack of 32 that we thought might have information on the fog monsters. Greg said, You want to grab lunch here and just take these books home with us? I'd like to get on the road earlier instead of looking at the books first. Sounds good. Soon we were cleaned up, packed up, and done with lunch. I thought Delphia would never let go when she hugged me goodbye. You call me if you have any questions about your visions, she said. And don't let Greg fool you. He pretends he doesn't give a shit, but he's a big softy under it all. Okay. I let my arms fall away from her and tried to take a step back, but she held on. Mom, let Cal go. He has to come back to Ben Oak with me. Delphia pouted at her son, but she did release me. I surreptitiously took a deep breath to make sure my ribs had survived as I walked around to the passenger side of the car. We'd belted Ms. Jackson in their cat statue form upright in the rear seat so they could see out the window. I'd have wanted to after decades in the book room. None of the wonders had come out to say goodbye, but I was grateful for that because I was ready to get home. When we exited the driveway in front of the house, instead of turning left to return the way we'd come in, Greg turned right. "You still want to see the animals, don't you?" he asked. I sat up in my seat, making sure not to knock over the stack of books at my feet. "Yes, please." I'd forgotten Greg had told me he'd show them to me as we left. More fences lined the road on either side, but the trees prevented me from seeing anything beyond them. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the trees behind the wall near where Thomas had died. Greg made a right turn onto a gravel road. On the left is where we have the big cat enclosures. You probably won't be able to see them. Yarrow, the rhino shifter you saw when we arrived yesterday, is in charge of taking care of them. He pointed to the other side. On the right are more hoofed and three-toed mammals, like the zebra and the moose you saw yesterday. There are some camels and even one giraffe. The trees thinned out on the right, and I caught a glimpse of a camel. Where do they all come from? Greg made a face. Rich people who either want to keep them as pets or shoot them for fun. I looked over at him, appalled. He went on. Sometimes we find them when we're on missions to rescue wonders. Asshole billionaires who keep wonders locked up or on display are likely to do the same to exotic animals. Other times, random people or law enforcement find Twist on the internet and ask us to take in animals they've come across. The trees opened up even more, and suddenly the black horse I'd seen yesterday was galloping next to us on the other side of the fence. That's Pim. He and his team are responsible for the hoofed mammals. I waved, just in case Pim could see me. He turned and galloped away when another fence blocked his path. "How does Twist get funding?" I asked. Greg chuckled. "We have a donation button on the website that gets some traction occasionally. But most of the cash comes from a trust set up by the original family. Over the decades, it's grown enough that Twist can survive on the interest alone." Soon we were back on the road that led to Blanco and on our way home. I picked up one of the books at my feet. Most of them were in the back seat, but I'd kept several up front with me so I could look at them during the drive. I held it up so Greg could see it. "Edgar found this. I think you were out of the room. He said it probably doesn't have any info on the fog monsters, but he thought I should read it. It's the Diary of Douglas Shaw." "One of your ancestors?" Greg nodded. "My great-uncle on my dad's side. He was one of the original people infused with magic in North America. Apparently, he and my grandfather saved some wonders from being captured by the Nazis during World War II. He smiled and shook his head. They didn't say anything when they got back home until after the war was over and the elves showed up to gift them with the magic. That must have been a shock." He grinned. "I'm sure, but my mom says they were all casual about it." He put on a thick Texas accent. "Just a couple of good old boys from West Texas who did a good deed for some odd-looking critters. Shucks, anybody would have done the same." I chuckled. "Have you read the diary?" "Yeah, sort of, when I was 10 or so. My dad had just died, and I wanted to see if he was mentioned in there." He glanced over at the book in my hands. He's not, FYI. It's all about the elves and what they wanted us to do. I wasn't interested at the time, but Edgar's right. It'll be good background reading for you. I'll save it for later, then. I switched it out for the next title in my stack, Mysterious Creatures in Folklore by Archibald Manning, published in 1964. A lot of tiny text with no illustrations. Great. Before I could start on that, Greg's phone rang. The Bluetooth connection showed Mom on the console screen. "Huh," Greg said before answering the call. "Mom, is everything okay?" "Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be?" His tone turned biting. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe because we haven't been gone even 30 minutes?" Delphia made a huffing noise, then said, "Can Cal hear me?" I sat up. "I'm here, Delphia." "Oh, good. Edgar and I were talking about how strong the connection is between you and Greg already." "Okay." I glanced at Greg, but he was watching the road. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "We were speculating that your connection might be so strong already you could call a vision. Do you want to try?" "Like now?" I shifted in my seat. "No, silly. You'll need to be in a quiet room without any distractions. I wanted to walk you through how to do it so you could try later. But start with something boring. Don't look for the fog monsters or anything." "Yeah, I don't think I'm up for that yet. Or ever. Except I'd probably have to at some point, given how little progress we were making in finding those assholes. Right. So all you have to do is clear your mind, then focus on what you want to know. But you can't force it. I was better at it when my husband was alive, but these days it works best if I picture holding my question in the palms of my hands. I sent a skeptical look at Greg, but he just shrugged. He tucked his perfect hair behind his ear. I watched him for longer than I should have. Oh, Delphia, right. Okay. And that's it. That's it? I just sort of meditate and it happens? She hesitated, then said, Well, it is different for everyone, so you'll need to practice until you find what works best for you. Edgar says he knew someone who focused on a piece of crystal. I rubbed my face. Okay, I'll start practicing. Maybe have Greg with you the first couple of times. We don't know anything about those fog monsters, and Edgar and I are a little worried whether they were able to tell where he was physically when they saw his vision self. Sorry, what? You think they might have been able to track him? That would have been fucking good to know before now. I wasn't quite yelling that last bit, but it was close. Well, I'm sorry, but we didn't think of it until he and I were talking a minute ago. Greg said, Do I only need to be with Cal when he's trying to call a vision, or are you saying we should stick together all the time? Delphia blew out a breath. I don't know, Greggy, I'm sorry. Then her tone perked up. But once you complete the bond, you won't be able to be apart very long in the beginning anyway, so it might be easier to get used to staying together now. What? I was so fucking tired of not knowing what the hell was happening to me and then finding out everyone else knew but hadn't told me. Okay, that's it, I said. I have questions and I need you to answer them. Of course, anything you want to know. Really, Delphia? Because I feel like I'm having to pry information out of y'all piece by piece. I'm sorry, Cal. I promise it's not intentional. Her voice had a distressed quality to it that I hoped was genuine, though I wasn't going to bet on it. We haven't discovered a seer or anyone with magic from outside the known families for a long time. We don't really have a training curriculum. Well, that was probably true. But still. Fine. My first question is, why can all y'all see the connection between me and Greg, but I can't see any connections at all? You're still coming into your abilities. I heard you can see people's second selves, but that's a recent development, right? Yes. And can you see the magic kind of sparkling around magic carriers and wonders? Sometimes, yeah. Great. Once you can see that consistently, then you'll start to be able to see connections and bonds between people. Okay. And what did you mean when you said Greg and I wouldn't be able to be apart for very long? She was silent for a moment. Hello, I said in my snottiest voice. Maybe later I'd feel bad about it. I looked over at Greg, but he was staring fixedly at the road ahead. Well, forming a bond is voluntary, of course. It's, she made a humming noise. It's kinda like a muscle. It needs stretching. Yes, that's a good analogy. So when you form the bond, you'll be touching Greg, but you obviously can't stay that way forever. But it won't let you be super far apart right away. You might have to work up to it. Work up to it. Right. What happens if we stretch the bond too far? It's kind of like hitting the end of a rope. Great. The good news is, since you only have a connection right now, the most that'll happen when you're apart is that you'll miss each other like crazy. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have that problem. Okay, and if I got on a plane right now and flew to China, what would happen to the connection? Please say it would break. Please. Because I had a nest egg I was saving for a house, but I would fucking spend it all to get rid of this connection. It would be distressing for you both, she said. What do you mean? Would the connection break? I held my breath. Oh, no, honey, it would just make you miss each other even more, she chuckled. But the homecoming would be a doozy from a sex perspective, that's for sure. Fuck. Also, ew. Okay, and what if I wanted to have sex with someone other than Greg? This finally made him stiffen in his seat and adjust his grip on the steering wheel. What that meant I didn't know, but I was oddly pleased to have finally needled him into reacting. "Oh, no, Cal, you won't want to do that." I raised my eyebrows. "Why not?" She paused. No, I meant you won't actually want to have sex with anyone else. Unless you two are meant to be part of a polycule, then... No, I don't get a feeling that that's in the cards for you." Greg spoke up at last. "Mom, maybe Cal and I should have this conversation by ourselves." "I'm just answering his questions, Greg." We heard voices on the other end of the line. Delphia said, "I've got to go. Cal, call me any time with anything else you want to know, all right?" "Sure." The sarcasm was strong, but I didn't give a shit. Delphia ignored it. "Okay, bye now." I sat there watching the hill country scenery roll by, still clutching Archibald Manning's book in my lap. I was truly fucked. I'd known it intellectually ever since Delphia and Dominic had welcomed me to the family on our arrival at Twist. But I hadn't really let myself think about the fact that I was permanently, like forever permanently, tied to Greg, who didn't find me attractive. And apparently I wouldn't want to have sex with anyone else ever. But neither would he. Which gave me a mean thrill of pleasure. And if he was thinking he'd just close his eyes while I sucked him off or some shit like that, he had another think coming. Permanently connected or not, I wouldn't settle for someone who didn't want me for me. Text conversation Wednesday afternoon, March 29th. Cal, would y'all come visit me if I moved out of the country so I didn't have to be magic married to Greg? Steve, would that make the marriage thing go away? Cal, no, but at least I wouldn't have to watch him make a face when he looks at me. Felix, I'm gonna kill him. Steve, well, that would make the marriage thing go away. Chapter 18. Greg. Cal was quiet after the call with Mom. I knew I needed to say something, but I wasn't quite sure how to address the situation. Sorry we're accidentally tied together for eternity. I'm maybe getting used to the idea of being bonded to you. How do you feel about me? Did I mention you're exactly my type? Instead, I just kept my mouth shut and drove. I was a DM and a pet resort owner, not a relationship expert. When we got to Ben Oak, I cleared my throat and said, when we get to your apartment, did you want me to come upstairs so you can try calling a vision? I'm happy to. Cal gazed out the window and drummed his fingers on the book he hadn't opened since he picked it up an hour ago. Then he sighed and said, Yeah, I'd better start practicing. Thanks. Of course. We lapsed into silence again. When we reached Cal's apartment building, I parked a row over from his truck. From this distance, it looked well cared for, if distinctly old. Cal turned around in his seat, opened his mouth, then shut it with a frustrated expression. He said, Ms. Jackson, I was going to ask if you wanted to come up to my apartment or stay in the car and go with Greg to his place later, but you can't answer me in this form. He darted a glance in my direction. Why don't we bring you upstairs right now anyway, and you can change your form to the Ouija board where it's private? I nodded. Plus, you might have questions Ms. Jackson can answer after you try to call a vision. Cal shrugged. Maybe so. He got out and leaned back down to pick up his backpack and the stack of books he hadn't looked through on the drive. I opened the hatch and grabbed Cal's leather duffel. Circling the back of the car, I unbelted Ms. Jackson and picked them up. Cal waited until I'd locked the SUV before leading the way toward the building entrance. We walked past his truck, and I saw him look into the bed, still littered with trash, and grimace. He said over his shoulder, I need to take it to the car wash. I eyed the beer cans, cups, and cigarette butts. Do you smoke? He'd never done so in my presence, and I hadn't noticed him smelling like cigarettes. Cal shook his head, then called back. My company does a quarterly cleanup of one of the local parks. I'm in charge of taking the trash bags to the dump, but some of them always break. I got so distracted with all this stuff. He lifted the stack of books. I haven't had time to get the truck cleaned. Oh. Got it. Well, fuck me. I was an asshole making asshole assumptions. My chest was hollow, guilt swallowing every other emotion. When I'd met Cal Monday morning, what had made such a bad impression on me? I'd noticed his tattered backpack, which was now fixed and had an emotional backstory. Then there was the coffee stain on his t-shirt, which had said moist on it. To be fair, anyone could spill coffee on themselves, and I hadn't seen Cal with any stains on his clothing since Monday. I'd cringed every time I'd noticed moist, but now that I knew Cal better, I was certain he'd intended to generate that reaction in everyone he walked past. And while the moist t-shirt would never be my favorite, I could see I'd let my visceral reaction to it color my perception of Cal as a person. Fuck. And finally, there was the trash in his truck. The coffee cups in the cab were gone. I'd checked when I walked by just now, and he'd had a damn good explanation for the litter in the truck bed. I felt horrible. I'd made incorrect assumptions and decided Cal wasn't good enough for me. And I'd shown it. What a fucking entitled prick I'd been. Would he let me salvage our relationship? I scoffed at myself. We didn't have a relationship. I should be asking whether he'd let me start over and try to build one. Luckily, Cal didn't seem to notice my silence while I processed my epiphany. I followed him onto the elevator and we went to the 3rd floor. The building was nicer than mine. The carpeting in the hallway seemed new, the paint wasn't scuffed, and it was well lit with no burned-out light bulbs. Cal set the stack of books down outside Unit 301 and fished his keys out of his pocket. "Go on in," he said, gesturing me ahead of him after he'd unlocked the door. He bent down to pick up the books again, so, carefully not admiring his ass, I walked past him into the apartment. It was a standard layout, much like mine. But Cal hadn't spent any real effort on his decor. His furniture appeared solid and comfortable, important for a man of his size, but most items were in shades of black or gray. There wasn't any artwork on the wall, just a large TV above a media center that held 3 different game consoles, plus their controllers and accessories. But what he did have were bookcases, 8 of them in the living room alone. They were all filled with books, graphic novels, and console game cases. Here and there were some action figures, but they were few and far between. "Wow," I said as I set Miss Jackson carefully down on the IKEA-style wooden dining table. "Yeah, I don't decorate much, sorry." "No, I like all the books." Cal flushed, walking past me into one of the bedrooms. "Thanks." I trailed after him, which was probably rude, but I was dying to see what his bedroom was like. And I needed to put his duffel in there too, right? Except this bedroom was not for sleeping. This was... well, calling it a study or an office didn't quite do it justice. It was more of a command center. He'd set up 3 rectangular folding tables in a horseshoe shape with 4 monitors. One wall was covered in whiteboards, and the window was flanked by some pretty razor-sharp-looking metal replicas of Klingon weapons. One was easily 4 feet long and curved, with handles in the center of the outer blade. The other was about half as long, and it appeared more like a pirate's cutlass with an additional blade over the hilt, pointing in the opposite direction of the sword part. "Was that where you were trying to figure out what the fuck was going on?" I pointed at a whiteboard which sported phrases like NPC, DM, and bear shifters. Cal set the stack of books down on a corner of one of the desks. Yeah, I like to make lists." He chuckled, but the sound seemed tentative, like he was waiting for me to make fun of him. "Smart," I said, and he flushed again. "And I have to ask, are those Klingon weapons?" Cal laughed. "Yeah, the big one's a batleth and the other one's a mechleth. Steve gave me the batleth when we released the Rogues Gallery app, and then the mechleth on the 1st anniversary of our company being founded. When we were kids, we used to pick up tree branches, and instead of pretending they were swords or lightsabers, we always pretended they were batleths and we were Klingon warriors." He shrugged and smiled as he stared at the blade on the wall. "We thought Klingons were the coolest Star Trek characters. We even tried learning to speak Klingon for a while, but most of it didn't stick." He jumped a little, then gave me a slightly guilty look. "Sorry, you didn't ask for a biographical essay." I smiled. No apology necessary. I liked the story. You probably want to get sorted or cleaned up or something before you try the vision. Can I raid your kitchen for a glass of water?" "Sure, help yourself." Cal put his backpack in the gaming chair behind the desk before coming back toward the doorway. I handed the duffel bag to him and then retreated into the living room. Ms. Jackson had transformed themselves into the Ouija board. Your form reminds me that Cal hasn't asked about ghosts yet, I told them as I passed the dining table. That'll be a fun conversation. The yes sparkled. I opened cabinets until I found the glasses. I pulled out 2 mismatched glass tumblers. The refrigerator didn't have an ice maker in the door, but a square bucket inside the freezer was full. I filled the glasses with water from the sink. I didn't see any coasters or paper napkins, so I folded up a couple of paper towels to put under the glasses and set them on the coffee table. I guessed Cal would want to sit on the couch to call his vision, so I went back over to Ms. Jackson. Would you like me to move you to the coffee table so you can watch? Yes, sparkled, so I carefully lifted them and put them on the coffee table with the letters and numbers oriented to be read from the direction of the couch. It probably didn't matter. They were a magical being, after all, but this way seemed more like the board was facing where Cal would be sitting. I settled into the gaming chair to the right of the couch so I wouldn't distract him. He came out of the bedroom. He'd changed into navy sweatpants and a gray t-shirt that read, "And yet, despite the look on my face, you're still talking." I raised an eyebrow at him. "Nice shirt," I said with a small grin. It was borderline flirty, but I had to start somewhere. Cal wrinkled his forehead and grunted, then sat down on the other end of the couch and picked up his glass of water. The paper towel stuck to the bottom. "Thanks," he said, lifting the glass toward me. "Sure. Do you know what you want to focus on for your vision?" He made a face. "Nothing to do with wonders. Not for this." "That's understandable." He set the glass back down on the coffee table. "I'm going to focus on my friend Steve. He can get into some crazy situations, and I've had a ton of visions about him over the years." Cal scooted back and wriggled his body so he was half laying on the cushions and his head was supported by the back of the couch. He closed his eyes and started breathing in a regular in-and-out rhythm. I tried to stay as still as possible so I wouldn't make any noise. I wasn't getting any feedback through my connection with Cal, so all I could do was wait. After a few minutes, Cal's face started moving through several expressions I couldn't quite interpret. Was he having a vision? From what I knew, it would be unprecedented for an unbonded seer to call a vision. Interesting that Mom and Edgar had suggested he try. I felt a tugging on the connection between us. I looked down, and I could swear it was even more substantial and brighter. Cal was pulling on my magic to help him call his vision, and as a result, the link between us was strengthening. I smiled, but then I quickly blanked my expression. Cal and I needed to discuss our connection. Maybe today would be a good time for that conversation. The pull from Cal stopped, and he opened his eyes. "Well, that was a bust." He sat up and took a sip of water. "It was? Because you were drawing on my magic through our connection." His eyes went wide. "What? I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry." I put a hand out. "It's okay. That's what's supposed to happen, at least for bonded couples or those who have a strong connection. They draw on each other's magic to boost their natural abilities." He frowned. "Like Shane and Ellis were talking about, that boost?" I waggled my hand in a so-so movement. "There's a lot more to bonding than that, but sharing magic and pulling it from your partner is a big part of it." "Your mom didn't mention that." "Yeah, it needs to come naturally. When people are told to use their, bonded partner's magic, sometimes they pull too much or they get too worried about how much they're pulling. But without any instruction, you'll instinctively know what to do, just like you did." He made a disgruntled noise and ran his thumb over the side of his water glass. "But it didn't work. I didn't get anything." "It was your first try, Cal. You won't be perfect the first time." He grunted again, then he sighed and said, "Well, thanks for hanging out while I gave it a shot. I can look through the books in my stack by tomorrow night. I'll let you know if I find anything interesting. How long do you think it'll take you to go through your stack?" He was trying to get rid of me. But that wouldn't be happening until we had a little talk. "I'll get started tonight, and I'll talk to Craig and see how much I'm needed at the pet resort tomorrow. Maybe I can finish then." "Great." He set his glass down on the coffee table and stood up. His eyes fell on Ms. Jackson, and I knew he was going to ask them whether they wanted to stay here or leave with me. "Cal," I said, "before I go, we need to have a conversation." He stared at me for a few seconds, then he fell back onto the couch with his face toward the ceiling and said, "Fine." He waved a hand in my direction without looking at me. You start. Shit. I hadn't actually thought this through. I ran my hand through my hair. I guess I want to talk about our connection. It's here to stay, so I was hoping we could discuss maybe making a go of it. Cal made a scoffing sound. He sat up and turned, bending his legs so he could face me on the couch. I'm sorry, but are you seriously suggesting that we get together? Like, romantically? Sexually? I smiled. Yes, all of those things. He stared at me, his mouth hanging open. Then he gave a harsh laugh. Greg, when you met me 2 days ago, you looked at me like I was something nasty on the bottom of your shoe. And now you've decided what, since I'm the only person you'll be able to get it up with for the rest of your life, that you'll close your eyes and pretend? No, I'm not. He stood up and pointed at me. I have way too much self-respect for that. I'm better off alone forever if my only other option is someone who's settling for me. His eyes shone, his face was flushed, and his magic sparked off him like fireworks. He was magnificent. And I was a dumb shit. Text conversation Wednesday afternoon, March 29th. Edgar. Delphia had a contact who knew a DM in Idaho. I called her, and the reader I remembered hearing about passed away several years ago. No one I've spoken to knows of another. Cal. Well, shit. I'll hang on to Thomas's water bottle just in case, but I guess that's a dead end. Did you happen to ask the person in Idaho if they knew of any missing or dead wonders? Edgar. Yes, and she said the only ones she was aware of died of natural causes. Greg. Thanks for asking anyway. Edgar. I wish we could find a medium so we could talk to the victims directly, but the last one I knew of died in the 80s. Cal. I'm sorry, a medium? Like someone who talks to ghosts? Greg. Oh, right. I meant to tell you about that. Chapter 19. Cal. Righteous anger was so satisfying. It was even better when I got to put an arrogant asshole in his place. I think it's time for you to go home, Greg. He held out his hands, palm up. Wait, can I have 5 minutes to explain, please? I bit back my immediate no and sighed. Fine. I crossed my arms and remained standing. He blew out a breath and ran his hand through his hair again, which of course only made him look more sexily rumpled. Fucker. Look, I made some assumptions about you when we met. I raised my eyebrows. Hold up. You made assumptions about me? You didn't just look at me and say, no way I'm getting connected to that fat ass. He had the balls to give me an offended expression. Don't be an idiot. I'm very attracted to you physically, he said in a pissy tone. I snorted. Give me a break. There's no way. It's true. I've always been attracted to larger men. His cheeks turned ruddy. I like to be hugged, he muttered. I cocked my head to the side, studying him. Prove it. He blinked. Huh? Prove that I like to be hugged? I put my hands on my hips. No, dumbass, prove that you've always been attracted to heavy guys. Show me a picture of one of your past boyfriends. I pointed at his phone. He turned even redder. Oh, well, see, there went the hand in the hair again. You can't, can you? He threw up his hands. No, I knew I'd end up with a magic carrier, okay? But I like being in a relationship. I just couldn't be with anyone I might fall in love with. I turned that over in my head. But I'm guessing they were gorgeous, fit and muscular, probably. He crossed his arms. They were guys I liked enough to spend time with, but who I knew I'd never develop any feelings for. The romantic spark just wasn't there. Uh-huh. I wasn't sure I believed him. The feeling of desperation was coming through our connection, but that didn't mean he wasn't lying. Okay, setting that aside for the moment, tell me what assumptions you made about me. Greg closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Staying in that position, he said, can I give you some background first so you understand why the assumptions I made seemed so insurmountable? I regarded him for a moment. Okay. Might as well get a better understanding of what made Greg tick, though I'd be pissed if he gave me a bunch of excuses. I told you how I'm triggered by disorder and chaos. Yeah. He heaved a sigh. You came into the office and I was immediately attracted to you. And within seconds I could tell we resonated. We were compatible. Big time. He finally looked up. And I freaked out. I'd been telling myself and everyone else that I wasn't nesting, that my soulmate wasn't about to show up. But there you were. He gazed down at his hands. I have anxiety issues, obviously. I get triggered by unexpected noise and disruption. You saw how twist was. It's usually even worse. But another part of my issues stem from when I was a kid. Eileen hadn't come along yet. My mom and the other adults were focused on saving wonders. They all assumed someone else was caring for me and my brother, but we were left to fend for ourselves most of the time. That led to dirty clothes, messy rooms, clutter. He shuddered. And when I tried to advocate for myself, to instill order in my life, I was patted on the head and ignored. I sat back down on the couch. He said, I was in therapy all through college, trying to deal with how my mom essentially shuffled me and Dominic aside after Dad died so she could run twist and save all the wonders. And then when I needed things like school or clothes, it was never a priority. Dominic and I were burdens. Inconvenient. Crap, Greg, that sucks. He turned his head away, blinking rapidly. Sorry, and I'm not implying that my mom is some monster or anything. She did the best she could. And everyone else helped out as best they could, but Mom has never been the type to be organized. She's a fly-by-the-seat-of-her-pants person. She's forced herself to pay attention to the details to run twist for decades now, but I know it's not been something she enjoys or is even good at. That's tough. For all of you. He exhaled heavily and nodded. Anyway, I did therapy, and I still have issues with clutter and chaos, but I manage okay. He snorted. I can even deal with Craig's desk at work, but sometimes I still struggle with feeling I deserve good things. Which is why I knew I wasn't nesting, because I'd never be worthy of a soulmate. But then, before 8 a.m. on a Monday morning, I was confronted with someone who might be everything I ever wanted. He looked straight into my eyes. So I tried to find reasons you couldn't possibly be meant for me. Well, fuck. Okay. Such as? He dropped his gaze to the floor next to the couch. You had a stain on your shirt, and your backpack was falling apart. I had flashbacks to being a kid and not having clean clothes to wear. He made a face. I decided you were a slob and it would trigger my anxiety to live with someone like that. He glanced up. I saw your truck in the parking lot and it was full of trash, so that just reinforced things. I opened my mouth, but he held up a hand. I know now why your backpack was torn and frayed and why you had the trash in your truck. I also know those were stupid reasons to push someone away in the first place. He shook his head, staring down at his hands. But I was panicking. I needed excuses why I couldn't be with you, so I found them. Well, shit. I felt bad for having my own assumptions about Greg. He shrugged. I did the best I could to avoid touching you so I wouldn't start a connection. He chuckled. That didn't go the way I'd planned, did it? He gave me a pleading look. But Cal, I was glad when we connected. Even if I didn't want to admit it to myself at first. And when I saw how strong the connection was, and I knew we'd never be able to break it, he shrugged, smiling wryly. I was so happy. Then he added, and terrified because I screwed up how we met, and now you're stuck with me. I'm pretty damn inconvenient. I rubbed my face. Fuck. He nodded. Exactly. I don't know, Greg. I need to sit with all this for a while. He nodded, his expression sad. Why don't you go home and I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? He nodded again, then he stood and faced the coffee table. He cleared his throat. Ms. Jackson, I'm sorry you had to witness all that. Would you like to stay here or come with me? The sparkles spelled out, stay. Good choice. Greg checked his pockets for his keys, then he took the long way around the couch so he didn't have to walk by me on the way to the door. I followed him, feeling awkward and unsettled. Greg opened the door, but he turned back to me. I won't rush you. I know I messed things up for us, but I'll do whatever it takes for you to trust me. This time, the feeling coming through the connection was resolution and honesty. After checking in with Steve to make sure I wasn't needed at work, I brought the stacks of books out of my office and set them on the coffee table next to Ms. Jackson. Not sure if you can help with this, I told them, but it's nice to have company. I went into the kitchen to get a beer and popped a frozen pizza in the oven. If ever a day called for pizza, it was today. I made it through 3 chapters of Archibald Manning's amazingly dry opus on what should have been a riveting topic before the timer went off. I set the book aside while I ate, since I didn't want to get grease on it. A few slices and another beer later, I was feeling chatty. You know, Ms. Jackson, I wasn't exactly truthful with Greg about my vision, or lack thereof. They sparkled all the letters and numbers at me. I did have a vision, but it wasn't a vision about Steve who I was focusing on. It was one of his brothers, Dirk or Drake. They're twins and they're musicians. Whichever one it was, he was on the stage in an outdoor amphitheater singing a song. But the person singing with him wasn't someone I'd recognized. I swallowed more of my beer. Usually the two of them perform together, so I'm not sure what's up with that. I shrugged. There wasn't anything else to the vision. I pointed my beer bottle at Ms. Jackson. But I didn't want to tell Mr. Perfect over there that I'd flubbed the assignment. Better for him to think it didn't work at all. And at least now I know what to expect so I can practice on my own. Greg might be able to feel when I drew on his magic through our connection, but he'd have to deal with it. Ms. Jackson flashed, sincere, at me. I sighed. Yeah, you're probably right. I just need some time to let go of my original impression of him, you know? The whole board flashed. I chuckled. Well, you probably don't have a ton of experience with interpersonal entanglements. Ms. Jackson flashed no. I'm sure I'll get there, but I'm going to make him work for it. Ms. Jackson sparkled out, what have you done for me lately? It was the best laugh I'd had all day. I took a break from Archibald Manning and started outlining an idea I had for the new game Steve and I wanted to develop. I was almost ready to stop for the evening when my phone chimed with a text on the group chat with Steve and Felix. Steve. That Cal, are you back in town? Me. Yep. Steve. Drinks? Me. Fuck yes. Felix. Henry's in an hour? We want the lowdown on all the supernatural happenings. Me. Sure, and you are not going to believe this shit. Steve. And yet, we probably will. Me. Greg told me his initial assumptions about me were wrong, and he wants to make a go of it. Felix. What? Me. See you at Henry's. There was probably some rule forbidden telling people who weren't magic carriers about everything, but I'd already told Steve and Felix most of the fuckery that had gone down last week, and I trusted them not to tell anyone else. After a lengthy Q&A session with Ms. Jackson, I left the TV on with the most recent season of American Idol streaming. Then I left to meet the guys at Henry's. Steve and Felix were sitting at a booth near the bar, so I dodged the hostess and headed over. Their faces lit up when they saw me, and I felt myself tearing up a little. "Hey," I said as I sat down next to Steve. "It's good to see you guys." My voice was a little quavery on that last bit. They both frowned at me. Steve put an arm around my shoulders. "Stressful week, or do we need to commit violence on a certain magical pet resort owner?" The server came by and dropped off 3 margaritas. I leaned into Steve. "You guys are the best." Felix slid my margarita over. "Is everything just hitting you now, or is it the Greg stuff that's bothering you?" I shook my head. "The whole thing. It's been a lot to take in. That guy died on Monday. I had to talk about what happened with my mom and the visions, and I found out Greg's childhood wasn't too great either. It's been a lot." Steve squeezed me tighter. "I'll say. Well, here's hoping things will get a little easier for you." He picked up his margarita with his free hand, and we all clinked glasses. I took a hefty swallow of my drink, then I smiled at my friends. A ball of stress I'd barely been aware of loosened in my gut. "Fuck, I'm glad to see you." Steve leaned his head into mine. "Do you want to tell us about it, or do you just want to bask in the glow of our presence and we'll discuss stupid crap instead?" "Nah, I need to tell you guys. Plus, you can help me decide what to do about Greg." Felix flagged down the server. 3 more of these, please, plus a bowl of queso and chips." After she left, he turned back and smiled. "Now we're prepared." So I started talking. I walked them through what had happened Monday with the Wonders, then going to Twist on Tuesday. I left a few things out, like details of Greg's family life and anything to do with Ms. Jackson, but I did tell them how Greg said I was worth being with after all. Steve and Felix were wide-eyed through the entire story, sipping their drinks and eating chips and queso without interrupting me with questions. When I finally stopped talking, Steve shook his head. "That's... wow. I don't know how I'd feel if I was suddenly joined at the hip for life with some stranger." I snorted. "I don't really know how to feel either. But at least I'm not having any withdrawal symptoms or whatever Greg's mom was saying would happen when he and I are apart. And this isn't the important issue right now anyway. I should be worrying about stopping these fog monsters." Felix drained his margarita and set the glass down on the table. "Agreed. But you have the night off. Plus, Steve and I can't help you with the scary fog people stuff because, not magical." He waved a hand between himself and Steve. I nodded. "Not expecting you to. It's helping that you listened to me spill my guts." "Anytime," he said. "But I have questions about this Greg situation." "Go for it." I picked up my own margarita and sucked it down. "I should probably stick with water for a while." He leaned over the table. "Let's say we understand how he could have freaked out and made crappy decisions and pushed you away due to his anxiety, but," he held up a finger, "did you believe him when he said he was attracted to you?" Fuck. I blew out of breath. The server was walking by, so I flagged her down and ordered a plate of nachos, some guacamole, and another round of margaritas. I could have water on the side. Then I looked at Felix. "I don't know. I think so. I mean, I wasn't getting anything through our connection that felt like he was lying. But he's had a lot more experience with using magic than I have, so he could have been manipulating what he was sending me." "Hang on," Steve interjected. "What does it feel like? The connection, I mean. It's like you're sitting on the couch with someone. You're not looking at them, but you know if you turn your head, they're right there." I frowned. "And he's getting closer. Great. Now I can tell how far away he is from me." My frown turned to a scowl. "He's definitely moving in this direction." Fortunately, our drinks and food arrived, so Felix and Steve were distracted while I digested this new ability. It could have been there all along, but Greg and I had been in each other's pockets for days, so I hadn't noticed. Felix said, "All right, so are you attracted to Greg?" I froze, the chip full of guacamole dangling from my fingers. Steve swiped it before it could fall. "I'd say that's a yes," Steve told Felix before popping the chip in his mouth. "I mean, yeah, you've seen him. He's gorgeous. And nice. Mostly." He really cares about the wonders. Felix narrowed his eyes at me. Objectively, yes, Greg is super hot. But is he your type? Because you know dang well the guys you've settled for in the past weren't anyone you would have picked if you'd been the one choosing. I flushed. A couple of times over the years, I'd let my loneliness get the better of me. I wanted what Felix and Steve had with their partners, damn it. But when I went out to meet guys, all I pulled were chubby chasers and bear hunters, or worse, the ones who saw me as a project that needed fixing. A couple of them I'd tried to have relationships with, but in the end they weren't interested in me for me. Steve leaned an elbow on the table and faced me. Truth time. If it turns out Greg really isn't you, would you do him? I looked down at my plate and nodded. Yeah, in a heartbeat. Steve smiled and patted me on the shoulder. See, that wasn't so hard. Felix said, I think you should go on a couple of dates with Greg. Test the waters. See if he really acts attracted to you. Steve nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Does he touch you voluntarily? How does he react when you touch him? Is there any, he pointed at his lap, realignment of his bits when you're around? Felix rolled his eyes at Steve and said, But you can't let him off the hook too easily for treating you like crap up till now. I second that. We need to figure out how to make him grovel. Steve high-fived Felix before throwing his arm back around my shoulders and kissing the side of my head. You deserve to be treated like a prince, Cal. Flowers, candy, blowjobs, everything. I shook my head at them, but I was smiling. I was so glad I'd come out tonight. Uh-oh, said Felix, but he grinned, his eyes darting between me and the front door of the restaurant. Greg's here. He's with Malcolm, Craig, and Foster. He toasted me with his margarita. And he saw Steve lay that kiss on you. On Discord private messages, Wednesday, March 29th. Reuben, Wonder, Central Texas, March 29th at 6:10 p.m. Hey, Greg. I know you've got more urgent things going on than my daughter's boyfriend, but she's pushing to be able to tell him about the campaign so they can move in together. I met them for dinner last weekend, and I didn't get great vibes from him. But I might be an overprotective dad, so I need another opinion. Any chance you could make time for dinner at my place this weekend? Maybe Friday or Saturday? Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 29th at 6:22 p.m. Sure, but if something comes up with the other stuff, I'll have to bail. Reuben, Wonder, Central Texas, March 29th at 6:23 p.m. Of course. Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 29th at 6:25 p.m. Hey, do you mind if I bring Cal, the new seer? Reuben, Wonder, Central Texas, March 29th at 6:26 p.m. I'd love to meet him. Wait, does this mean you two are compatible? You resonated with him? Greg, DM, Central Texas, March 29th at 6:27 p.m. Actually, we're already connected. Reuben, Wonder, Central Texas, March 29th at 6:28 p.m. Congratulations, gif of minions cheering. Chapter 20. Greg. I hadn't intended to interrupt Cal's evening out with his friends. Hell, I hadn't even known he was having an evening out with them. It's not like we were a couple or anything. But an hour ago, I'd texted Craig and Malcolm and suggested we go to Henry's. I'd needed the company, and even if I couldn't discuss magic or fog monsters when Malcolm and Foster were present, I could absolutely whine about how I'd fucked things up with Cal. I'd already told them I'd taken Cal to meet my mother, inferring that the visit concerned Cal's psychic abilities, which was partially true. I'd wait until we sat down with some alcohol before going into my romantic woes. Romance. I'd finally allowed myself to start thinking about Cal in terms of feelings. Falling in love, maybe. I could see it happening. I admired him already, and hell knew I was attracted to him. After stopping by my new house to get some measurements for Reuben, I met up with the guys at Craig's and Foster's place, and Malcolm drove us to Henry's in his gigantic convertible. This was exactly what I needed. A regular night out with no talk of magic or wonders. Just shooting the shit with my friends. It wasn't until we were heading up the sidewalk to the restaurant that I realized I was getting closer to Cal. And there he was. As soon as we walked in, my entire body was drawn to him. From the doorway, I could only see the back of Cal's head. Felix was sitting opposite him, and that must have been Steve next to him, kissing his temple. I couldn't have stopped myself from walking over there if I'd tried, but I didn't try. It didn't even occur to me. Vaguely, I registered Foster asking the hostess for a table, and Malcolm, who'd probably seen Felix, was following me. When I reached their table, Steve had his arm around Cal. I'm not sure if he was trying to make me jealous, but it wasn't Steve Cal was staring at. Hey. I never said I had a way with words. Hey, obviously you know Felix here. Have you met Steve? I nodded at Steve. We met at Malcolm and Felix's place a few years ago. Malcolm leaned over to kiss Felix. I wished I was here with Cal alone. I wished I was brave enough to tell him I'd missed him in the hours we'd been apart. But I only said, "Oh, would you be interested in going with me to a friend's house for dinner Friday night? Nothing fancy, but I need to go for, work." I darted a glance at Steve's overinterested face before looking back to Cal, whose expression was blank. All I was getting through our connection was tension. Sweat broke out across my entire back. And afterwards we could go for dessert or a drink by ourselves, if that's okay with you. Fuck. Had I lost all of my self-confidence? This was torture. Cal's face eased into a small smile. Sure, Greg. Sounds fun. I'd love to go. My whole body relaxed. There was less tension coming through our connection, but I could also feel a tiny bit of amusement. Fuck me. Great. I'll text you the details. Good to see you, Felix, Steve. Have a good night. I wished I could kiss Cal like Steve had done earlier. At least touch him. Instead, I kept my head high and my steps even as I walked through the restaurant to where Craig and Foster were sitting. I slid into the booth across from them, scooting over to make room for Malcolm, who was right behind me. The server materialized with water glasses for all four of us. Malcolm pointed at me and said, "He'll have a whiskey sour with 2 shots of bourbon on the side. I'll have a Shiner Bock." Craig and Foster placed their own orders. As soon as the server left, they looked between me and Malcolm. "What the hell happened?" Foster asked. I put my elbows on the table and let my face fall into my hands. "Shoot me now." Malcolm patted my shoulder. "You know in the movies when the barely pubescent nerdy kid asks out the super cool popular girl and you just cringe inside at how awkward it is?" Craig hissed between his teeth. Foster said, "You asked Cal out? Crap, did he say no?" Without looking up, I shook my head. "No. Against all odds, our Greg somehow managed to get Cal to agree to go out with him Friday night. To dinner at somebody else's house. Greg, is that really where you want to take Cal on your first real date?" "No," I whined, shaking my head again. A new voice said, "Well, I was going to ask who the bourbon shots were for, but I think I can guess." I looked up. Our server had been replaced by one of her coworkers, a motherly type with poofy blonde hair. She set the shot glasses and my whiskey sour in front of me, then distributed everyone else's drinks. "Thank you. Y'all want anything to eat?" We came here all the time, so I didn't need to look at the menu. We placed our orders. Once she was gone, I downed my first shot. "Good call," I told Malcolm. He bumped his shoulder into mine. "You poor bastard. You've got it bad." "Yeah," I said glumly. I threw back the second shot. Thursday, I went to work for most of the day, but things were quiet, so I left a little early to look through the books from Twist. I doubted I'd find anything, but at least it'd be an excuse to reach out to Cal. To my surprise, I struck gold with the first book I picked up. I called Eileen to verify my suspicions, then I texted Cal. "Me. Can I call you? I found something in one of the books." He called me within a minute. Hey, what did you find?" I had to remind myself that we were trying to save lives, and I couldn't expect Cal to ask me how my day had been or anything. "This is the last entry in the diary of Sorcha Erskine. That's Eileen's last name, too, so I called her. Sorcha was one of Eileen's relatives." "You mean she was a wonder?" "Yes, a brownie. Eileen says Sorcha went back to the elf dimension. She left the diary behind along with most of her belongings." "Okay, so what does the diary say?" Right. Sorry. This entry is from June 7th, 1741. Wow, that's a long time ago. Got it. Go ahead. 1741. I read the entry. This morn, Cameron told me the troll under the bridge down by Dunfermline has disappeared. His dog, a constant companion, was left in his cottage without food or water. Those who were friendly with him say he'd never have done that if he'd left of his own accord. He now be the third of our folk in the area to vanish in as many weeks. Cameron and I are of a mind to return to the Seogull at least for a time. I sent a message to Aird's Gain in London, but the post is slow and there may be naught they can do. Wow, Cal said. 3 wonders disappear in over 3 weeks. That's awfully similar to what's been happening here. Agreed. There weren't any district monitors back then, so if they didn't have a seer locally, lots of wonders could have gone missing and no one would have ever known what had happened to them. Shit. These fuckers have been around for a long time. Or their kind has. But if they prey on wonders, how come the wonders don't know what they are? Cal sighed. Probably because you've only asked the wonders in Texas and the surrounding states, Greg. If these guys were in Scotland in the 1700s, they may not have gotten around to targeting the U.S. before now. I sucked in a breath. Damn it. Cal was right. We'd been narrowly focused for decades, and we'd mostly stopped communicating with the other magic carriers and wonders outside our own areas. Fuck me. I'll send you an invite to the Discord server with a list of all the Texas DMs. Some of them have contacts in neighboring states they can share with you. I'll also ask Dominic if he knows any magic carriers or wonders outside of Texas. Thanks. I'll try to keep as much of the scary discussions out of the public forum as I can, okay? Yeah. Thanks. On the Texas Adventurers Discord server, Thursday, March 30th. Cal, Central Texas, joined the party, March 30th at 3:29 p.m. Wave to say hi. Young, West Texas, March 30th at 3:32 p.m. Hi, Cal. Welcome. We're excited you're here. It's been a long time since we had a fresh face among the human magic carriers. Taylor, Central Texas, March 30th at 3:35 p.m. Hi, Cal. Glad to see you here. Cal, Central Texas, March 30th at 3:36 p.m. Hi, everyone. I'm glad to be here and I look forward to getting to know all of you. But first, I need your help with an urgent request. I'm sure you're all aware of the recent tragic attacks on wonders. We have reason to believe these attacks have been happening in other areas and countries, but just haven't happened in Texas until now. I need to get in touch with wonders and magic carriers in as many states and countries as I can to see if I can get more information about who's responsible for these deaths. If you have any contacts outside of Texas, please message me with their usernames so I can talk to them. Thanks. On Discord private messages. Cal, Central Texas, March 30th at 4:17 p.m. Thanks for accepting my friend request. I got your name from Ellis, the Northeast Texas DM. He said he told you were looking into some wonders dying/vanishing. I'm trying to track whoever or whatever is doing this because they had to come from somewhere. Do you have any contacts who are wonders or magic carriers in other states or countries? Crazy Dan, Okie, DM, March 30th at 4:28 p.m. Hi, Cal. I'm glad you're looking into this. I've been worrying about it ever since I heard from Ellis. I do have some contacts. Give me a minute and I'll send you a list. Cal, Central Texas, March 30th at 4:42 p.m. Thanks for accepting my friend request. I got your name from Crazy Dan Okie DM. I'm investigating a series of deaths and/or disappearances of wonders, and I believe these have been happening as the perpetrators move across the U.S. If possible, I need the following information from you. 1. Do you know of any wonders who have disappeared or died without their bodies being found? This could be at any time in the past. 2. Do you have any contacts who are wonders or magic carriers who live outside of Missouri that I can ask this same question to? Missouri DM Susie, March 30th at 5:27 p.m. Hi, Cal. It's so weird because I was just talking about this with a DM in Kansas the other day. 9 years ago, I had 4 wonders die. We never found their bodies. The DM in Kansas, and I'll give you her contact info, had something very similar happen around the same time. No one saw anything, and no one knew anything. I hope you can figure this out before it happens again. I also know a DM who moved to Maryland. I'll send you his username. Chapter 21. Cal. I'd gone into the office yesterday for half a day, and I did the same today. I was glad it was Friday because over the weekend I could focus on tracking the fog monsters without feeling guilty about missing more work. On the other hand, by taking most of the week off, I'd inadvertently already started handing off my duties to Kurt. I spent most of my time today making sure he had super admin rights to everything. Before I left for the weekend, I met with Steve and showed him my idea for our new game. "Yes!" he shouted. "I love it!" I grinned. It was always fun working with Steve. He threw every ounce of his energy into whatever he was doing. "Great. I'll keep working up the storyline and specs. How's the legal stuff coming along?" "Good. We should have the next draft of our separation contract next week." Now that's cause for celebration. I made a note in my phone. "So?" I rolled my eyes. "Yes?" "How are things going with Greg? Tonight's the big date." I put my phone down on Steve's desk and crossed my arms. "Last night we talked about the wonders dying, but that's it. I'd also started a database of magic carriers and their contact information, but I'd encrypted it so no one could access it without permission." "Well, that's important," he said in the same tone he'd used to tell me something sucked. Then he perked up. "Do you know whose house you're going to?" I shook my head. "I'm guessing it'll be one of the wonders he works with." Steve pointed a finger at me. "Don't forget, your mission is to find out whether he's genuinely attracted to you." I remember. I'd spent a lot of time remembering with my right hand over the past 2 days, so I doubted I'd forget. I left the office and took the truck to the car wash on the way home. It felt good to finally get that chore done. When I got home, I decided I needed to try calling a vision again. I was still scared to call one involving the fog monsters, but I was also uneasy with how long they'd gone without attacking anyone. I sat down on the couch in front of Miss Jackson, who'd taken to staying in their Ouija board form most of the time. "Miss Jackson, I'm going to call a vision. We really need to find those fog monsters, but when Edgar had a vision of them, he thought they could tell he was seeing them." Miss Jackson flashed, "Don't do it." I ran my hand over my beard. "Yeah, but we need to know what they're doing." They flashed, "Look for victim." I raised my eyebrows. "Like the next victim? Good idea. Then maybe we can intervene." I settled back into the cushions and focused inward. I needed to know who the next victim of the fog monsters would be and where the attack would happen. The vision came almost immediately. It was night. I was standing in the back of a large parking lot, but the nearest working light pole was probably 20 yards away. A small sedan was parked next to a light pole nearer to me, but those lights weren't on, leaving the car in darkness. I turned to scan the area, and a Build Barn home improvement store loomed at the other end of the parking lot. I woke up, jerking forward in my seat. Ms. Jackson flashed their board. I rubbed my face. It sort of worked. It was night and in a home improvement store parking lot. There was a car parked at the back of the lot under a light that had probably been broken because it was out. I grimaced. I didn't think to look at the license plate. I stood up. I need a beer. Anyway, it didn't tell me when, and the store could have been anywhere. But it's a start, I guess. I grabbed a jar of peanuts out of the pantry before getting my beer. Back in the living room, I plopped down on the couch and put my snack on the coffee table next to Ms. Jackson. "Tell Edgar," they flashed. Oh, good idea. Maybe he can try and get more info than I did. I pulled up the group text with Edgar and Greg, and I told them what I'd seen. Edgar texted back congratulating me on calling a vision, and he said he'd try to call one later with the same prompt. Greg texted that none of the wonders he was connected to worked at a Build Barn, but he'd warn everyone on Discord not to shop at one alone or late at night. The rest of the afternoon, I sat on the couch chatting with Ms. Jackson in between contacting magic carriers and wonders on Discord. I found out Ms. Jackson didn't know much about their origins, just that they'd become aware of themselves when they were already on Earth, but they weren't sure exactly where they'd been. A series of wonders, concluding with Bettina's friend Karsha, had brought them to Texas. But apparently even Karsha hadn't realized Ms. Jackson was sentient. She'd stuck Miss Jackson on a shelf in the book room and left them there. Karsha had passed away in the 1960s. At the time, the building had been a sort of boarding house for wonders. It had been added on to and remodeled over the years, becoming the Twist House as it stood today. Ms. Jackson had entertained themselves through the decades, listening to everyone's radios and televisions, so they had a decent knowledge of Earth and technology. Something in their magic enabled them to know what things looked like, but they insisted they'd never actually seen a television show before now. Okay, Ms. Jackson, I've got to get ready for my date. Greg had told me dinner would be casual, so I opted for dark jeans and boots with a light blue button-up. Actually buttoned, for once, over my "Are You a Software Update because Not Now" t-shirt. I trimmed my beard a little, but otherwise there wasn't much to do since my hair was pretty short. I went back into the living room. How do I look? I asked Ms. Jackson. I could feel Greg getting closer. Was it wrong to be a little smug about how nervous he was? The board spelled out, "Good." Thanks. Do you want to watch something while I'm gone? Yes, flashed. Any preferences? Project Runway, flashed. Interesting choice, especially for a being who couldn't wear clothes. Transform, flashed. Then make it work. Got it. I could think of a few other shows you might like as well. Do you want to start with the final season or go all the way back to the beginning? Beginning. Gotcha. I worked the remote and searched until I found it. As I pressed play, Greg knocked. I checked for my keys, wallet, and phone before opening the door. Hey, you didn't have to come upstairs. I would have met you at the car. He wrinkled his nose. I asked you out, so I pick you up at your door. Outwardly, I rolled my eyes, but inside I felt kind of melty. You look great, I said. He had a bit of a bad boy vibe going on with faded jeans, black cowboy boots, and a white V-neck tee with a black denim jacket over it. His hair, of course, fell in perfect waves around his face. I could honestly say I'd never been out with anyone as attractive as Greg was. And he'd asked me out, I reminded myself when my old body image insecurities tried to flare up. Greg ran his eyes from my feet up to my face. A jolt of lust tore through our connection and went straight to my dick. I gasped and couldn't stop my hand from grabbing my junk, while standing in my open doorway. Greg gaped at me, then his face went red. I guess you felt that? Fuck! I hastily moved my hand in case any of my neighbors walked by. I guess so, I said faintly. Had that been real? He wouldn't have been able to fake it, would he? Sorry? He rubbed the back of his neck and gave me a bashful look from under his lashes. I emitted a kind of half-laugh, half-groan. No problem. My mind was reeling. Greg was honestly attracted to me. Still red-faced, he looked past me into the apartment. Are you watching Project Runway? Gratefully, I latched onto the new topic. Ms. Jackson is. They like reality TV. So far, I haven't gotten them to try any fictional shows, but we'll get there. Greg called, "Hi, Ms. Jackson." The entire board sparkled, which they'd started using as a greeting. "I'm ready when you are," I said. "Great." I locked the door and we went down to the car. So who are we having dinner with? One of the wonders in my district. His name is Reuben Tooley. His daughter Carla is in her 20s and she's been dating an NPC. Sorry, that's someone without magic, or at least not in the know. Yeah, I remember what it means. Right. Sorry. Carla wants to tell her boyfriend about her wonder side and everything that goes with it. I need to meet him first and give my approval or withhold it pending a background check. I mulled that over as I got into Greg's SUV. So no one can disclose the secret without getting your buy-in first? He shrugged one shoulder. It happens, of course, but I know Reuben. If he told me this guy was trustworthy, this would be a welcome to the family visit rather than an interview. He doesn't like the boyfriend then. No, but he's worried he's not giving the guy a fair chance since Carla's his daughter and this is her first serious relationship. I grunted. What do you do if someone finds out about wonders or magic and tries to tell the public? He flashed me a grin. Discredit them. It's easy enough with the number of people we can call on to say the person misinterpreted what they saw or they're just trying to get attention, that sort of thing. I smiled. Sounds like fun. Let me know if you ever need help. Greg laughed and glanced over at me, his gray eyes sparkling silver in the early evening gloom. Delight and affection poured through our connection. I looked between me and Greg, but I still couldn't see it. He could see connections, though, so the ability wasn't something that required being bonded to kick in. Can I ask about bonding? If I hadn't been looking at him, I wouldn't have noticed the sudden tension in his shoulders. Sure. Like, how does it happen? Do you just have sex and bam, you're bonded, or is there a, ritual or something? Greg took one hand off the wheel to make a so-so motion. Sort of. It's different for every couple or polycule. But you can absolutely have sex without creating a bond. That requires intent. Everyone involved has to be actively trying to make it happen. I snorted. And yet we have a permanent connection. He came to a stop at a light and turned to me. Which means we're exceptionally compatible, magically speaking. This, he waved a hand between us, is very rare. A connection this strong usually forms over the course of months or years between people who are committed to each other but haven't decided to bond yet. Okay, I get that bonding will boost our abilities, but how does it work exactly? And is the power boost the only reason to do it? Because honestly, it doesn't seem that different than what we have now. Greg tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. He glanced over at me and said, "Hang on." He changed lanes to get over to the right, then he pulled into the parking lot of a grocery store. He parked well away from the building before undoing his seatbelt and shifting in his seat to face me. "This is something I should have explained to you before now, and I'm sorry." He quirked up the side of his mouth. "There's been a lot going on this week." I agree, and even though I get frustrated, I do understand you haven't had time to tell me everything yet. That's why I'm asking the questions, but the pulling over and stopping is making me a little nervous. Sorry. I don't know if you can tell, but our connection has continued to get stronger even though we've barely seen each other the past day or so. I want to try something. He reached over and picked up my hand, holding it between both of his. My eyebrows must have been hitting my hairline. Greg was touching me voluntarily. You should be able to feel more from me now that we're connected both physically and magically. It was true. I'd gotten used to having a sort of low hum of Greg in the background of my brain this week. But now it was more like he was in my brain, and I was in his. I could feel the nervous, shy, hopeful, scared, affectionate, desperate feelings he had, along with a huge pinwheel of magic that swirled in tandem with mine. But if I could feel Greg that intensely, he'd be able to feel my emotions as well. I cringed. "Don't be embarrassed." "Fuck!" I shrieked, throwing my hands in the air and pushing my body back against the passenger door. I'd been looking right at Greg, and his mouth hadn't moved at all. He chuckled. "Sorry, I wasn't actually sure it would work." I put my hand over my racing heart. "What the fuck, Greg?" That's what being bonded is like. Or so I'm told. You know how you were able to pull magic from me to help your visions? I nodded. If we were bonded, or right now if we were touching physically, you'd have access to my magic all the time, effortlessly. But a side effect is that our minds will kind of dip into each other as well. Mom told me she and my dad had to learn how to build privacy barriers. He put his elbow on the back of the seat. When a connection gets as strong as ours, it feels like being bonded when we're touching each other. He gave me a wry grin. But, like I said, most people build up to it over the course of several months or longer, so it's not as much of a shock. I stared at him for a long moment. "You're telling me that people think sharing some sort of mind link is a good thing?" He laughed. "Like I said, other people who get to this stage have been in love and in a committed relationship for a long time. Bonded couples, mates, if you want to use that term, Or strongly connected couples who are touching each other like we did share magic and can communicate without speaking. But if you're bonded, you can share physical energy as well. Healing. Healing. Like if I broke my leg, you could heal it? He shook his head. First, for any healing to happen, we'd have to be bonded. Just intermittently touching each other doesn't generate the same, He scrunched up his face. Energy acceleration, I guess? And once you're bonded, the healing happens automatically. If a bonded person broke their leg, they'd have to get it set ASAP because it'd start healing right away. Huh. He glanced at the clock on the dashboard. Shit, we've got to get going. But I did want to add that the biggest benefit of the healing you get through being bonded is that it slows aging way down. I felt my eyes bug out. What? No shit? He nodded as he started the car. Even the longer-lived wonders get extra years out of it. He grinned. Edgar's my mother's uncle, by the way, not her brother. He's 92. Bettina's in her 80s. No way. Fuck. I stared blindly out the windshield. What the fuck? A few minutes later, Greg turned into a residential neighborhood. Right, we were having dinner with people. Wonders and a human. How the hell was I supposed to make small talk with strangers after that conversation? He pulled up in front of a large 2-story home with a field stone and stucco facade capped by a red tile roof. Are you okay? I laughed. No. I rubbed my forehead and looked at him ruefully from under my hand. I can fake it, though. He smiled back, then sobered. A spike of nervousness came through the connection. Before we go in, I told Ruben we were connected. Is it okay if I introduce you to the NPC as my boyfriend? I blinked. Is that what you want us to be? Holy shit. He nodded. Hope and a little anxiety came through our connection. I would like us to be, yes. Yeah, okay. That's fine with me. I smiled. A rush of relief and happiness came through from him, mixing with mine. Before I could register what he was doing, Greg leaned over and kissed my cheek. I couldn't help but smile even wider as he sat back up. Let's go. We got out of the car and Greg produced a bottle of wine from the back seat. He put his hand on my back as we walked toward the house. I'd expected the freaky mind meld to happen, but apparently the 2 layers of shirts I wore was enough of a barrier. We'll have to work up to holding hands, I told him. He put his mouth next to my ear. And other things. Damn it, Greg, I elbowed him as he rang the doorbell. We were both laughing as a big guy, holy shit, his second self was a porcupine, opened the door. He was about my height, but his shoulders were broader and his hands were enormous. His hair was brown with blonde streaks through it, and he was tanned as if he spent a lot of time outdoors. His brown eyes regarded me with curiosity. Welcome, I'm Ruben. He held his hand out for me to shake. Hi, I'm Cal. Nice to meet you. I stepped to the side so Ruben and Greg could hug each other. Please come in. I've got the grill going, and I thought we'd eat on the deck. Carla and Brantley are already out there with Carla's friend Fontaine. My head jerked up. Did he say Brantley? What's the matter? Greg whispered. I shook my head. It might be nothing, I muttered. Except there was no way 2 Brantleys lived in the Austin area. We followed Ruben toward a large room at the end of the foyer. I took comfort from Greg's hand on my back as we walked through the living room to the double doors leading outside, where Butch, my high school bully, was standing with his arm around a young woman who had to be Ruben's daughter. Not only was she a porcupine shifter, but she had the same blonde streaks in her hair. The girl next to her, however, was a squirrel shifter. She was petite, with inky hair fallen in thick twists to her waist. Before I could warn Ruben that things were about to get awkward, he'd opened the door and announced, Greg and Cal are here. Please come meet them. Butch's eyes widened when he saw me, but he quickly put on an expression of polite indifference. Greg and I walked out onto the deck. It was almost the width of the house, made out of some kind of stained wood. A slatted frame thing formed a kind of open ceiling with lights hanging from it, and a dining table with room for 10 people took up most of the space to the right of the door. Ruben pulled Greg, and therefore me, to his side. He gestured at each of us. Greg, you've met Carla and Fontaine before, of course. Of course, Greg said. It's good to see you both. They smiled at him. Reuben said, "And this is Greg's, boyfriend," Greg supplied, moving his hand up so most of his arm was across my back. I'm sure he could feel how tense I was, both physically and through our connection. "Right. Sorry, Cal." Reuben shot me an apologetic glance. I shrugged. "No worries. It's pretty new." "Cal, this is my daughter Carla." She gave me a half wave. "And Carla's best friend Fontaine." We said hi. "And," Reuben stretched his hand out toward Butch, "this is Carla's boyfriend, Brantley. Brantley, this is Greg and Cal." Hi." Butch's eyes darted back and forth between me and Greg, and his forehead furrowed. I wondered if Carla had told Butch he needed to impress Greg. Would he be able to refrain from taunting me like he'd done in the coffee shop? Would it matter? Either way, I'd make sure Carla knew what kind of man she was dating. And Greg would never let anyone who'd insulted me be allowed in on the secret. I relaxed. Greg whipped his head toward me, and I gave him a big smile. I looked at Reuben. Actually, Brantley and I went to high school together. He was going by Butch back then, though. Butch gave a nervous laugh. Yeah, just a childish nickname." "Oh," Carla said, wrapping her hands around Butch's bicep. He had muscles, I'd give him that. She said to me, "I hope you can tell me some juicy stories about Brantley's teenage years." I smiled. "Oh, I have stories, all right." Text message conversation, Saturday morning, April 1st. Cal. "Well, we might already be magic married, but Greg and I are going public as boyfriends." Felix. "Congrats! I was hoping he'd pull his head out of his ass. I take it the date went well?" Cal. "It was pretty eventful, but yeah." Felix. "Great. Once you figure out what's happening with this killer, we'll all have to go on a triple date." Steve. "Ooh, that sounds so much dirtier than a double date." Cal. "Steve, why did you have to give me that visual? Why?" Chapter 22. Greg. "Great," Reuben said, rubbing his hands together. "Let's get some drinks and y'all can sit down and chat while I put the steaks on the grill." I was trying hard to interpret what I was getting through our connection. When we'd arrived, Cal had seemed apprehensive, and I was pretty sure it had to do with Brantley. But he'd come to some sort of decision, and he hadn't been nervous anymore. Now I was getting amusement and anticipation. Carla and Fontaine had what appeared to be gin and tonics in front of them on the dining table. Brantley asked Reuben for a second beer, but when Reuben handed it to him, he left his empty one on the table, not bothering to dispose of it in the recycle bin sitting prominently against the wall behind him. So far, I wasn't getting a good feeling about him, regardless of whether or not he and Cal had issues. Reuben handed Cal and I our own beers, and we sat down at the table. I ended up with the empty chair at the head of the table, presumably Reuben's, on my right and Cal on my left. Fontaine sat on Cal's other side, and Carla and Brantley were across from us. Brantley immediately tried to take control of the conversation. "So, Greg, what do you do for a living?" I leaned my shoulder into Cal's and put my hand palm up on the arm of my chair. "I'm co-owner of a pet resort." Brantley seemed dumbfounded. "Oh? That sounds interesting." I smiled. "Do you have any pets, Brantley?" He shook his head. "No, my parents didn't want any animal hair in the house. I'm kind of the same way." Carla, who'd been hugging his upper arm, dropped her hands and narrowed her eyes. "You told me you liked animals." He shrugged. "Sure, who doesn't? But living with one is completely different." Carla pressed her lips together. Her eyes found mine, and I gave her what I hoped was a sympathetic expression. She slumped in her chair and gazed morosely at her gin and tonic. Cal turned to Fontaine. "Have you met Brantley before?" he asked in a low voice. I pretended I couldn't hear them as she shook her head. "I live in Houston these days," she said in the same almost whisper. "This is the first time I've made it back to Austin since he and Carla started dating." Cal whispered back, "Don't worry. I'll get rid of him so Carla doesn't have to." She said, "Thank fuck," and their glasses clinked. Cal was planning something. This should be interesting. I loved a nice spot of revenge or retaliation now and then. But first, we had to endure the rest of dinner. Brantley tried again. How long have you and Cal been dating? I cocked my head at him. Did he do that deliberately? A slow, simmering anger started building in my gut. Not very long, I said slowly. But when you know, you know. Cal bumped shoulders with me and said, Oh. He sent a burst of reassurance through our connection. Butch's forehead scrunched up, and he frowned as he looked between me and Cal. I could tell what he was thinking, and my anger ratcheted up a notch. Cal laid his hand in mine. I got a pulse of disorientation as he tried to acclimate to our joined minds, but he recovered more quickly this time, taking a sip of beer while he waited it out. Then I got an even stronger push of reassurance and amusement from him, so I tried to set my anger aside and relax. He was handling it. He thought at me, this mind meld stuff might turn out to be pretty cool. So Brantley, Cal said, what are you doing with yourself these days? He blinked innocently at the man across the table. Brantley puffed up. I run 3 car dealerships, Mercedes, BMW, and Jaguar. Cal made an exaggerated thinking face. Oh, you mean your dad's dealerships? He's given complete control over to me. Ah. Fontaine coughed and immediately took a sip of her drink. Bradley asked, How did the two of you get together? He didn't bother hiding the disbelief in his tone. Asshole. Cal tilted his head toward me with a raised eyebrow. Do you want to tell him or shall I? I raised an eyebrow back. By all means, go ahead. This should be good. I lifted my beer bottle to my mouth. Cal shrugged and said, His mother set us up. I almost spewed out my beer. When I had recovered, Cal turned to me and said, What? That's what it boils down to, right? I tried to think of something to say to play along with whatever tale he was spinning, but I had nothing. Cal looked at the others and turned his free hand palm up. My friend Felix is dating one of Greg's good friends. Greg mentioned in front of them that his mom has the best recipe for peanut butter chocolate chip cookies. Felix knows I like to make cookies, so he got Greg's mom's number for me. I spoke to her on the phone, and after I made my cookies, she asked me to drop some by for Greg at the pet resort so he could have a little taste of home. Oh, that was good. He leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. She was totally trying to set us up. He let go of my hand and picked up his beer. Losing the intimacy of the mind-to-mind bond was an unwelcome shock. I tucked my hair behind my ear. I hadn't really thought about it like that. Since that wasn't the way it happened, I sent amusement through our connection, and Cal grinned. Reuben boomed out a laugh from over by the grill. Greg, your mother is a force of nature. Brantley continued to look between me and Cal, but he didn't ask any more questions. Reuben called out to Carla to help him with plates, so she got up and went over to the grill. What do you do, Fontaine? Cal asked. She smiled. I'm a veterinarian. No shit. That's awesome. You and Greg should trade pet stories. She and I laughed. She said, I have some doozies for sure. Carla and Reuben came back with plates full of steak, baked potatoes, and grilled vegetables. This looks delicious, I said, taking my plate from Reuben. After he sat down, I asked him how John, the new employee had referred to him, was working out. I was pleased when Reuben had nothing but praise for him. Then we touched briefly on the timing for the renovations of my new house. If we were boyfriends now, and how exciting was that, I should probably take Cal to see the place, especially since the strength of our connection meant he'd almost certainly end up living there with me. Cal jumped when Carla addressed him. I'm so sorry, he said. I was focused on this amazing food. What did you say? I asked you to tell us some stories from Brantley's high school days. Brantley shook his head and put his hand up. That's not necessary. High school was a long time ago. A surge of anticipation came through the connection. Cal was ready to make his move. He tilted his head at Brantley. Okay, well, if high school's out, I could always tell Carla how I ran into you at the bakery last week. Oh, Cal hadn't mentioned that. And apparently Brantley didn't want Cal to tell Carla because he fired back, Oh, you mean when you were making moony eyes at that big, tall guy? He looked at me with a regretful expression. You should know what kind of man you're getting into bed with. Fantine gasped. Carla's mouth fell open and she stared at Butch. Reuben went very, very still. My brain went quiet. The magic gave me an instinctive ability to hone my focus during periods of danger or combat, and I went into that mode now. Setting my utensils on my plate, I stared Brantley down and growled. Excuse me? The connection with Cal exploded with appreciation and lust. My focus changed in an instant. I barely stopped myself from leaping to my feet and throwing Cal across the table to feast on him. I gripped the arms of my chair and slowly turned my head, breathing heavily through my nose. Cal just smiled. Did he know my dick was trying to burst out of my jeans? He patted my arm. He's talking about Taylor. That's the morning I also ran into him at Pour Some Sugar on Me. I nodded. Taylor told me. I connected the dots. I sucked in a breath and my brain went into combat mode again. I glared at Brantley. He said some guy was bullying Cal. I shoved my chair back and got to my feet. I leaned over the table and snarled. He said you were calling Cal insulting names. Brantley, showing a clear lack of awareness of the danger he was in, dismissed this with a scoff. He must have misheard. He squinted at me. What's wrong with your eyes? Carla said, Brantley, a few minutes ago you called him Cal before you corrected yourself. She looked over at Cal. Is that what he called you in the bakery? He nodded serenely. Since 9th grade. I put my hand on his shoulder, and my brain eased out of combat mode. Cal's collar prevented me from touching skin, but that could come later. I sent reassurance through the connection. Brantley said, He's lying. I rolled my eyes. We all heard you. Carla stood up. Brantley, it's time for you to leave. Brantley threw his napkin on the table. I can't believe you'll listen to someone like him over me, he pointed at Cal. She pointed in the opposite direction toward the front of the house. Yes, get out. Bitch, he snarled at her. Reuben, who'd been silent this entire time, said, That's it. He stood up, towering over Butch. You can leave quietly, or this can get ugly. Your call. Fine, Butch spat. He didn't look at any of us as he got up and stomped inside to leave. Carla followed him, shouting, I can't believe I wasted 6 months of my life on you. Reuben winked at us before trailing after them. I sank back into my seat and leaned over to put my arms around Cal. Fantine saluted us with her cocktail glass. Hallelujah. She shook her head. Poor Carla always believes the best in everyone. But that guy is slimy. She shuddered. You can bet I'm coming for a visit as soon as she mentioned the next guy she starts dating. Cal smiled. You're a good friend. Reuben and Carla came back outside. Carla collapsed into her chair and told Cal, I am so sorry. He treated me so well. I guess I took it for the real thing. It's okay, Carla. In school, he always had the teachers convinced he could do no wrong. You couldn't have known. Fantine got up and went around the table to hug her friend. Thank you for dealing with him, Reuben told Cal. I'm sorry you were insulted in my home. That's not how I want my guests to be treated. He smiled. No worries. It was important for Carla to see Butch for who he really is, and I'm glad I could make it happen. I eyed Reuben thoughtfully. We should look into his car dealerships. Make sure everything's on the up and up. My friend Malcolm used to be a forensic accountant with the FBI. Reuben grinned. We'll talk later. For now, let's finish our meal. The rest of the evening was uneventful. Carla was a little subdued, but she seemed more angry than sad. She'd be fine after some time had passed. Cal and I left around 9 p.m. On the way to the car, he walked several feet to one side of me. I was getting a kind of antsy indecision through the connection. We got in the SUV and I asked, What's the matter? He groaned and rolled his eyes. Fuck, this connection thing will take some getting used to. I laughed and started the engine. It'll happen, I promise. I hesitated. But you're conflicted? He huffed. Fine. I don't really want to go home yet, but I'm also not ready to go to your place and fuck. I paused, unable to stop myself from picturing Cal fucking me. My brain tried to go into combat mode again. What the hell? That had never happened before when I was turned on. I shook it off with an effort. I cleared my throat. First of all, it wouldn't be just fucking. But I respect your wanting to take things slow. I shook my head, smiling a little. Hell, it's only been 5 days since we met. Yeah, exactly. We hadn't even kissed yet. That would definitely get rectified before our night was over. I said, I'm not really keen on hitting a bar or a club. He made a face. Yeah, nothing loud. How about, would you like to see my new house? His eyebrows flew up. Sure, do you have the keys already? I mean, seeing the outside would be fine. At the thought of having Cal in my new place, the nest I'd bought for him, my combat mode threatened to return. I shifted in my seat. Yes, the inspection was this morning. The place has been empty so long, the seller's agent just let me have the keys. Cal blinked at me in surprise. That's trusting. I shrugged as I pulled the car out onto the street. It's Ben Oak, and I'm a business owner, so they know where to find me. I glanced over at him. It's a little dated inside, and the decor is awful, so it triggers my anxiety a bit. I won't move in until Ruben's done with the renovations. Sounds like a good plan. I grimaced. Right. I keep reminding myself that at midnight when my neighbors in the apartment next door have their gaming parties. Would Cal be willing to move into the house with me at some point? Sylvia had mentioned it at Twist, but I reminded Cal how Sylvia and Lloyd, as well as Craig and Foster, lived on the same street as my new house. But I bought it because of the big game room upstairs in the backyard. I've always wanted a dog, but apartments are so inconvenient when the dog needs to go outside. He nodded. I agree. What are your feelings about pets? I was fairly sure he was more open to them than that asshole, but I needed to make sure. He smiled. Unlike Brantley, I think pets are great. I chuckled and he grinned. Steve has a couple of rabbits, and I'm sure you've met Felix and Malcolm's ancient cat. I work so much it never seemed fair to have a pet. But maybe one day. We were back in Bent Oak, and I let Cal know when we entered my new neighborhood. I pointed to the left. That's Craig and Foster's house, and Sylvia's house is over here on the right. That's Lloyd's car. I slowed as we approached. Actually, would you mind if we stopped and said hi? If they're not busy, I need to connect with Lloyd, especially with everything going on with the fog monsters. He shrugged. Sure. You're right. It's a good idea. I parked at the curb in front of Sylvia's house. Maybe I should call them in case... Cal chuckled. In case they're naked? I shuddered. Yeah, I do not want to see or think about that. I disconnected my phone from Bluetooth so it wouldn't broadcast in the car and called Lloyd. He said they'd just finished dinner and we were welcome to join them for dessert. Sylvia opened the front door and waited for us. She hugged me, then she hugged Cal, her tiny body almost disappearing against his much larger frame. Come, sit, she urged. I made Carlota de Limon. Lime icebox cake. You'll love it. Sounds delicious, Cal said, allowing her to pull him through her living room. I hadn't been in Sylvia's home since before she'd renovated the kitchen, but the living room showed some changes as well. One corner seemed dedicated to the great-grandbaby with a folded-up playpen and a bouncy seat. I recognized a painting of a wolf that used to hang in Lloyd's cabin at Twist. Now it was proudly displayed above Sylvia's couch. Lloyd called a greeting from the kitchen and invited us to see the new countertops and appliances. After we admired everything, Cal and I sat on one side of Sylvia's round wooden kitchen table. Lloyd brought over coffee cups, and Sylvia followed with plates of a creamy green-tinged layer cake. Lloyd urged Sylvia to sit down and return to the kitchen to bring out cups and cake for the two of them. This looks fantastic, Sylvia, I told her. Thank you, Greg. I was teaching Lloyd how to make it. It's really easy, Lloyd said as he sat down. The cake was slightly sweet and tart, perfectly offset by the cinnamon and cocoa and the Mexican-style coffee. Damn, Sylvia, Cal said. I'm coming to your house instead of visiting Greg in his new place. Lloyd put his coffee cup down and fixed Cal with a deadly stare. As long as you call first. Cal laughed. Understood. I cleared my throat. I was taking Cal to see the house, but I wanted to stop in and ask if you were willing to connect with me, Lloyd. I don't feel comfortable having you unconnected in case something happens." Lloyd nodded. "I agree." He turned to Sylvia. "Remember I told you how all the district monitors like Greg form connections with the wonders who live in their districts?" "See, I do." She looked at me. "What about me?" I blinked. "What do you mean? Can I do the connection with you too?" I blinked again. I don't know. I've never heard of a DM connecting with anyone but wonders." Cal leaned forward. "It'd be an interesting experiment." Honestly, there wasn't any reason it shouldn't work. Just like Cal's idea of having wonders connect with more than one DM, why couldn't I connect with a magic carrier like I connected with a wonder? "Let's try it. But let me do Lloyd's first so you can see what it's like." Lloyd set his plate and cup to the side and extended his hand across the table. I did the same, grasping his hand so we were palm to palm. Closing my eyes, I reached out with my magic. I said, "Sylvia, what I'm doing is sending my magic out to find Lloyd's. He's doing the same." I found the tendril of Lloyd's magic and twined mine around it. Now our magics have found each other and we're sort of tying them together. Then I send a kind of pulse of my intent to connect through the link, and Lloyd sends his. Without the intent, the connection won't form. Lloyd and I opened our eyes. The connection glowed between us. I smiled. Done. We released our hands and I looked at Sylvia. If I concentrate, I can use the connection to get a sense of Lloyd's basic mood and roughly where he is. Lloyd's eyebrows shot up. "You can? I thought you two weren't bonded yet." He examined the connection between me and Cal. I shrugged. "Our connection is strong enough by itself." He whistled. "Wow." I turned back to Sylvia. "Do you still want to connect with me?" She nodded. "I do. I want to be a part of your magic district like Lloyd is." "Okay." I laid my hand palm up on the table. Sylvia clasped it with her own, and I closed my eyes. "Now, see if you can find the magic inside you and encourage it to reach out to me." I waited for a moment, but she made a frustrated noise. "I can't feel anything." It wasn't surprising that Sylvia, who'd only discovered she even had magic a couple of weeks ago, couldn't find it within herself. "No worries, Sylvia, I can do it for you." Her magic wasn't as obvious as Lloyd's, since he was basically made of magic, but because they were bonded, I was able to trace hers through his. Sylvia's magic interwove with Lloyd's, their bonded cores spinning strongly. I used my magic to tease out a small thread of hers, then I wrapped mine around it like I'd done to Lloyd's. "Okay, Sylvia, I'm in contact with your magic, and you should be able to feel when I send my intent to connect." I shot a pulse of intent through the tied strands of our magic, and Sylvia jumped slightly. "Oh, I did feel that." "Good. Now, think about how you want to form a connection, and push your intention toward me." She scrunched up her face. After a few seconds, I felt a pretty forceful wave of intent along the magic, and the connection was sealed. "Good. It's done." Sylvia opened her eyes. "It is?" "Yes, we're connected." Lloyd put his arm around Sylvia's shoulders and kissed her temple. "That was impressive, my love. Once you get used to your magic, you'll be able to feel Greg on the other end of your connection." "Oh, like I can feel you through our bond." "A lot less intensely, but similar." He kissed her again. I carefully did not look at Cal. Was it wrong to hope he'd one day want affection like that? 30 or so minutes later, we left Sylvia and Lloyd's house and drove half a block down the street. I pulled into the cracked driveway. Here it is. The darkness hid a lot of the cosmetic issues with the exterior. Cal examined the house, but didn't move to get out of the car. It's got good bones, I guess?" I laughed. "Wait till you see the inside." We got out of the car, and Cal followed me silently to the front door. I wasn't getting much through the connection. Maybe he'd started to learn how to block me. I turned the key in the lock. "Brace yourself," I said as I opened the door. The awful wallpaper in the kitchen was even more garish without daylight coming through the windows. Cal winced when he caught sight of the pumpkin-colored carpet in the living room. The more I looked at everything that had to be done to make this place livable, the more tense I got. Upstairs are a couple of guest bedrooms and the only place in the house that's been updated. He eyed me skeptically. Oh, yeah? See for yourself? I gestured for him to go up the stairs. I had a great view of Cal's ass and thighs as they worked to climb the stairs. My tension receded and my combat mode, or lust mode in its current version, clawed to come out. When we got to the landing, I put my hand on Cal's back to guide him to the game room. That contact, even though our skin was separated by his shirts, was enough to calm my magic. Wow. Cal walked to the center of the room and spun around. I love this space. Me too. I want to make it a game room. It's big enough I can put in some tables for hosting game nights, and there'll still be room for a TV and game consoles. Cal went stiff. I got a jolt of recognition through our connection. What is it? He walked to one side of the room. This is where the TV and couch will be. I rushed over to him. Are you having a vision? He crossed his arms and shook his head. No. Remember the other day when I told you I had a vision where I was playing video games with Steve and Felix? That was here. Or it will be. I put my hand around his waist and pulled him tight against me. I like the thought of you hanging out here. He turned in my arms, facing me. There was something else. Yeah? I pulled him closer. What else happened? I wasn't getting anything from the connection. He raised his head and his eyes blazed into mine. You walked up and kissed me. I smiled and let the combat/lust mode take over. I'm smart like that. Cal caught his breath. Your eyes are glowing. Can I kiss you now? I stepped forward, crowding into him. He slid his arms around my back. Please. On Discord private messages, Saturday, April 1st. Greg, DM, Central Texas, April 1st at 9:23 a.m. FYI, I was able to connect to a magic carrier. She's bonded to a wonder, and that's how I reached her magic, so I'm not sure if it would work with everyone. I want to try it with some others before I announce it to the group. Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, April 1st at 9:29 a.m. Whoa, I'm going to try that too. Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, April 1st at 9:32 a.m. Clever of you to think of it. I'm excited about all the experimenting you're doing to see what we're capable of. Greg, DM, Central Texas, April 1st at 9:33 a.m. Speaking of what we're capable of, just out of curiosity, have either of you ever experienced going into combat mode when you're turned on? Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, April 1st at 9:34 a.m. No? I'm only experienced combat mode once, when I was trying to calm down an angry alligator shifter. This happened with Cal? Greg, DM, Central Texas, April 1st at 9:35 a.m. Yeah, glowing eyes, hyperfocus, etc. I was able to force it to mostly go away, but Cal said my eyes glowed the whole time. Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, April 1st at 9:37 a.m. That's really weird. Maybe it's a mate thing. Though you're not bonded yet, are you? Greg, DM, Central Texas, April 1st at 9:38 a.m. Not yet, but our connection is super strong. When we touch, we can get in each other's head. Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, April 1st at 9:38 a.m. No way! After this short a time? Greg, DM, Central Texas, April 1st at 9:39 a.m. Yeah, it's already permanent, which is a total mindfuck for both of us, as you can imagine. Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, April 1st at 9:40 a.m. Damn it, don't make me jealous. I'm nesting though, so maybe it won't be long before I can have that too. Last weekend, I had to go buy a hammock and put it up. Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, April 1st at 9:43 a.m. Man, I love napping in hammocks. We used to have one when I was a kid. I'm definitely nesting too. I put bougainvillea and planters all around the edge of my back deck. Thanks for the plant tips, by the way, Shane. Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, April 1st at 9:46 a.m. Sounds nice. And you're welcome. Send pics. Ellis, DM, Northeast Texas, April 1st at 9:48 a.m. Photo. Shane, DM, Southeast Texas, April 1st at 9:49 a.m. Wow, what a great deck pick, LOL. I love that color of bougainvillea. It's my favorite. They look great around your deck. Chapter 23. Cal. I was so distracted by Greg's eyes starting to glow that I forgot to brace myself for the mind meld. But what I should have braced myself for was the kiss. I'd been kissed before, though my previous lip locks weren't terribly memorable. Just some obligatory foreplay leading up to the main event. But this kiss was an experience. Greg and I were about the same height, but as he leaned in to kiss me, he seemed bigger, taller, larger. For the first time in my life, I felt slightly fragile, as if Greg could break me if he had a mind to. He was dangerous, and I liked it. He cupped my jaw with his hand and tilted my face just so. Then he caught my lips with his. My eyes fell shut. Our connection, and the mind meld, blazed with want. Craig was attracted to me. I felt powerful and sexy. I moaned, opening my mouth to get closer to him, to devour him. As our tongues met, I pulled him into my body, and he was the one groaning. Down. Greg bent his knees and pulled me to the floor with him. He lay back, using his hands to urge me to lay over him, covering him. The sound of our harsh breaths echoed in the huge empty room. Greg parted his legs, and I gasped at the sweet friction of his cock against mine, even if it was dulled by the fabric of our jeans. Our mouths found each other again as I pulled his thigh up to my waist. The heat of his mouth, the pressure where our bodies met, the fiery need pulsing into my brain. I'd never been so turned on and so quickly. My cock was leaking, soaking my underwear and the front of my jeans. Greg hooked his ankles together behind my back and thrust up, driving our cocks together. My balls were being crushed by my inseam, but I was on the verge of coming anyway. Gonna come. Yes. My entire body pulsed as I came, and I made an inarticulate cry. But the orgasm didn't stop. It rolled across to Greg, and he shouted with his release. Then his orgasm ricocheted back to me, and I fucking came again, my dick jerking and my balls trying valiantly to produce more cum. I thought he came one more time as well, but I was having trouble paying attention. When everything finally subsided, I sprawled limply across Greg. He stroked a hand down my back. I was sure I was crushing him, so with a pained groan, I pushed myself up to roll to the side. No, he murmured, tightening his arms and legs around me to keep me in place. Our clothes were blocking most skin-to-skin contact, but through our connection I got that Greg needed the closeness and touch, and he loved being covered and weighed down by my body. Huh. I like hugs too, he said. Nothing specific came across the connection, but I had a distinct impression he didn't have many people in his life who hugged or even just touched him. Well, that's one thing I could do. I snaked my hands under his shoulders and held him close. Let me know if I get too heavy. He nuzzled my neck. No such thing. I snorted. You still have to breathe, and the floor is hard. He kissed my ear, which was a little weird, but whatever. I'm fine. I'm better than fine. That was... Damn. I chuckled. Yeah, it was incredible. Though I'm regretting not getting naked due to the situation in my pants right now. Greg stuck his nose under the collar of my shirt and inhaled. Okay. Did you know that orgasm echo thing would happen? I tipped my head from side to side to mimic the ricochet. He laughed into my collarbone. Sort of. People talked about it, but I never expected it to be so... explosive. He pulled his head back so he could look me in the eyes. I know you didn't want to have sex tonight. I hope this wasn't too much. I kissed him. It was fine. More than fine. I glanced to the side and cleared my throat. Just remember how I told you I had a vision? When I glanced back at him, his eyes were glowing again. The one where I kissed you, he growled. It looked like he was considering starting another round. I felt my face get hot. Yeah, so, about that. I kind of failed to mention that in the vision you kissed me on the cheek." He stared at me. Then he threw his head back and laughed. After another few minutes of cuddling and peppering each other with occasional kisses, I said, "I hate to do this, Greg, but I really need to clean up." He groaned, but after giving me one last hug, he let his arms and legs flop to the side. His hair, of course, spilled over the wooden floor in a graceful halo around his head. I carefully got off him and stood up, offering him my hand. "Come on. We need to go home." I smiled at his pout. He finally took my hand. As I helped him stand, he grimaced. "Okay, I'm with you on the cleaning up thing now, and I'm too old to spend this much time on the floor." We used the separate bathrooms to mop things up as best we could without any spare clothes. Luckily, the water had been turned back on for the inspection. I debated just taking my underwear off, but then I'd have to wad them up in my pocket and... No, I'd deal until I got home. When I went downstairs, I found the front door open. Greg was standing on the porch. He turned when he heard me coming. "Sorry," he said with a rueful grimace. The decor was getting to me and I needed to go outside. We walked to the SUV. After we were settled in our seats, I asked, "How will you decorate the house?" He shrugged. "I was thinking I'd do something similar to the way I have my apartment." Then he looked at me wide-eyed. Do you like it? If there's something you'd prefer..." He gestured at the house in front of us. "Me? This is your house, Greg. Even if decorating was something I was good at, it'd be your decision to make." His expression said I was missing something. "Cal, we're already permanently connected. A full bonding is almost inevitable unless we stop spending time with each other. If you hate the house, I can sell it and we can find something else. But we're going to live together. Or at least..." He shook his head. "I'm sorry if I'm rushing you." He put the SUV in reverse and started to back out of the driveway. Fuck. I couldn't quite parse out all the emotions coming through the connection. Frustration, embarrassment, something like he felt inadequate, unworthy. I put my hand on his leg. He glanced over before looking back at the road. I said, "Look, I've been having trouble processing this whole magic married thing. It just hasn't quite sunk in yet, and I'm not ready to make decisions about our future. Like we said earlier, it's only been 5 days." "Yeah, sorry," he muttered. I patted his thigh. "That being said, you've seen my apartment. My style hasn't evolved since I was in high school. I do like your place. I think it's soothing, and that color scheme would look good in the new house. But no matter how you decorate, I'm willing to commit as far as saying I'll enjoy spending time there." "Yeah?" He threw a smile at me. "Yeah." I cleared my throat. "After I stop at Sylvia and Lloyd's for snacks." He chuckled and his hand covered mine on his leg. The confusion of unpleasant emotions had calmed, though I could feel him telling himself to chill the fuck out, to give me the space I needed and that I wasn't going anywhere. I turned my hand over and laced my fingers through his. Then I sent over, "I've never held hands with anyone romantically before." He sucked in a breath and darted a glance at me. "Really?" I squeezed his hand. "Really?" He smiled and squeezed my hand back. His emotions turned to pride, satisfaction, and excitement. It only took a few minutes to get back to my apartment building. I said, "I'd invite you up, but Ms. Jackson is there, and I think it'd be weird." Greg nodded. Understood. He pulled into a parking space, dropping my hand briefly to use the gear shift. He picked it back up again, twining his fingers with mine. "Maybe one day we can lock ourselves in your bedroom." I snorted. Shutting the door would be enough. I don't think Miss Jackson can turn a doorknob. He smiled and said, "Can I see you tomorrow night? I need to go into work during the day." "Sure. Why don't you text me when you're free and we can make a plan?" And, Monday is game night at Craig and Foster's house. Would you be willing to come with me?" Holy shit. Greg wanted me to meet all his friends. "Yeah, I'd love to." Greg raised an eyebrow and held up our joined hands. Are you sure? Because the surge of terror I just felt. I put a finger of my free hand over his mouth. It was not terror. It was just a little nervousness. He smirked against my finger, then said, "Sure, whatever you say." I slid my hand from his lips to the back of his neck and pulled him in for a kiss. "Be nice or I'll sick Steve on you." Saturday morning, I couldn't get what Craig had brought up the previous night out of my head. Sure, I'd told Felix and Steve I was magic married to Greg, and I'd known in an abstract way that we were permanently linked to each other. But he'd spoken about us living together, like it was inevitable. Did I want that? I hadn't lived with anyone since I'd moved out of my mom's house, but this would be more than a roommate situation. Greg and I would be full-on living together, sleeping in the same bed, having sex. My dick was certainly on board with that plan. Last night's dry humping session had been fucking spectacular. But sex wasn't everything, and I didn't even know Greg yet, not really. I wanted more time to learn who he was and make sure he knew who I was before I moved in with him. At least it'd take a few months for his house to get renovated. I could see how I felt then, though I was pretty sure Greg was right. We would end up together, bonded, because now my other option, moving away to make sure we never formed a bond, made me feel ill just considering it. So bonding and moving in together would happen, but they didn't have to happen right away. In between fretting about Greg and my relationship, I spent most of the day working on the outline and some storyboards for the new game. Kurt had been handling everything beautifully at Rogue's Gallery in my absence, and Steve thought we could finalize our transition out of the day-to-day operations of the company by the end of this month. I did get more Discord messages from DMs around the country with possible victims of the fog monsters. The fuckers were definitely moving across the U.S., but it was hard to say whether they were heading for somewhere specific or if they were scattering their kills to hide their tracks. Around 4 p.m., I quit for the day. Greg would be at work for at least another hour, so I decided to try calling another vision of the next victim. Ms. Jackson, who I'd talked into watching the first season of Supernatural, allowed me to turn off the TV for a few minutes so I could concentrate. I settled back on the couch, closed my eyes, and focused on my breathing. This time, before calling the vision, I reached out for my magic. I spent a moment or two examining how it sparkled and spun through me in a big wheel. Greg had told me we couldn't cast any spells or anything, and Edgar had said when you called a vision, you just waited for it to show up. But what if I sort of threw the magic out to see if it could catch a vision? Like a net. Wouldn't I get a better result with more energy put into it? It was worth a shot. I imagined gathering my magic all together, then I focused on what I wanted to know. The victim, the place, and the timing of the next attack. I shoved the magic outward. Oops. The thing about a net is you have to keep hold of it in order to bring back what you catch, and I instantly lost my hold on the magic I'd sent out. I watched in dismay as almost all of my sparkles flew away, streaming outward and leaving me depleted and drained of energy. I sank further into the cushions. Maybe I'd feel better after a nap. Something heavy and warm landed on my knee, and my eyes popped open. "Ah!" I shouted, scrambling up and diving over the back of the couch in a feat of agility I hadn't known I was capable of. But that used up all my remaining strength, so when I landed on the floor, I passed right the fuck out. On the Texas Adventurers Discord server, Saturday, April 1st. Cal, Central Texas, April 1st at 10:08 a.m. Image. At everyone. Here is the map of the locations and dates, some are guesses, where wonders have gone missing over the last 40 years. I've color-coded the map so you can see where I think the perpetrators settled on a base of operations, and then the attacks happened in a radius of 200 to 300 miles from that point over several weeks. This strategy keeps their base undetected, and the victims are far enough apart that the local authorities and the DMs never figure it out. After each grouping of 5 to 12 victims, the perpetrators go dormant for about 10 years. Before they hit Texas, the last group of victims was 9 years ago in Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and Arkansas. As far as I can tell, the 2 recent victims in the Central District are the first in Texas. Based on their history, this means they'll try to attack again and soon. And it could be in the Central District, or they could show up somewhere else. At Wonders. Please do not go anywhere alone. Also, see Greg's post about the next victim probably being attacked in a Build Barn parking lot. Please avoid those stores and their parking lots, even in the daytime. The perpetrators could be scouting them and notice you. Chapter 24. Greg. My third interview appointment for the front desk opening didn't show up, so I was able to finish everything I needed to get done a little after 4:30 p.m. I changed clothes in my office and texted Cal to ask if it was okay if I picked him up a little early. We could always have a drink in the bar while we waited for our reservation time. Plus, I'd been dying to ask him about the map of fog monster victims he'd posted this morning. My phone chimed, then chimed again before I could pull it out of my pocket. Cal. Grvju. Cal. Wordf. Cal. Plokm. Cal. Plock. My blood went cold. I couldn't feel anything through our connection. I hit the call button and left the office at a run. The call connected as I exited the lobby doors, but no one said anything. Cal, are you okay? I got in the SUV and shut the door. I could hear breathing on the other end. Was he conscious? Fuck, it'd take me 20 minutes to get to his place. I briefly considered sending an ambulance, but odds were this was not a traditional medical emergency. Felix or Steve must have a key, and Felix and Malcolm lived 5 minutes from Cal's apartment. Cal, I'm on my way, but I'm 20 minutes out. I'm going to hang up and call Felix to see if he has a key and can check on you. I heard what sounded like an animal making a chuffing sound. A shifter? Wait, are you Cal? Make 1 sound for yes and 2 for no. 2 sounds came over the phone. Fuck. Who the hell was at Cal's place? Is Cal injured? The shifter made a weird sort of whine. Not sure, maybe. Is he conscious? 2 chuffing sounds. Fuck. Wait, so you were the one who texted me back? 1 chuff. Okay, so the shifter had been trying to help at least, so odds were I didn't have to worry that they meant Cal any harm. Can you change to your human form so we can talk? 2 chuffs. Double fuck. What the hell had happened? Okay, I'm sending his friend Felix over if I can reach him. I don't think he's met any shifters, but he knows about you and about the magic. Is the security deadbolt unlocked from the inside? 1 chuff. Good. I'll call you back if there's a change of plans. 1 chuff. I forced myself to drive carefully out of the parking lot, but as soon as I was on the road, I told my phone to dial Felix. Greg, hey, what's up? Felix, thank fuck. Are you home? Do you have a key to Cal's place? I'm at Steve's, and yes, I have a key. Why? What's the matter? I'm putting you on speaker. Is that far from Cal's apartment? I need you to go over there. He's unconscious, and I'm 20 minutes out. Unconscious? Does he need an ambulance? No. No ambulance. Are you and Steve alone? I did not want to have to explain magic to Malcolm or to Steve's husband. Yeah, Baz is out and Malcolm's back at our house. Steve and I can be at Cal's in less than 10 minutes. What's wrong with him? Wait, hang on. I heard sounds of them getting in a car. Felix said, Okay, Steve's driving. We're on the way. I cursed silently as I was forced to stop at a red light. Okay, when you get to his place, the security deadbolt is unlocked and there's a shifter inside. Steve shouted. A shifter? Like, what kind? Are they friendly? Wait, did they hurt Cal? No, I don't think so. I don't know who they are. They managed to answer the phone when I called, but they must not be able to shift back to human for some reason. I got them to make noises and answer some yes or no questions. I swallowed back my frustration and fear. Cal did not need that coming through the connection right now. 1 noise for yes and 2 for no. They indicated that Cal is unconscious, but I don't know anything else. Don't touch him or the shifter unless the shifter says it's okay. Something magical may be going on. Got it, Steve said. Okay, call me when you get there, please, and, thanks for doing this, Steve huffed. Cal's still our bestie, even if he is some sort of magic badass now. We hung up, and I concentrated on driving as fast as I dared without drawing attention from the police. A few minutes later, Felix called back and put me on speaker again. Steve said, Okay, we got off the elevator on Cal's floor. I heard the key turning in the lock. Opening the door. Holy fuck! Then, sorry, I was just startled. Felix hissed. Get in here and shut the door! Damn it. Why hadn't the elves given us the ability to teleport? The sound of the door closing came through the phone. Felix said, "Hi there, I'm Felix and this is Steve. Can we, take a look at Cal?" He paused. "It's okay to touch him? Good, thanks. Greg, Cal is lying on his back between the couch and the kitchen table. His eyes are closed and he's not responding, but he doesn't appear injured." Steve said, "His skin is cool, so I don't think he has a fever, and I don't feel any injuries to his head." "And the shifter?" We have a very large black panther here." "Are you injured?" They say no. Did you see what happened to Cal?" "That's a yes, Greg." "Thanks. I don't know any panther shifters. Can you look on the coffee table and see if there's a Ouija board?" Steve said, "There isn't one." I frowned. Maybe Miss Jackson didn't like visitors. "How about a cat statue?" Fucking finally, I'd reached Cal's apartment building. I turned into the parking lot. "No cat statue. There's nothing on the coffee table except Cal's laptop." I got out of the car and sprinted for the building, phone pressed to my ear. Steve said slowly, Our panther friend just got on the coffee table." "Huh? Surely not. Can you please ask them if they're Miss Jackson?" "That's a yes." "Hi, Miss Jackson. Nice to meet you. I'm getting in the elevator. I'll be right there." When I opened the apartment door, Felix was sitting on the ground next to Cal, who was flat on his back with a pillow under his head and a blanket thrown over him. Steve was standing uncertainly in the entryway to the kitchen, holding a water bottle. And on the coffee table was a shifter-sized black panther, a breathing being who could move. I'd figure that out later. I rushed over to Cal and dropped to my knees next to him. Felix scooted over to give me room. I pulled the blanket back. Where was Cal's magical aura? I pressed my hand to his cheek, and I gasped at how little magic he had left. Closing my eyes, I pushed mine into him, trying to fill the void. What the hell had happened? No wonder he'd passed out. I opened my eyes again, and Miss Jackson was peering over the back of the couch at us. Unlike Cal, they had an abundance of magic sparkling around them, and they'd somehow transformed into a living creature. Faint runes were visible in the black of their fur. Striving for a calm, non-accusatory voice, I asked them, "Did Cal give you his magic?" They tilted their head back and forth. "Sort of? What does that mean, that you took it?" This time I couldn't keep the rage out of my voice. Miss Jackson's eyes went wide and they tilted their head back and forth again. Then they jumped to the floor and came around to sit next to me. They closed their eyes and a small Ouija board appeared where their chest had been. Felix and Steve gasped. Miss Jackson spelled out, "Cal pushed magic out and it found me." I blinked. He pushed his magic out of himself? Yes, flashed on the board. I frowned. It makes sense the magic would be attracted to a magical entity nearby. But I told Cal we can't cast spells, so what was he trying to do? Miss Jackson flashed. Vision. He was calling a vision? And trying to force it with his magic, maybe? Yes, flashed. The flow of my magic into Cal began to slow down. I'd given him about half of my reserve. I leaned over him and said, "Cal, can you hear me?" I felt through our connection the moment he woke. I let out a huge breath. Thank fuck. His nose wrinkled and he blinked his eyes open. "Hey, are you with us?" "Yeah, Shit." He jerked under my hand. His eyes were on Miss Jackson. "It's just Miss Jackson. They won't hurt you." Cal opened his mouth and stared at the panther. "Holy fuck. Apparently you gave them all your magic." His eyes flew to mine. "Oh, fuck. I was trying to call a vision and I wanted to see if I could help it along with the magic." I shook my head ruefully. "I think I need to give you a lesson on the properties of magic. It can't be manipulated or used by humans at all." "Crap. Sorry." He looked at Felix and Steve. Hi? What are you guys doing here?" Felix and Steve explained their presence, and I helped Cal to sit up. I kept my arm around him, and we leaned against the back of the couch. Steve handed Cal the water bottle he'd retrieved from the kitchen and said, "Why don't I order some pizza?" I raised my eyebrows at Cal. He nodded. I'm starving, but I don't think I'm up for going out tonight. Sorry. I kissed his temple. We'll do it another time. And some greasy pizza might help get your energy back to normal. I looked up to find Felix and Steve both staring at us. What? I snapped. Felix shook his head. Nothing. Steve snorted. It's not nothing. The last whack-a-mole Cal dated policed every calorie he ate. Cal shifted uncomfortably beside me. Not sure how to handle this, I just said. Well, it's a good thing they didn't stay together. But internally I asked, what's his name and where does he live? Cal chuckled and patted my leg. Not telling. I eyed Steve. I'd bet I could get him to spill. He seemed up for a little retribution. Steve held his phone up. Miss Jackson, would you like something to eat? We all waited, curious to find out. Miss Jackson seemed uncertain. They cocked their head and spelled out, I will try pizza. Sure, Steve said easily, as if he ordered food for Ouija-bearing, panther-shaped magical beings all the time. Meat lovers? They curled their lip. Cheese. Got it. He pressed his finger to his phone a few times, then clicked it off with a flourish. It'll be here in 30 minutes. When Cal was ready to stand up, we relocated to the couch, with Steve and Felix taking the chairs to either side. Ms. Jackson prowled around the apartment exploring. When they disappeared into Cal's office, Steve pointed and hissed, What's her deal? Cal leaned his head against my shoulder. There. Greg will tell you. I'm too tired. When we went to Twist, we went through a bunch of old books to see if we could find anything about who's killing the Wonders. Ms. Jackson was in the book room, but they were only able to take the form of inanimate objects. I shrugged, lifting my hand palm up. I think everyone who knew what they were either left, died, or just forgot, so they were moldering in that room for decades. I grimaced, wishing I'd known they were in there when I was a kid. Ms. Jackson came back and hopped gracefully onto the coffee table. I gestured at their chest. Up till now, they were able to communicate with us by changing into a Ouija board, but this form is completely new. I like walking, they spelled out. Thank you, Cal. You're welcome. If I'd known that was possible, I would have done it sooner. He must have felt my reaction because he added, with Greg's help, of course. That way I might not have passed out. I checked his magic levels. He was staying steady at around halfway replenished, and I was about the same. Food would help, and we'd be fine by morning. Cal asked, Ms. Jackson, can you still change forms, or is this the new you now? They cocked their head. Then only a Ouija board was in their place. But instead of the Ouija board we'd seen for the past few days, this board was easily 4 times its size, hanging over the sides of the coffee table. In an instant, the panther was back. They spelled out, We'll have to practice other living shapes. When the food came, Felix put a slice of cheese pizza on a plate and cut it up for Ms. Jackson. They sniffed at it, licked once, then purred. Felix said, Pick up one piece, chew it with your back teeth, then swallow. That part should be instinctive? I hope. Ms. Jackson gave him a skeptical look, but put their face back to the plate and delicately picked up one of the pieces of pizza. We all watched raptly as they chewed. And chewed. And chewed. They looked around at us rather desperately. Steve said, swallowing is like you put your tongue against the roof of your mouth and kind of contract your throat. Ms. Jackson squeezed their eyes shut and made a gulping sound. Their eyes popped open, and they gave us a smug cat smile. We all cheered. We finished our dinner. Steve and I stayed quiet while Felix and Cal had a rather uncomfortable discussion with Ms. Jackson about what to do if they turned out to have a regular panther's digestive tract. At least they were smart enough to navigate the bathroom. Taking a panther for a walk outside would be problematic. Cal perked up a little after eating. The 4 of us played some video games, though I was hopelessly outclassed by the other 3. Cal started yawning around 8:30 p.m., so Steve and Felix politely left us to ourselves. I'm staying, I told Cal, as if it wasn't obvious by my sitting right where I was while he escorted the others to the door. Okay. He flopped onto the couch next to me. I pulled him down so his head was in my lap. Take a little nap. I'll check Discord and see how badly everyone is freaking out over your post from earlier. Okay. He shut his eyes and I smoothed back his hair. The connection told me he was exhausted but happy. I looked over at Ms. Jackson, who was trying out one of the gaming chairs. They'd gotten it to recline almost all the way back. They flashed, "Is Cal okay?" I nodded. "He needs to rest," I whispered. My phone chimed with a text. Edgar had messaged me and Cal. Edgar: "I tried calling a vision about the victim like you suggested, Cal, but I can't get anything solid. Just an overall feeling that something will happen soon. Sorry." I thanked him and then checked Discord. People were replying to Cal's post with concern, but so far no one seemed to be getting hysterical. After making sure Cal was still sleeping, I opened my emails. My DM account had one with the subject line, "New to Town." I clicked on it. "Hi, Mr. Shaw. I got your name and email from an adventurer I met in Austin this past week. I just moved to Wimberley from Albuquerque. It's a long story, but I needed a fresh start. Anyway, would you have time soon when I could meet you and do the thing? I've got a car so I can come to you. I'm working at Build Barn most afternoons and evenings, but my mornings are free, and I usually have Tuesdays and Wednesdays off, so whatever works is fine. Thanks. Mia Chavez." I sat up, my heart pounding. Build Barn. I looked at my watch. 8:50 p.m. A quick Googling revealed that the Build Barn in Wimberley closed at 9 p.m. Mia had included a phone number. I was about to call when a surge of fear crashed through the connection from Cal. He jackknifed off my lap, sitting up and panting. I rubbed his back as I clicked on Mia's phone number. "Is it tonight?" He nodded, rubbing his face. "I think so, but I still don't know which Build Barn location." "I do. Wimberley." He turned to look at me. Then he jumped up and ran toward his bedroom, shouting, "I'll be ready to go in 5 minutes." Mia's number rang and rang before finally going to voicemail. Fuck. Hopefully she was still on shift at work and hadn't left yet. "Mia, this is Greg Shaw. Thank you for your email, but I need to tell you that several wonders have been murdered recently, and our seer believes the next attack will occur in a Build Barn parking lot. Do not go outside the store. We're on our way to pick you up. Please call me when you get this. I'll try you again when I'm in the car and have an idea of our arrival time." I hung up and looked at Ms. Jackson. "I know you're not a weapon, but do you want to come with us anyway?" They nodded and strode toward the door. Hopefully no one would notice them on the way to the car, but we'd deal with that later. Cal dashed out of his bedroom and ran into the office. "Let's go, Cal." "Ready." He emerged from the room carrying the 2 Klingon weapons that had been hanging on his wall. "Good call. Ms. Jackson's going with us." We exited the apartment, Cal carrying 2 large deadly weapons and a Black Panther pacing by our side. In the elevator, I told Cal about Mia's email. Amazingly, we didn't run into anyone on the way to my SUV. Ms. Jackson hopped in the back seat and Cal propped the weapons on the floor next to his feet. Maybe those would be safer in the cargo area." He shook his head. "Not if the fog monsters are already there when we arrive." Fuck. Okay, but be careful if I have to stop suddenly. I programmed the address into my phone. "Yep." He pulled out his own phone. "I'm posting the location on Discord in case anyone can come help us." I grimaced. "Are you sure? What if we'd be, I don't know, bringing the fog monsters an all-you-can-eat buffet?" He raised an eyebrow at me. "Do you have any combat experience?" I winced. "No, just hand-to-hand training, which my combat mode would help with, but would I even be able to get that close to a fog monster?" Cal said, "Greg, these weapons are pretty sharp, but I've never used one in actual combat, and neither have you. Not to mention, we're not sure what these fuckers are or what that fog can do. All I have is my experience in video game battle situations, and that experience is telling me our best hope is gathering a large number of people to scare them away." I breathed in and out. Up till now, I hadn't really let myself consider the reality of fighting the fog monsters. Of Cal fighting them. Understood. Do it. On the Texas Adventurers Discord server, Saturday, April 1st. Cal, Central Texas, April 1st at 9:03 p.m. At everyone. The fog monsters are planning to attack an unaffiliated wonder tonight in the parking lot of the Build Barn in Wimberley. Map link below. Anyone who can come help me and Greg scare them away, please join us. Just park in the parking lot and do not leave your cars. Do not put yourselves in danger. We're hoping that having a large number of people present will prevent the attack. Please spread the word. Link. Lloyd, Central Texas, April 1st at 9:04 p.m. On my way. Taylor, Central Texas, April 1st at 9:04 p.m. OMW, and bringing one more. Carla, Central Texas, April 1st at 9:06 p.m. Fontaine and I are coming. Dad's in Georgetown, but he says he's on his way too. Delphia, leader, Twist, April 1st at 9:10 p.m. Be careful, all of you. Dominic, Twist, April 1st at 9:11 p.m. I'm on the road back from El Paso, but I'm not even to Fort Stockton yet, sorry. I'll call around to see if anyone I know is in the Wimberley area. Keep sharp eyes out and stay safe. Chapter 25. Cal. Greg told his phone to dial Mia back. It was a little after 9 p.m., so hopefully she'd be allowed to answer her cell. Greg muttered, "Please, please, please." The call went to voicemail. Fuck. I offered, "Maybe she's closing up or whatever, still working. That could take a while, right?" We were 25 minutes away. He dialed again, and again. Miraculously, on the third try, she answered. "Hello?" Shit, she sounded young. "Mia, this is Greg Shaw. Did you get my voicemail?" "No, I just got off work." Greg said urgently, "Do not leave the building. Mia, please tell me you're still indoors." "What? I mean, I am. I'm at my locker. Why?" "Several wonders have been murdered. A seer, he's with me, his name is Cal. He saw the next attack will be tonight in the parking lot of a build barn." "What? Are you serious?" "Mia, this is Cal. Do you drive a small sedan, and did you park it next to a light pole toward the back of the parking lot?" Yeah. It was busy when I got here. That was the closest I could park." Greg leaned forward, shifting his grip on the steering wheel. "It's okay. You'll be fine as long as you stay inside. We'll be there in 23 minutes. "But Mr. Cruz, he's the manager. He's waiting on me so he can lock up and go home. Tell him you have a stalker and we're worried he's coming after you." I suggested, "Tell him we're your uncles and we're picking you up." "Okay, hang on." We heard the sound of jogging footsteps, then a hushed conversation. A man's voice came on the line. "Hello, this is Francisco Cruz. Who am I speaking with?" Mr. Cruz sounded like he might have spent some time in the military. "Hi, Mr. Cruz. My name is Greg Shaw, and I have my boyfriend Cal Stedham with me." "And you are Mia's uncles, is that correct? I'm confused because when she interviewed, she told me she didn't know anyone in the area." "Well, fuck." Greg sighed loudly. "You're right. We're technically not related, and I'm sorry I told Mia to lie to you. I'm a friend of her family, and Cal is my boyfriend. Mia has a stalker, and her family has credible information that he's going to try something tonight when she leaves work. We're coming to pick her up, but we're 21 minutes out. I'm happy to walk her to her car and follow her home." Oh, fuck. All we needed was an NPC getting killed. "Thank you for offering, but, the stalker has friends, and you'd be putting yourself in danger." "Uh-huh. What about the danger you'll be in after you pick her up? This plan doesn't seem well thought out." "Dude, you have no idea." Greg and I exchanged glances. I said, "Mr. Cruz, this is Cal. I understand where you're coming from, but let me ask you this. In the parking lot where Mia parked her car, is that light out?" We heard walking and breathing noises. "Fuck me," Cruz said. "It's out." "Mr. Cruz, we've got other friends on their way to caravan home with us. It'll be safer for Mia if you wouldn't mind waiting with her until we get there." Greg said, "Please, just 19 more minutes and we'll be out of your hair." Oops, that was another lie. What were the chances Mr. Cruz wouldn't look out at the parking lot when we went to confront the fog monsters? Mr. Cruz finally agreed to wait for us to arrive, and Greg hung up. I said, "We're going to have to draw out the fog monsters. Yeah, we need to get a look at them if nothing else. I hope Mr. Cruz has an open mind." Greg barked a laugh. I reached for his hand, and we drove in silence for the next 18 minutes. This build barn was a couple of blocks off the highway on the edge of Wimberley. The parking lot, as I'd seen in my vision, backed up to forested areas, just like the cemetery. just like the park bench. There was a large pickup truck at the far end of the first row of parking spaces. The little sedan, which had to be Mia's, sat under a non-working pole light in the far corner, exactly as I'd seen in my vision. Miss Jackson hung her head over my shoulder to look through the windshield. They growled. "Yep," I said. Greg drove toward Mia's car. "Greg, if I don't survive this—" "Nope." He held up a hand. "We're not doing that. We're going to make it through this and have hot, filthy sex later to celebrate." We were a few yards away from Mia's car and out of time. After he stopped the car and put it in park, I handed the mek'leth to Greg. We decided the smaller weapon would be easier for him to wield. I said, "Miss Jackson, I'll open the back door for you and you can do as you please from there." They chuffed. I turned to Greg. "Ready?" He leaned in and kissed me quickly. "Ready." We threw open our doors. I didn't bother shutting mine. I held the batleth out defensively, scanning the trees for attackers. Not seeing anything, I moved to the rear passenger door and used my left hand to open it. Then I followed Greg toward Mia's car. "Come on out, assholes," Greg shouted. "We know you're there. You're not killing anyone tonight." I tried to control my breathing, but my heart was pounding. Greg had tried to be positive in the car, but I knew there was a damn good chance one or both of us would die tonight. Fog began to ooze out from between the trees. Without speaking, Greg and I put our backs to each other, leaving a few feet between us. I hoped Lloyd and the other wonders got here soon. Greg cried out and I spun around. A thing had yanked him off his feet. It bit into his neck. Greg's body jerked and the mek'leth fell to the ground. "No!" I roared, lifting my batleth and rushing toward the monster. It dropped Greg, his blood covering its face and chest. I swung the batleth in a tight arc, but it danced back. Shit, that was a lot of blood. The monster backed away again, leading me further from Greg. It appeared mostly human, except for the red eyes and giant fucking fangs sticking out of its mouth. And according to Edgar's vision, there could be at least 2 more of these assholes out here. "Miss Jackson, protect Greg." Movement to my right. I spun, holding the batleth horizontally as another monster rushed me. Fuck! I cut it across the arm with the blade, but it dodged away before I could do any real damage. A third one ran toward where Ms. Jackson crouched over Greg. Ms. Jackson shimmered, and they were now a fucking giant green dragon with huge jaws and enormous teeth and claws. Greg's body looked tiny, crumpled on the ground under their legs. Ms. Jackson spread their wings and hissed at the monsters, who suddenly didn't seem quite as large as they had a moment ago. But Greg was very still. I turned away before I got too distracted. I understood implicitly that Ms. Jackson was acting as Greg's bodyguard only. It was up to me to take out these 3 fuckers. As they circled, trying to get behind me, I did not feel confident about my survival. But, I told myself, they didn't need to know that. And if I had to go out this way, they were going out with me. I raised my batleth, and the Klingon words came automatically. "Hech huch mech, kach jashvach," I shouted, swinging at the closest monster. It was a good day to die. The other 2 ran at me, but before I could bring my batleth up to block them, someone sped past me on my left, swinging the mek'leth in one hand and pointing a gun in the other. He fired, and the first monster, the one that had attacked Greg, went down. The others pivoted to face this new opponent. He shot again, but missed this time. The 2 monsters bared their fangs at him and hissed. He grinned at them. "Good to see you again, boys." They ran at him. He fired, then swung the mek'leth. One of the monsters howled when he was hit. I backed up, looking for an opening where I could help. My savior sparkled with magic, but didn't have a second self. He was tall and skinny, with chin-length hair that glinted auburn in the parking lot lights. He was vaguely familiar, but I'd figure that out later. Someone moved in my peripheral vision, and I swung around, holding the batleth between me and the new threat. About 20 feet away was a dark-haired 40-something guy wearing a green Build Barn polo. In one hand, he held a first aid kit, and in the other he was pointing what might have been a nail gun toward the fog monsters. A little wide-eyed, he gestured the first aid kit toward Greg. I whirled back to the fight. The fog monsters had moved, so they were between the skinny guy and Greg and Ms. Jackson, which meant the skinny guy couldn't use his gun without risking hitting them. He dropped it on the ground, and now, gripping the mek'leth 2-handed, ran toward the other 2. He was so fast I could barely keep track of him. The fog monsters fought back, and they didn't seem to have any trouble matching his speed. Luckily, they weren't paying any attention to me. I kept my batleth up and hoped the skinny guy could fight them off. The fog monsters came at him from the sides, coordinating their attacks to slash at him with their claws. But the mechleth gave him an advantage, extending his reach. He got a good slice across the thigh of one fog monster, and he continued his motion, spinning and laying open the other fog monster's right arm. They fell back, clutching at their wounds, but the skinny got charged, mechleth raised. The two fog monsters turned and ran for the trees. The one with the leg wound limping but still incredibly fast. The skinny guy let them go, and as they reached the edge of the parking lot, fog surrounded them and they vanished. The skinny guy craned his neck around, examining himself and plucking at his clothes. "Are you injured?" I asked. He shook his head. "I'm good." He trotted over to where he dropped his gun. He picked it up, flipped the safety, and tucked the gun into the back of his pants. He held up the mechleth, now dripping with blood. "This thing is awesome. Can I keep it?" Sure, knock yourself out." I dropped the batleth and sprinted over to Greg. Ms. Jackson remained in her dragon form, but she'd moved to one side and was watching intently as Mr. Cruz, I assumed, pressed gauze to Greg's neck. I sank to my knees. Greg was paler than I'd ever seen him, his chest barely moving. I swallowed a sob. Not the time. I could break down later. Mr. Cruz said, "He's lost too much blood. The, dragon didn't want me to call an ambulance." He glanced nervously up at Ms. Jackson. "But I'm pretty sure he needs a transfusion." I picked up Greg's hand from where it was lying on the pavement. I couldn't feel much through the connection. His magic was almost non-existent, and I could only barely feel the tiniest whisper of Greg. An icy bolt of fear shot through my chest. I couldn't lose Greg. Not so soon after I'd found him. The guy who'd run off the fog monster stopped next to Greg's feet. He'd had the dead one casually tossed over one shoulder with the mechleth sticking out of its back like an axe buried in a stump. "Thanks for the blade. I have some questions for this guy, but then I gotta cut off his head to make sure he stays dead, you know?" He patted the fog monster on the ass. Mr. Cruz grunted. "I guess vampires aren't too far-fetched after everything else." I glanced at him, then back to our rescuer. "They're vampires?" My voice may have been a little high. The guy grinned, revealing fangs just like the ones the monsters had. "We're vampires." I gaped at him. He looked down at Greg. "Oh, hey," he said. "Glad to see you found your guy. Sorry it wasn't me. We could have had fun. You'd better start bonding with him so he doesn't die." He tilted his head back and saluted Miss Jackson. "Congratulations on leveling up. Unexpected, but welcome. Good luck, y'all." He jogged across the parking lot into the trees where the monsters had gone, semi-dead vampire bouncing on his shoulder. "Do you know that guy?" asked Mr. Cruz. The car's headlights washed over us, and I heard it accelerate in our direction. I glanced upward. "Ms. Jackson, that, guy said I need to bond with Greg. Any idea how I do that, since we obviously can't have sex?" I was not having sex with an unconscious Greg. The Ouija board appeared in the dragon's chest. "No," flashed. "Shit!" I hugged Greg's hand to my chest, pressing my lips together. A car door slammed and footsteps pounded as Lloyd ran up. "What happened? How was that a dragon? Wait, never mind. What happened to Greg?" He looked between Miss Jackson, who loomed over us all, Mr. Cruz, and Greg. A girl who didn't look more than 20 years old skidded to a stop next to Mr. Cruz. She was wearing a green Build Barn polo. Mia. Her second self was a large reptile of some sort. Mr. Cruz, still putting pressure on Greg's neck, summed it up for them. "Vampire ripped the side of his neck. He's bleeding pretty badly. Dragon won't let me call an ambulance. Friendly vampire said this guy," he nodded at me, "has to bond with this one, whatever that means. But no one knows how because there's usually sex involved." "I know how," Mia said. Lloyd nodded. "It's doable." I could have passed out from relief as they knelt next to me. Lloyd said, "Cal, has Greg indicated that he is in favor of bonding?" I nodded impatiently. "He asked me to move in with him already. He told me we would end up together permanently." "Good enough for me," said Mia. "Agreed," Lloyd said. "We need to get Greg's shirt off. Take yours off too, Cal." Lloyd rummaged through the first aid kit and produced a scalpel while I stripped off my sweaty, "I paused my game to be here" t-shirt. Mia said, "I'm Ace. Sex is how most people complete the bonding. but my grandfather told me it's not the only way. The main point is the exchange of pheromones and the intent. Is this Greg?" She patted his ankle and I nodded. "Right. The intent will be the hard part. Since Greg isn't able to tell his magic he wants to bond with you right now, you have to convince it that he does. And at the same time, you have to exchange pheromones." Lloyd efficiently sliced one sleeve off Greg's blood-soaked button-down and stretched his arm to the side. "One armpit, ready to go." Dimly, I was aware of other people gathering around. Lloyd said, "Cal, you have to smell his armpit, and at the same time mingle your magic with Greg's and push your intent into it. Like she said, make sure his magic understands what you want to do and get it to consent. Then we have to get Greg to breathe in from your armpit while you keep up with the magic and the intent." Got it. I hoped I got the chance to make Greg laugh later while I told him this story, but right now I was grimly focused on getting the bonding done before he lost too much blood. My heart pounding, I arranged myself in a kind of partial plank pose, straddling Greg with my ass in the air, careful not to put any weight on him. Fantine appeared next to Mr. Cruz, and she set a bag down next to her before kneeling. "Veterinarian," she said to him and began pulling more gauze out of the bag. "Good. He might need stitches. Let me take a look." I eased myself down so my face was in Greg's armpit. He stank a little, probably from nervous sweat before he was knocked out. I imagined I smelled worse, but nothing mattered except forming this bond to heal Greg. Getting my nose up in there so I didn't miss any pheromones, I closed my eyes and reached for my magic. Before I could even visualize it, I was distracted by how warm my ass suddenly felt. I pushed up on my arms and looked over my shoulder at Miss Jackson. "Give me some room, I can't focus." They somehow managed to look contrite and jerked their head back up in the air. Carla, standing behind Fantine, shouted, "That goes for all of you. If you're not doing anything constructive here, back the fuck up." She demonstrated by moving back about 10 feet. I felt the rest of the onlookers giving us space, and I relaxed. "Thanks." I returned to my awkward stance over Greg's still form so I could get my face in his pit, touching my forehead to his skin. He didn't have much armpit hair, fortunately. I could smell his deodorant and sweat, but plenty of musky man scent as well. My shoulders and arms were screaming, but I kept my position. I took a deep breath and reached for the magic again. This time it came easily, and I could see Greg's wheel spinning sluggishly and sparkling very faintly next to my stronger one. Surely he hadn't used that much magic replenishing mine earlier. Maybe he was burning through it trying to stay alive. His wheel did seem to be feeding off the multitudes of tiny lines of unfamiliar magic linked into it, merging and joining his as it turned. Wait. I'd pushed my magic into Miss Jackson, and Greg had pushed his into me. I ducked out of his armpit again. Looking at the crowd, I yelled, "Hey, everybody! Greg's magic is seriously depleted. I need all of you who are connected to him to push some magic. It doesn't have to be much into him. Just find the connection and imagine yourself sending magic through it to Greg. Make sure it's only a little bit from each of you. All of it will add up and help him." There were some surprised faces, but most people immediately nodded and closed their eyes. I bent back down and closed my own eyes again, urging my magic to mingle with Greg's while asking his magic to weave into mine. I intended our magics to combine, to bond. I pushed my certainty that Greg wanted this bonding. His magic absorbed my efforts for several seconds, but then it formed a sort of wall, blocking me from pushing anything else, magic or intent, into it. I got the distinct impression I'd been placed on hold while it processed my request. Fuck! Didn't it understand if we didn't bond, Greg would probably die? Determinedly, I pulled away and rotated my body carefully around Greg's. I knelt next to his left arm and leaned across him, putting one forearm on the ground next to his right shoulder. The pavement dug into my skin, but I ignored it. Fantine moved so I had enough space to put my hairy pit directly on Greg's nose, but I was able to position myself so as not to disturb Mr. Cruz and his crucial pressure on Greg's wound. Because I was trying not to crush him, Greg's nose touching my pit was our only skin-to-skin contact. "His pulse is getting slower," Fantine warned. Mr. Cruz said, "But he's still breathing. Just do what you need to do." I nodded in thanks. Then I shut my eyes and concentrated on the magic again. This time Greg's magic was waiting for me. It had decided to allow the bonding, agreeing and consenting. I pushed the same consent back. Greg's magic wheel rotated faster, now slightly brighter and more energetic, with the others feeding their magic into it. Our wheels synchronized, matching speeds, before blending together into one larger wheel. It was beautiful, with small sparks of color here and there. The lines from Greg's connected wonders now linked to our joined magic, and if I thought about it, I could get a sense of the person on the other end of each one. But most of all, I could feel Greg, his presence even stronger than I'd experienced before when we'd only been connected. Now it was like I could dip in and out of his mind at will. If I tried, I could probably access his memories, and I could sense his consciousness, trapped deeper than merely asleep. I tried mentally nudging him. I tried shouting into his mind, but he didn't stir. My arms were shaking, and I needed to change position. But I'd done it. Greg and I were bonded. I just hoped it wasn't too late. I opened my eyes. "We're bonded," I croaked. "Somebody help me up." Some soft cheers and murmurs came from the crowd, along with the unmistakable sound of a phone taking a picture. "What the fuck was that? Who took a fucking picture?" I roared over my shoulder at them. Sorry," said a woman whose voice sounded vaguely familiar. "Delphia's asking for an update on Discord, and I thought she'd like a memento of your bonding." Several people started to talk over each other, so I decided to ignore it. Lloyd came over and put his hands under my arms, taking most of my weight as he pulled me back to a sitting position next to Fontaine. Shifters were fucking strong. "Thanks," I said. I clutched Greg's hand in both of mine. He didn't look any different, just slightly less bloody since a lot had rubbed off on me. He was still unconscious. I glanced at Lloyd, then at Fontaine. That bond took... What's supposed to happen now? Why isn't he waking up? On the Texas Adventurers Discord server, Saturday, April 1st. Delphia, leader, twist. April 1st at 9:44 p.m. At everyone, somebody give me an update. Something's wrong with Greg. At everyone, what's happening? Arlene, Central Texas, April 1st at 9:50 p.m. Greg's hurt, but Cal's bonding with him, so he'll be okay. Photo. Delphia, leader, twist, April 1st at 9:52 p.m. Is that blood all Greg's? Somebody call me right now. Chapter 26. Greg. Cal was freaking out. And for some reason I couldn't open my eyes. Or move. And my neck hurt like a motherfucker. If I was in a hospital, the bed was very uncomfortable, and I didn't hear any beeping. I reached out to check my magic, but it was... different. What the fuck? Cal? Greg, he shouted, squeezing my fingers. I hadn't noticed he'd been holding my hand. He was relieved and... crying? Greg, can you hear me? I frowned. Stop shouting. Why are you crying? Sorry. He's talking to me in my head. Hang on. Now Cal was happy and anxious. Greg, you've lost a lot of blood. Fontaine says your wound is healing now. I frowned. Thirsty. And this bed is uncomfortable. Cal was amused. Hang on. Can Greg have water? Okay. We're going to give you a small sip. The mouth of a water bottle touched my lips and I sipped. That was better. Is there any pizza left? I was hungry. It must have been hours since we ate dinner. Had I put the leftovers in Cal's fridge? I couldn't remember. We had to leave in a hurry. I jerked upright, my eyes flying open. Then I cried out and clapped my hand to my neck because it fucking hurt. Several hands reached out to steady me, but I only wanted Cal's. He put one arm around my back and pulled my hand off my neck with the other. It's healing, he said. You're going to be fine. Everyone's fine. I stared into Cal's warm brown eyes and smiled. Hi. His eyes crinkled when he smiled back. Hi yourself. I flinched and ducked when something came at me from overhead. Cal hugged me tighter. It's okay. That's just Miss Jackson. I stared up at them in amazement. Their giant yellow and black eyes blinked at me, and smoke curled out of their nostrils. They had green scales and gigantic claws and wings. They were beautiful and terrifying. I gave them a small wave before looking around. I was sitting on the ground in the Build Barn parking lot, and a bunch of wanderers were standing in a circle staring at me. Fantine was examining my neck, and a human was sitting on her other side. "What's the last thing you remember?" Cal asked. We got out of the car, and there was some fog, and... That's it. One of the fog monsters must have attacked me. He nodded. "I'm going to try sending you a packet of my memories. We'll see if it works." "Okay." I felt a little dizzy and like my brain wasn't working as well as it should. "Here you go." Now I knew what had happened. I had Cal's memories. I watched myself fall, felt Cal's fear and determination fighting the monsters. Vampires! And his confusion over the vampire who'd saved him and captured one of the killers. I frowned at Cal. "This sucks so much." He froze. Everyone around us went still. A wave of confusion, embarrassment, horror, grief came through the connection. "Why? I thought you wanted..." I wrinkled my nose at him. "I'll live, Cal. Chill. It's just..." I heaved a dramatic sigh. Vampires were supposed to be a human folktale. They were the only kind of paranormal romance stories I could read without... I gestured at everyone standing around us. "Picturing people I know." Everyone chuckled and relaxed. "Greg," Cal said gently. He gave me a hug. "You give the best hugs." I laid my head on his shoulder. "Thanks. But did you get to the end of the memories I gave you?" I shook my head. "I stopped when the vampire told you what they were." I closed my eyes and sniffed Cal's neck. "Okay, no worries. I'm sorry about your books, though I can introduce you to a really fun series with aliens. Aliens definitely aren't real." I nuzzled my nose into his skin. "Do the aliens have sex? I like the sex parts." Cal squeezed me tighter and chuckled. "The aliens have lots of sex, I promise. With tentacles even. But first, why don't we get you home? We can go over everything else tomorrow." "Okay. Let's order more pizza." "Anything you want." I heard him talking to Lloyd, debating how to get me to my apartment since I was apparently covered in blood. I was happy to let them deal with all that. Cal moved around as he dug out his wallet and told the human to take his business card and he'd talk to him tomorrow and explain everything. The guy, oh, that must be Mia's boss, promised to delete the security camera footage from tonight. Cal said, "Thanks, but will that send any alerts to your corporate office?" The guy snorted and said, "No, the system's ancient. It's all saved locally on a hard drive. I'll just get one of the industrial magnets from aisle 13 and delete everything." I lifted my head and studied the guy, whose name was escaping me. "You have good problem-solving skills." He grinned, his eyes twinkling. He didn't have magic, but he could still sparkle. "I should. I was in the army for 20 years. And I might not love this job, but it certainly taught me even more about logistics and management." I smiled at him. "My mom wants to retire." I put my head back down on Cal's shoulder. That's nice for her?" Cal's chest moved up and down. "I'll tell you about that tomorrow, too." Someone helped Cal lift me and carry me to the car bridal style. I wanted to make a joke, but my eyelids were too heavy for my lips to form the words. Cal put me in the passenger seat and kissed my cheek as he pulled the seatbelt across my lap. The rear door opened, and Cal had a long argument with Miss Jackson since she wouldn't fit in the car in her dragon form. He was also very good at problem-solving. I relaxed into the seat. A minute later, arms lifted me out of the car. But it was Lloyd, not Cal. I struggled a little and managed to get out. "Where's Cal?" A soft blanket was tucked around me, and Cal put his hand on my face. "I'm right here. I overdid it on arm day today, so Lloyd offered to carry you to the apartment." "Huh," I muttered. I didn't want to put my head on Lloyd's shoulder, but my neck still hurt, so I gave in and did it anyway. Lloyd said, "It'll take time before you can be apart from each other for very long." My stomach growled. "The pizza's on its way, Greg," Cal said. His voice was so sexy, all rumbling and low. Lloyd laughed, and Cal said, "I like your voice too, Greg." A minute later, we were in the apartment. Cal took the soft blanket away. I protested, but he said, I'm putting it on the couch so you can sit here until the pizza arrives. Then we'll get you a shower and go to bed, okay? I grunted, but Lloyd set me down on the blanket as promised. Ms. Jackson jumped up beside me, now in a tiger form that was larger than their former panther form. They licked the side of my face. Then they wrinkled their upper lip and coughed. I've got it, Ms. Jackson. Here, drink some of this. I opened my eyes to see what he was giving me, but he was holding a bowl out for Ms. Jackson instead. They lapped at the water briefly, then sat down on the couch next to me. The sound of my jerked neighbors playing video games came from next door, and I scowled. They should be quiet so I could sleep. Cal took a dishcloth from his shoulder and dipped it into the water bowl before wiping my hands and face with it. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and I made a noise of appreciation. Cal froze. Am I hurting you? I scrunched up my face. No. Sexy. He blinked, then he smiled. Okay. I think you're sexy, too. I smiled happily as he wiped the towel over my neck. A knock sounded. Cal put the bowl down and draped the edge of the blanket over me. He tried to get Ms. Jackson to go into the bedroom, but they just stared at him, so he threw his hands in the air and stomped toward the door. A few seconds later, Cal shook my shoulder. Greg, wake up, you need to eat. The smell of pizza made me open my eyes. Can you hold the slice yourself, or do you want me to do it? My stomach growled. I reached for the slice and crammed half of it into my mouth. Cheese. I bit off as much as I could and chewed, smiling at Cal with my eyes to thank him. He shook his head and kissed me on the cheek. I'll get you something to drink. And just to warn you, I have to call your mom. Lloyd told her you were okay, but she's been blowing up my phone, so we have to show her proof of life. I hummed around my next bite of pizza, reliving Cal's lips on my cheek. I blinked when a second slice of pizza appeared in my hand. Cal lifted a glass of ice water to my lips, and it felt amazing going down. I drank the entire glass until the ice cascaded against my mouth. Cal pulled the glass away and stroked my hair away from my forehead. He made a face at his hand and said, I'll be right back with a refill. I took a bite of the pizza and let my hand rest on my lap while I chewed. Ms. Jackson bent down to sniff it, so I held it out to them. Delicately, they took the pizza from my fingers with their enormous teeth, and it disappeared into their mouth. I leaned my head on their warm shoulder. Cal's stress level spiked, and I opened my eyes. Something was odd about our connection, but I was more concerned with why he was irritated. He came back into the room, holding his phone to his ear and setting a glass of ice water on the coffee table. He'd used a coaster, I noted approvingly. He's eaten 2 slices of pizza and had some water. He's a little groggy, but he'll be fine after some sleep, I promise. He paused. Okay, but remember, I haven't been able to get him in the shower or anything yet, so he still looks pretty grim. All right, hang on. Ms. Jackson, will you let me sit next to Greg, please? Delphia wants to see him for herself. Making grumbling noises, Ms. Jackson stood up. Cal caught me with one hand before I fell over. The couch shifted as Miss Jackson got down. Cal sat in their place, and I put my head on his shoulder, sighing contentedly. He held his phone in front of our faces. His arm was hurting. I felt through our connection. I opened my mouth to say something, but before I could, he patted my leg. Look, Greg, your mom wants to talk to you. I peered at Cal's phone. My mother was frowning through the camera at me. Hey, Mom. I'm okay. We need to go, though, because Cal hurt his arm and he shouldn't hold the phone anymore. Greg, she said. I reached up and hit the red button on the side of the screen. Cal chuckled and tossed his phone onto the coffee table. You can call her back tomorrow. He threw his arm across my chest and hugged me. But thanks. I hummed into his shoulder. I liked Cal's hugs. Okay, hug man, let's get you into the shower and we can get some sleep. I let him pull me to my feet and support me on the way to the bathroom. He sat me on the toilet lid and removed my shoes and clothes, shoving them into a pile in the corner. Then he turned on the water and removed his own clothes. I tried to look at him, to admire his naked body, but my eyes kept closing and wouldn't let me see anything. Cal wrapped an arm around my back and lifted me to my feet again. We got into the tub, but I blocked most of the spray from reaching Cal. New house has a bigger shower stall, I told him. Good. Lean against me so I can reach a shampoo." I curled into Cal's chest, patting his damp skin and wishing I could just stay this way. "You'll sleep in my bed, right?" "I will, I promise. Tilt your head back so I can wash your hair." His fingers felt divine on my scalp, then later on the rest of my body. "Guys always want me to top, but I really prefer to bottom." Cal coughed. "Thanks for telling me, Greg. We'll make that happen for you. But not tonight." He shuffled us around so he could rinse himself, then he turned off the shower and briskly toweled me dry. "Time for bed." I woke slowly, Cal's sleeping self pressed against mine, both physically and mentally. His arm across my belly anchored me to him, and I could feel his soft chest and stomach against my back, with his morning wood drilling into my ass cheek. I tried to stay in the moment, knowing I wasn't going to like remembering the night before, but the more I tried to avoid thinking about it, the more I thought about it. And without my permission, my brain accessed Cal's gifted memories in their entirety. Vampires were the least of my worries. Cal and I were bonded. An emergency bonding, just to save my life. And Lloyd and the others had asked Cal to verify my consent for the bonding, but no one had verified Cal's. He hadn't included much in the way of emotions when we'd packaged up his memories of last night and given them to me. So I had no idea how he'd felt about bonding with me. But even if he'd welcomed it, as of last night we'd only known each other for 6 days. 6 days. And sure, we'd already been connected for life, but bonding was way more intimate than that. Way more invasive. According to everything I'd ever heard, Cal and I wouldn't be able to be apart from each other at all for the next week or so. That'd be inconvenient since we both had work. He probably wouldn't want me to go to the office with him, but maybe after a few days our bond would allow me to stay in the car while he went inside. I needed to make this as easy on him as possible. Over the last week, he'd ended up sacrificing his whole way of life. He hadn't asked to become involved in the world of magic carriers and wonders. He hadn't deserved to be permanently connected and now bonded to some guy he barely knew. Cal probably resented the hell out of me having to risk his life for me, having to bond with me. He deserved a grand romance, to be wined and dined before voluntarily making a commitment. He'd probably never imagined the guy he'd end up with would be such a useless loser like me. Holding my breath so I wouldn't wake him, I slid from under his arm and got out of bed. He didn't stir. It was only 6 a.m. He was probably exhausted after fighting off the vampires by himself and taking care of me all night. I was naked, so I carefully and quietly slid open a couple of drawers to grab boxers and a t-shirt. Mopping my eyes with the shirt, I left the bedroom and shut the door behind me. But the bond wouldn't let me go any further. I stopped before my pushing against it woke Cal, and I put on my clothes. Then I sat down on the floor and leaned against the wall, letting my tears flow. How could I go through life being bonded to someone who hadn't actively wanted to be with me? But even worse, now the bond was in place. Cal couldn't live apart from me as he no doubt wanted to. There was no way out for us, just a future where we were trapped together. All I could do was try not to be a burden on him. My breathing became shallow and fast, and I was well on my way to hyperventilating. Ms. Jackson nudged my head, but I pushed him away. I didn't notice the bedroom door opening, but suddenly Cal was there, crouching beside me. Hey, what's wrong? You having a panic attack? He sat down next to me and gathered me in his arms. He was only wearing his underwear. I shook my head and tried to crawl away. Nope, no running. Not that you can get very far right now anyway. He pushed my hair back, using the hem of my shirt to clean off my face. Fuck. I was probably a mess of tears and snot. I batted his hands away and did it myself. All I could sense through the bond was caution. Are you disappointed? He asked. I lowered my shirt to stare at him. What? Why? He shrugged, not meeting my eyes. I figured you woke up and realized you could have done a lot better bonding to someone else. My eyes filled with tears again. No. You're the one who could have done better. You've had all this shoved on you in less than a week, and now you're stuck with me. I gave a harsh laugh. Literally, since apparently we can't get more than 15 feet from each other right now. Cal wrapped me in his arms. I chose you. I chose to be bonded to you. I shook my head against his chest, pretending not to notice how soft the hair was. No one asked your consent. I saw your memory. They asked about me, but no one asked you. He kissed the top of my head. No one had to. I'd do it again over and over, Greg. I chose you. I choose you, all of you. Your beautiful face, your fucking hot body, your prickly personality, and even your low blood sugar, all of you. I leaned my head back to look at his face. My low blood sugar? I narrowed my eyes. Are you trying to blame my feelings on low blood sugar? He shrugged, smiling at me ruefully. I could be wrong, but last night you lost a shit ton of blood. Your body went through a lot. Let's have some breakfast and see if things don't look a little less dire afterward. I stared at him with my mouth hanging open. I'd admit I was pretty hungry. Kind of too hungry, honestly, to the point I was a little nauseated. Fuck. What if he was right? Okay, I said around the lump in my throat. Ms. Jackson butted their head against my hip as Cal helped me stand up. He walked with me to the breakfast table and made me sit in a chair. How's your neck feeling? He asked, putting his fingers on my scruffy chin to tilt my head to the side. Doesn't hurt? He nodded. You might have a scar, but it's not too noticeable. I looked away. Don't care. Okay. He kissed me on the top of the head and went into the kitchen. I glared down at the kitchen table, grumbling to myself. Head kisses were for children. Was I doomed to get them for the rest of my life? Well, it looks like someone ate the rest of the pizza. Cal tapped the box where it was sitting on the counter. Ms. Jackson, would you know anything about that? Ms. Jackson came to the entryway into the kitchen and flashed, Dragon is a lot of energy. Cal nodded. You're right. I'm sorry. I should have ordered you your own pizza. Ms. Jackson sniffed and licked at their paw. There's some eggs and cheese in here, but not much else. Ms. Jackson, do you want an omelet? The yes sparkled on their board. Got it. Cal poked around in the cabinets for pans and whatever else he needed. He didn't ask me, so I didn't offer to help. He slid a glass of water and a glass of orange juice in front of me. I got another head kiss before he returned to the kitchen. I scowled at the orange juice, but it didn't respond, so I drank it. Cal showed Ms. Jackson some English muffins he'd found in my freezer. Jam and butter were placed on the table. He refilled my orange juice and put a small bowl of almonds in front of me. I got another fucking head kiss. I guessed I should get used to them if they made Cal happy. He'd given up a lot for me. I wouldn't complain about such a small irritation. I frowned at the almonds as I ate them. Cal put down 3 placemats and moved one chair out of the way so Ms. Jackson could join us. I didn't get a head kiss. Ms. Jackson rubbed their cheek against my arm as they took their place. I grunted and finished my almonds. Cal set a plate with an omelet and a toasted English muffin in front of Ms. Jackson. He moved my empty almond bowl out of the way and put a plate of the same plus bacon in front of me. Ms. Jackson wants to try some butter and jam. Would you put some on their muffin, please? I grunted and reached for the jam. Cal gave me a head kiss before heading back to the kitchen. Maybe the head kisses weren't so bad. I did like knowing Cal was thinking about me. I put a little jam and butter on the edge of Ms. Jackson's plate so they could try them before I potentially ruined their muffin. Ms. Jackson lapped them up with their gigantic tongue and nodded, so I slathered more jam and butter on their muffin. I handed it to them, and they ate it in one bite. Cal sat down with his own plate, and I applied myself to eating my food. When I was almost done, it dawned on me that I couldn't feel him through our bond. He'd been somehow blocking his emotions. I broke the silence. How are you doing that? Blocking our bond, I mean. Cal took a sip of his orange juice and winked. I just have to concentrate on it a little. You were busy wallowing in your grouchiness, and I was trying to keep it from spoiling my mood. I flushed. Sorry, I mumbled, toying with the last bit of my bacon. He patted my forearm. It's okay. I'll teach you how to do it so you can block me when you need to. I nodded, still looking down at my plate. Ms. Jackson let out a burp, then stood up and went back to the living room to lie on the couch. Cal said, "Are you feeling better now?" I frowned. Well, shit. I guess I am, thanks. I'm sorry I freaked out this morning. I felt my face getting hot. I could have handled my emotions so much better than sneaking away and crying. He gave me a sympathetic smile. It's understandable, even without the low blood sugar. You almost died. I waved my hand. That was never part of why I was freaking out. I didn't want you to be unhappy being bonded to me, with all the mind sharing and shit, for the rest of our lives. Cal made a noise. Well, I already learned how to block the mind sharing. And as for being unhappy, he removed the block he'd put on our bond. I gasped, my eyes meeting his in awe. Cal's feelings were a mix of affection, caring, humor, concern, and lust. As I stared at him, the lust grew stronger. Fuck, I breathed. I had to move my legs apart to give my dick room. One side of his mouth quirked up. The way I see it, we've got another hour before people decide it's late enough they can start bothering us. I nodded. Okay. And I think we really need to consummate our bond in the old-fashioned way, don't you? He grinned at me. I couldn't help but grin back. Hell yeah. On the Texas Adventurers Discord server, Sunday, April 2nd. Cal, Central Texas, April 2nd at 1:45 p.m. Ed, everyone, I know there's been a lot of chatter about what happened last night. I want to counter some of the unconfirmed rumors going around, so here's what we know so far. 1. The creatures who've been killing wonders are vampires. 2. We're not sure why no one believed vampires actually existed up until now, but I suspect the vampires themselves started a misinformation campaign. 3. One of the vampires helped us, and he incapacitated one of the killer vampires and took it away somewhere. This good vampire seemed to recognize Ms. Jackson, the elven creation we found in Twist's bookroom. Ms. Jackson said they don't know who he is. He also seems to have spoken to me before, but I have no memory of it. We are operating under the assumption that the legend about vampires having some sort of power to manipulate minds and memories may be correct. 4. There are at least 2 killer vampires still out there, so everyone, particularly wonders, should continue to take precautions and not go anywhere alone. I've reached out to the people I contacted previously to create the map of missing wonders, and I asked them what they know about vampires. So far, only a few have gotten back to me, but each of them said they were always told vampires were a myth. Chapter 27. Cal. I could have gotten drunk off the feelings Greg was sending through our bond. I didn't want to tell him, but blocking him this morning had been extremely unpleasant. The bond had resisted, fighting me every minute, and I had oddly missed him. Missed his presence in my head, even though I'd only had him there full-time for a few hours. But now the bond was open again, and I was getting sexual arousal galore. Greg's eyes glowed silver with it. But behind that were strong feelings of something I thought was moving toward love. And a little bit of disbelief/awe that I was happy to be with him. Yeah, I could get drunk off those emotions. I stood up from the table and quickly put the dishes in the sink. Greg brought the glasses and we both washed our hands. I took his clean hand in mine and dragged him toward the bedroom. Ms. Jackson was sacked out on the couch and didn't twitch at us rushing past. But the bedroom was where we'd left our phones. And contrary to my assumption that people would wait until a decent hour to start trying to contact us, they'd already texted and called. The other DMs wanted an update, and Delphia wanted more than one sentence out of Greg about how he was feeling and his overall health. Greg said, "Let's just turn the phones off for a while." His phone beeped again, then mine. I sighed. It's tempting, but I'm not sure I'd be able to relax knowing your mom and everyone were waiting on us to respond. Greg nodded dejectedly and sank down on the edge of the bed. He picked up his phone, took a deep breath, and called his mother back. After a brief discussion with her, we decided to set up a Zoom call so Greg and I only had to tell the story one time. We managed to push everyone off another hour so he and I could get cleaned up, but it wasn't enough time for sex. Or at least, not for the kind of sex I was planning to have. But getting cleaned up required getting dressed, and my t-shirt and jeans from the night before were covered in Greg's blood. Even if I ran them through his washing machine, it wouldn't save him. And nothing of Greg's would fit me. I texted Steve, who for whatever Steve reason was awake at this ungodly hour, and he agreed to run by my apartment and grab some clothes. He made it with 10 minutes to spare. He handed over the clothes, but then he stood next to the couch, scratching Ms. Jackson behind the ears with an expectant expression on his face. "Thanks for getting the clothes for me," I repeated, holding the door open for him to leave. Greg, who was sitting next to Ms. Jackson, since we couldn't be very far apart right now, said, "Yes, thanks. I don't need my mother seeing my boyfriend's naked chest." Steve didn't move. "You didn't tell me how you ruined yesterday's clothes." I shook my head. "Our Zoom call is on that very topic, but you can't stay for it. I promise I'll give you and Felix a complete rundown over beers, okay?" He pointed at me. "Tomorrow or Tuesday at the latest." Yes, fine." He left and I put my clothes on right there in the living room. I laughed when I saw the t-shirt Steve had picked out. He'd always had great instincts. Greg was not as amused as I was at marked safe from vampires today. When we got on the Zoom call, the other Texas DMs were already there. Rick from the West Texas District, Shane from the Southeast Texas District, Ellis from the Northeast Texas District, and Caroline, Greg's niece, from the Texas Panhandle District. Caroline was just as attractive as Greg, and she had his coloring. She inspected me carefully and gave my t-shirt a thumbs up. I was looking forward to meeting her in person. We were joined by Reno, the seer who was the acting DM for the South Texas District, and of course Delphia, sitting in a row in front of her camera with Dominic and Edgar. Greg and I told everyone what we remembered from last night. When we got to the end of our tale, with Greg stating he was healed from his injuries, the others congratulated us on our bonding before barraging us with questions. But all of our answers were variations of "we don't know." We don't know where the vampires are going next. We don't know who the friendly vampire is or how he knows us. We don't know why the vampires have been targeting wonders instead of humans. We don't know what Ms. Jackson is, and neither do they. This last one was reconfirmed by having Ms. Jackson get on the call in their tiger form. No one was happy with their lack of answers. After everyone had questioned them, they stayed on the call, sitting on the floor between Greg and my chairs and staring curiously at the screen. Finally, Delphia said, "We'll have to stay on alert and keep reminding the wonders not to go anywhere alone." We all nodded. Greg cleared his throat and said, "Cal is going to reach out to Mr. Cruz, the Build Barn general manager who helped us last night. We need to make sure he's not having a mental breakdown and or posting shit on the internet. But, Mom, he seems to have a good head on his shoulders, and he doesn't like his job." Dominic sat up in his chair. "He's a general manager, you said?" Greg and I nodded. I said, "He was in the Army for 20 years, and he's been managing the Build Barn for a few years since then. He seemed all about operations and people management." Dominic and Delphia exchanged a look. He said, "Ask him if he's interested and we'll set up an interview." "Will do." Delphia said, "Okay, everybody, thanks for attending this call on short notice. Greg, get some rest. Everyone else, stay in touch and alert us if anything out of the ordinary happens." Before she could end the call, Ms. Jackson reared up on their hind legs and put their front paws on the table on either side of Greg's laptop. A loud rumble, not quite a purr, not quite a growl, emanated from their chest. Greg and I both leaned to the side to give them room. "What's the matter, Ms. Jackson?" I asked. They lifted one huge paw and carefully tapped it on the laptop screen. It fell flat to the table despite their care. I leaned around Ms. Jackson to reposition the screen. Greg asked, "You want to talk to one of them?" In the small zoom image of the three of us, I saw no sparkle on Ms. Jackson's chest. Then they spelled out, "Go." My eyebrows climbed even higher. "You want to go somewhere?" They made a huffing noise and spelled, "2." "You want to go to 2 places?" They huffed and the Ouija board sparkled all over. Everyone had already learned that meant they didn't know the answer. Then they lifted their paw and tapped the screen again, more gently this time. Greg looked up at them. "Are you saying you want to visit 2 of the people on this call?" "Yes," sparkled. Ms. Jackson's expression said we were idiots for not figuring that out earlier. Shrugging, I said, "Okay." I'd gotten pretty good at 20 questions. "Is one of them Rick?" I pointed to him on the screen. "No," flashed. "Reno?" His image was to the right of Rick's. "No." "Ellis?" "Yes," flashed. Ellis appeared stunned. "Okay, and maybe Shane?" "Yes." Shane said, "You're absolutely welcome to come see me and Ellis, but why?" Ms. Jackson's entire board flashed. Shane nodded. "Okay, maybe Ellis and I should come pick you up together. Then we can try to figure out what you need from us." "Yes," flashed on Ms. Jackson's board. Ellis nodded hesitantly. "Shane and I will work out our travel and let Cal and Greg know." I thought of something. "Hey, that reminds me. I was talking to Greg about why wonders who travel don't get connected to the DM of the district they're traveling in as well as their home district. Has anyone tried that?" No one had. Greg said, "Then when the two of you come to pick up Ms. Jackson, I'll ask some of the wonders who travel regularly if they'd mind being test subjects to try to connect to one or both of you." We all agreed that would be worthwhile. Then we were finally able to end the call. Ms. Jackson, their future trip arranged, had retired to the couch and was licking their front paw in a satisfied manner. I went over to sit next to them, and I put my arm across their back. "I understand if you feel you need to go, but Greg and I will miss having you here." They flicked an ear at me, then leaned over and plopped their very heavy head on my lap for scratches. Greg put his laptop in his office before coming out and hovering uncertainly next to the couch. I got a mix of impatience and lust through the bond. I smirked at him. "What's up?" He glared at me. "You know very well what's up. This is up." He pointed at his dick, which was indeed trying to fight its way out of his jeans. I stroked Ms. Jackson's head and pretended to ponder the situation. "I guess I should help you out with that." He put his hands on his hips and deadpanned. "If you would be so kind, I'll make it worth your while." I stroked Miss Jackson's fur one last time. "Sorry," I told them. "Greg and I have to make sure our bond sticks permanently." Could natural tigers roll their eyes like that? Miss Jackson allowed me to get up off the couch, and I stalked behind Greg all the way to the bedroom. He turned to face me, pulling at his t-shirt. I ditched mine and quickly kicked off my jeans. I herded him gently toward the bed, pausing only to get rid of my underwear. He froze, one arm free of his shirt and one still inside. "Damn," he said, gawking at my dick. He licked his lips. Through our bond, I could feel his anticipation. I went over to help him finish getting the shirt over his head. His eyes tracked my progress, noting every bounce as I moved. I stopped in front of him and extracted the hem of his shirt from his fingers, then I pulled it over his head. He blinked, turning red as he met my eyes. "Sorry, I was just a little startled. I'd thought you were big, but damn." I kissed him softly. "If you're not up for this right now, we can—" "No, I'm up for it." He pointed at his own dick, which was now trying to escape the waistband of his boxers. "Remember? Very up for it." Everything I was getting through our bond confirmed what he was saying. Greg was ready to jump my bones. Okay. I tried to decide how to proceed. I wasn't sure if he was completely healed from last night, and I didn't want him to overexert himself. Greg patted my chest and said, "I'm fine. I'll tell you if I'm not." I ran a hand over my face and beard. "Yeah, sorry." He looked at me with those unnaturally bright silvery eyes. "We're just two adults, about to have sex. Nothing unusual to see here." I scoffed. "Except your eyes are glowing." But I put my arms around him and stepped in for a kiss. We hadn't kissed properly since the bond had taken hold. I thought kissing while we were connected was amazing, but this was stupendous. I could feel what Greg was feeling. Completely. He liked my beard and the heat of my mouth. And holy shit did he like my furry belly against his smoother one. And the hair on my chest against his nipples. Fuck. I slid a hand between us and tweaked one of his nipples. Greg cried out, and so did I. It was like a boomerang. He felt a bolt of lightning go straight to his balls, and the same thing happened to me. "Fuck," I said, breaking away to pant against Greg's neck. Somehow one of his legs had wrapped around my thigh, and one of my hands was inside his boxers, cupping his ass cheek. The front of his underwear was soaked, both of us leaking onto the fabric. "Bed." Greg unhooked his leg and nudged me back toward the mattress. I don't think I can last very long with all of that feedback. No shit. It's fucking intense. I sat on the edge of the bed and watched Greg strip out of his damp boxers. His dick slapped against his belly, leaving a large wet spot. He was cut and thick. I licked my lips. "Come here," I said, reaching for his hips. I needed to taste him. "Nuh-uh." He skipped back out of reach. "If you blow me, I'll come, and I want you inside me." We both pictured what that would be like, and the competing images in our brains made our dicks jerk in unison. "Fuck." I bent over, trying not to come. "Where's your lube? And can we go bare? I'm on prep." "Same. And definitely. I don't want to miss any of this sensation." Greg clamped his fingers around the base of his dick as he hurried over to the nightstand. Sweat gleamed on his back. He had the most perfect ass I'd ever seen. I averted my gaze and sucked air through my teeth. I just had to hold out a little longer. My balls were ready to explode, they were so tight. Greg stood in front of me, holding out the lube. "I don't think I can do this without coming." I flinched away and held up my hands to ward him off. "And you think I can? Shit, Greg, I'm not sure I can touch you at all without coming." We stared at each other, trying to figure out a way around this conundrum. "Maybe we need to invest in some cock cages," I suggested. Greg's eyes practically bulged, they went so wide. "How am I supposed to get soft enough to get this into a cock cage?" he demanded, waving at his purple dick. The only feeling I was getting through our bond was a pulsing arousal. I was in a similar state. He stretched his hand out to me again, trying to get me to take the lube. "You're younger than I am, so you'll have a shorter refractory period." Well, shit. "Okay, but for the record, I object to having to come without you." I took the lube without touching Greg's fingers. Then I paused. "You know, given the feedback loop we've been experiencing, I'm not sure either of us will be able to blow without the other one following along." "Fuck." He grabbed his hair with both hands and pulled. "Just do your best to stave it off." I scooted back to the other side of the bed so Greg could get on the mattress. He laid down on his back and pulled his knees to his chest. I could already smell his pre-cum. I took one look at his hole. Not only did Greg trim his pubes, which was only polite, but he also waxed his fucking crack. Holy shit, that was hot. My balls tightened and my cock throbbed. "Fuck." I twisted away, clamping my fingers around my dick again. Okay, I chanted. "I can do this. Hang on." I shut my eyes and visualized the equipment list on my Barbarian's character sheet from my last D&D game. After a moment, I felt back in control. I tentatively let go of my dick, but I kept my fingers hovering around it for a second to make sure I was out of danger. Relieved, I quickly poured the lube onto my fingers, but when I tossed the tube to the side, I preemptively gripped my dick again before turning back around. I opened my eyes just wide enough to see where Greg was, then I slammed them shut again. The image was seared on my brain, but somehow the picture wasn't as triggering as the real thing. Except the joke was on me when I reached out and used the back of my hand to trail down Greg's thigh to his ass. Not being able to see made the places where we touched feel electrified, and that sensation ricocheted through our bond. Greg's entire body twitched, and he muttered, "Fuck," when I reached his hole. I ran my lubed fingers over his opening. The nerve endings sang through Greg's body, and we both gasped. Greg arched his ass toward me. "Just do it," he gritted out. His balls were drawn up against his body. Fuck it. Prep would have to be fast. I gave up trying not to look and watched avidly as I slid one finger into him. We shivered at the sensation, and I sent an image of what I was seeing to Greg. This was torture. I badly wanted to loosen the hold I had on my dick and stroke myself off. He relaxed his muscles and said, 2 more. Now." His eyes, glowing silver, were trained on what he could see of my hand as I thrust into his hole. I didn't ask him if he was sure. I could feel it. I eased 2 more fingers in, then pushed and pulled to make sure he was loose enough. "I'm fine," he barked. "Give me your cock now." "Stop yelling," I glared at him. "You said you hadn't bottomed in a long time. Excuse me for trying to make sure you aren't in pain." He bared his teeth. "I'm in pain now because you won't give me your cock." "Fine." I jerked my hand out of his ass without trying to be gentle. I didn't miss his grimace, and I winced at the twinge that came through our bond. Still, he hissed, "Do it. Put it the fuck in." Rolling my eyes would have taken too much time. I used the remaining lube on my hand to slick up my dick, then I positioned myself at Greg's hole. "Now, damn it!" He let go of his legs and wrapped them around my waist. Gritting my teeth and glaring into Greg's eyes, I released my fingers from their vise around my dick and pressed inside. I wasn't prepared to experience not only how my dick felt with Greg's body surrounding and stroking it, but also how Greg felt with my dick brushing over his prostate and filling him. I hadn't completed the first thrust before we both came. My balls emptied into Greg as his dick pulsed between our bodies. I cried out as our orgasms careened through both of us. We shuddered and throbbed for what seemed like minutes, though it was probably only seconds. I collapsed onto Greg, and he held me close, wrapping his arms and legs around my back. "Fucking hell," I gasped into his neck. "No shit." Through our bond, I could tell Greg was feeling content, relaxed, satisfied, and proud of himself. I lifted my head. "Are you feeling smug because of how fast I came?" He opened his eyes and grinned at me. Well, I wasn't, but only because I hadn't thought of it. So now I am. I tickled him just below his ribcage, and he shouted, scrabbling at my arm to get me to stop. "Hey, some of us are trying to sleep here." The guy next door pounded on the wall, and we froze. Greg's eyes narrowed, and he took in a breath to yell back, but I grabbed both of his wrists and pinned him to the mattress. "Don't waste your energy." I went in for a kiss, but he pretended to try to bite my nose. "No, you don't," I said. "Tell me why you were so smug a minute ago." He huffed and practically pouted. "No, the moment is gone." He glared up at the wall. "I got a kiss in that time." "Tell me." He let out an aggrieved sigh. "Fine. I was thinking I was proud to be the only person compatible with you, which meant I got the best mate of anyone. No one else's mate will even come close." He raised an eyebrow. "Are you happy now?" I laughed and kissed him again. "I really am." Bark and Purr Pet Resort social media post, Monday, April 10th. Meet the team. Please welcome Lloyd, the new face at our front desk. Lloyd recently moved to Bent Oak from Bernie. He has an amazing background working with exotic animals at a wildlife rescue. We are very lucky to have someone with such valuable experience at Bark and Purr. Be sure to say hi the next time you're in the lobby. Epilogue. Greg. I climbed the stairs toward the game room, humming Carole King's You've Got a Friend. Nobody warned me that bonding meant you experienced the same visceral reactions your partner did to things like music. I now had an unanticipated and slightly disturbing appreciation for 70s and 80s soft rock. The new paint smell still permeated the house. The renovations had taken several weeks longer than I'd hoped, but the updated interior and exterior were worth it. Plus, by the time the house was ready, Cal's lease had been up, and being newly bonded meant it wasn't like we'd been able to spend any nights apart from each other, even if we'd wanted to. At least we'd now gotten to the point where we could be miles away from each other for several hours at a time. But today, since we'd already spent time apart this morning, I'd had to work from home in the afternoon so I could also go out this evening. It was my turn to represent Bark and Purr at the monthly Chamber of Commerce happy hour, and I was definitely limiting it to an hour. I didn't want to spend more time than necessary being polite to other Bent Oak business owners while counting the minutes until I could get back home to my boyfriend. Sometimes I had trouble believing this was my life now. Cal was wonderful, considerate, and loving. So sexy. I didn't like remembering how I'd tried to avoid connecting with him when we first met. Having him in my life, living together, made me incredibly happy. I tried every day to make sure he knew what he meant to me. And it wasn't just me who benefited from Cal's presence. He'd become indispensable to the campaign, spending hours creating a voluntary census of wonders. He'd also started several new Discord servers to facilitate communication across regions and continents, which had been helpful during everything that had happened with the vampires. Shouts and laughter came from above. Cal and Steve were showing Felix the prototype of the game they were developing. I was glad to hear it was going well. I walked into the game room and smiled. The three amigos were lined up on the recliner sectional, each with a controller in their hands. Worf, the senior yellow Labrador we'd adopted, was laying with his butt against Steve's leg and his head on Cal's lap. "Frankenfurter farts!" Steve shouted as he tried furiously to fight off several bad guys with dripping fangs. He threw a quick grin at Cal. "Dude, this shape-shifting weapon thing is hilarious. Did you see me take out that guy with a bowling ball?" One of the avatars fell to the ground. Felix groaned and dropped his controller before throwing his hands in the air. "Dang it! The one with the mace got me." "I'll make sure she regrets it." On the screen, his character fought with even greater energy. I walked forward, intending to let Cal know I was leaving. He was oddly still, not using his controller, but just staring into space. Shit. Was he having a vision? I wasn't getting any stress through our bond, only a slight curiosity and great deal of happiness. Steve noticed Cal wasn't moving. He said, "What are you doing? I need help over here." When Cal didn't respond, Steve paused the game. "What's the matter? Are you okay?" Cal startled, jumping in his seat. He looked around and smiled when he saw me. I couldn't help but smile back. "I'm fine," he said. "I was just having a little déjà vu." He leaned his head back for a kiss, which I obliged. "I'm glad it turned out to be you," he said. I cocked my head at him. What turned out to be me?" He waggled his eyebrows. "The man in my dreams." I rolled my eyes. "I'll be back in a couple hours." I glanced up at the TV. The logo for the game, Wonderfall, covered the screen in saturated blues and greens. I glanced at Steve and Felix.